Lots of noise in politics. People hitting each other with great big sticks. But Nikki Haley stands above the rest. She's been fully put to the test. With Trump, the bully, who's afraid to fight against 5-inch heels with twice his might. And Biden, who's dying to drain our reserves. When voters come out, he'll get his deserves.
We need you, Nikki, right now to lead our nation. We need you, Nikki, no doubt. Lead the conversation. We need you, Nikki, right now. 'Cause families are hurting. We need you, Nikki. We need more freedom, more jobs for certain. We need you, Nikki, to stop big pharma, to stop big banking, reverse the karma. We need you, Nikki, to balance the plates.
Right, that's right, baby. We need you, Nikki, to stop big pharma and stop the harma.
Right now, to lead our nation. We need you, Nikki, no doubt. Lead the conversation.
Woo!
We need
What's going on, everybody?
you right now.
I'm Hasan Piker,
'Cause families are hurting.
and I'm a Nikki Slaley stan.
Nikki, we need
There's dozens of us out there,
jobs for certain. Nikki,
and we're saying,
Nikki, we need Nikki right now. We need Nikki. Nikki, we need Nikki. There's no doubt. We
that's
need
right.
Nikki. Nikki, we need Nikki right now.
Woo! What's going on, everybody? I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. I'm live and alive, and I'm in a particularly good mood today because of how sunny it is, and not because I worked out, but that's for in a brief moment where I tell you about my personal news. But I hope all the boys, girls, and envies are also having a fantastic one, no matter where you are in the world, no matter how shitty your fucking job might be today, no matter how shitty the weather might be. Hopefully, we'll be making fun of everything that's going on in the news. That's right. This is part of the broadcast. Before I get to the actual news where I tell you about my personal news, I'm early. I'm earlier than I usually am. That's because, I don't know, I just didn't sleep. I went to sleep early last night, and then I woke up early, and then, I got ahead of the day. Basically, W bags under the eyes. Do I have bags under my eyes? I don't. I think I always do. But anyway, yeah, delete Twitter live early. Early bird gets the worm. Hell yeah, brother. Well, let me tell you something, folks. We're live, we're alive, and I hope this is going to be a great one for all of you. Yeah, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life in the world of HasanAbi Piker. For all the parasocialists out there, this is the parasocialist update. Thank you for saying I look skinny today. I feel skinny as well. Anyway, last night I ended the broadcast after a half day, an 8-hour stream. Yuck. Ended the broadcast while watching the Michigan primaries unfold. And then I didn't really do anything. I've just been playing a lot of Infinite Wealth and just fucking around on Infinite Wealth. That's all I've been doing for the most part. Oh my God. I cried last night. I literally, I ugly cried a little bit. It wasn't like a full blown cry with tears coming out, but my face was, when your face starts convulsing. No, it's not because I'm fucking emo. As you guys can see, tattoos are gone. Okay. No, it's because I was playing Infinite Wealth, and there's a plot in Infinite Wealth where there's an old couple and the wife has Alzheimer's, and the old couple wants to the old husband is like, oh, I worked my whole life. I just need to find snow for her. Just like the one time we went to Japan. And then basically, cause that's our fondest memory. It's the only time I ever made for her in my life. I love her. And now I can't, now we have no new memories. Now that I do have time, we can't even fucking make new memories because she has Alzheimer's. And then he, in the most Yakuza fashion, he links up with the baby diaper gang, with the diaper fetish, the Crinklers, Gondawara, I think his name is, and basically finds out that Kazuka finds out that the diaper crinkle substance, the anti-piss substance inside of diapers, is very similar to snow. So then they go up top on top of this fucking hotel that they're staying at and make snow happen. And I'm not even kidding. That's such a weird combination, a weird sequence of events to unfold that makes someone literally fucking tear up. But that's how infinite wealth works, baby. They literally are like sitting on top of the apartment, dropping like baby diaper dust into the apartment to make it seem like it's snowing. And then he starts crying. His wife is like, I just want to see you. You've always been my prince. And I just want to see my prince smile one last time. And then he smiles. And then she passes away in his hands, and then he starts crying into his hands, and he goes, oh, it must be the snow that's melting. And I'm getting goosebumps right now. There's no way that I can like explain this to you. You just have to play it. If you were to play through this episode, like, Jesus Christ. I don't know. Maybe I'm just becoming a more emotional person. But yeah, it made me very sad. I have not watched the Shogun yet. And there are no One Piece updates. However, what else happened? What else happened in my life? Nothing really. I just woke up. I wake up, get my cake up. That's it. I worked out. I have substituted away from the barbell bench press back to the dumbbell bench press, which I feel like is better for my rotator cuffs in general. So wake up, eyeliner already on, so you don't need makeup. This is an incredible emo gif. Thank you for whoever made this. Thank you. Are you doing flat or incline dumbbell press? I'm doing flat and incline, both with the dumbbell. Anyway, but yeah, there's some more good news happening in the world. Mitch McConnell is retiring. So there's a lot to talk about today. So I'm just gonna dive right into it because, like I said, a lot happening in the world. And yeah, the Lich is gonna die soon. Yeah. The 5 o'clock shadow looks incredible on you. Thank you. So since you aren't playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth today, that means you hate Tifa and Aerith unsubbed. I mean, it's pretty funny that you're saying that because it's like, I was planning on playing the full thing. I straight up was planning on playing the full thing. I don't know when, I don't know how. I need to like figure out a way to do it, but I'm planning on doing the entire thing. I don't know if I can, because it's really long as far as I understand, and people don't really like it. Like when I play single player games in general, on stream especially. It's a really big fucking game. I'm gonna try to see if I can like speed run it maybe. I never played the original Final Fantasy VII, but it's a game that is like perfectly made for me, tailor-made for me in this community basically. Yeah, and I can't play Rebirth without playing the first game or playing the original at all. So Mitch McConnell retiring. He might die soon. Big Starbucks Union W. Michigan says uncommitted to Biden. Uncommitted to Biden's genocide. Are you going to talk about Meek Mill? Why? What did Meek Mill do? Final Fantasy VII Remake isn't a remake of Final Fantasy VII. It's the 5th part of the Final Fantasy VII universe. As far as I understand, the Final Fantasy VII Remake is the first part of the Final Fantasy VII Remake, right? I mean, it's the full Final Fantasy VII game is like 8 discs or some shit, right? So as far as I understand, it's like taking multiple parts in the remaster. And they're even like making minor changes to the Diddy's latest lawsuit. Why are people speculating about Meek Mill and Usher? I don't know. Anyway, whatever. It doesn't matter. Mitch McConnell retiring. He might die soon. Big Starbucks Union W. Michigan says uncommitted to Biden's genocide. Hunter Biden impeachment inquiry and more. Get in now. Thoughts on Wilbur Soot being a disgusting abuser? I don't know any of these words except for abuser. I'm 32 years old. I hope you will be kind to this old man who is 32 years old and is talking about news and politics. Oh, Texas is on fire. We're going to be talking about that as well. Not good. Where's the fucking meme that I just downloaded? Oh, here it is. All right. Thank you. I do look youthful. I know. So you probably assume that I know what those words mean, but I don't. But it's okay. Any recommendations on things to do when you're vacationing in Turkey? Eat food all the time. On fire, bro. It's like 50 Fahrenheit today. Yeah. Well, still there's wildfires. No? All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's blast off. Let's let the haters know that we are live and we are alive, folks. What's your opinion on dolmas? I am not the biggest dolma fan. I will admit that. I'll be the first guy to admit that. Okay? It's like a controversial take. I'm not the biggest dolma guy. It has never been like my favorite food to eat, and I don't know why. I love karnıyarık, for example, which means in English, like the direct translation would mean the belly is sliced open. That's the name of the food. And it's actually a fried eggplant with ground beef inside of it, in the middle of it, and it's delicious. I really like that. I don't really like dolma in general. There's different types of dolma. There's the regular sweet green pepper dolma that's stuffed with ground beef, seasoned ground beef. I like that more. My favorite probably was sarma, which is the grape leaf dolma, which is a type of dolma. Sarma is a type of dolma that is rolled with meat, though, not the Greek version. I like the meat one, the one that's meat stuffed, and you put yogurt on it, and you get like spicy crushed red pepper and oil, and you cook the red pepper with a little bit of garlic, and then you throw it on top of the, and then you throw that on top of the yogurt, and it's so good. Garlic yogurt, dank. Okay. Anyway, but yeah, what's the difference between Heroes and Turnout? I fucking love both. Gyros are made with ground meat for the most part. Turnout, on the other hand, is Turkish and oftentimes is done with beef and lamb or with chicken. Gyro, on the other hand, I think apparently can have pork in it as well. I did not know this, but it's like one big slab of like meat rather than meat cuts put on top of one another and with like meat fat interlaced in between, if that makes sense. You seen what Macron said about sending troops to Ukraine? I did. I think he's just joshing, dude. Explain a TikTok from last night? No, I will never explain a TikTok ever again. Ebby burger, so good. Double burger with egg. It's a banger. Teriyaki McChicken, local McNuggets, great texture, churros for dessert, strong showing overall. I think McDonald's in Japan is mid. I think McDonald's is mid. Like, it only hits the spot on very certain occasions. It's just like, I'm not eating McDonald's next time I go to Japan. You know what I mean? I haven't had KFC. Maybe it'll be good, but I think it's not like McDonald's being mid is your most cancelable take yet. Dude, there is a time frame in my life where McDonald's used to serve 2 Big Macs for $5. Okay? McDonald's used to serve 2 Big Macs for the price of $5. And I was broke as fuck. And let me tell you, I ate good. McDonald's is like the quality of the food is not great, like the things that they put in it. But actually, its macronutrients, when you look at it, are not the worst, especially if you take like all the other Big Mac parts and like maybe make one gigantic Big Mac. I mean, for $5, dude, whoo, sheesh. I would make one big Mega Mac and eat that. The other one was also obviously like the dollar menu. I was a dollar menu warrior before Joe Brandon came around and turned it into not a dollar menu. Before it came around, the McGangbang, who can forget? Anyway, did you hear about the Kellogg CEO pushing for cereals and affordable dinner? I did. I saw that. It's really fucked up. Yeah, things are doing great. Things are looking great. The California bread loophole. What do you mean? California's $20 minimum wage rule will exempt restaurants that sell bread, having a lucrative break on wages of the Panera chain and one governor, Gavin Newsom's longtime allies. Looking forward to the new California bread menu item at McDonald's. God, such a... Why would... What do you mean? Why would you do that? Why would you do this carve out for Panera? That's so nasty. You're such a fucking nasty little freak bitch. I swear to God. Yeah, I almost called him Gavin McGinnis. Oh my God, Gavin Newsom just sent me a text message literally as we're talking. That is insane. This motherfucker heard me, bro. Look at this, bro. He heard me. Like literally just now. Gavin Newsom here, humbly asking if there's anything I can say that convince you to contribute to help me defeat the recall campaign Trump Republicans just launched against me. Literally just now he sent this to me. Obviously this is automated. I'm just saying that it's funny that he heard me. Fuck you, Gavin. Eat a dick. Yeah, we've parted ways since our boy Gav wished me a happy 30th birthday. I'm too old for him now. Don't leak his number. Yeah, don't leak his campaign automated bot number. Oh no. Anyway, where were we? What was I talking about? Your bad Wendy's news? Yeah, I saw they're doing surge pricing, which is devastating. Why do you say don't show your phone on stream? I'm sure you have protections, but I've never understood it. Because your phone oftentimes has like text messages and stuff, and there's a lot of stalkers in this community. Not on like I don't mean like positive stuff. Like, I don't mean like stans or fans or anything like that. I'm talking like straight up people who stalk my guests, straight up people who stalk me and are like routinely looking for anything and everything that is like personal details. Positive stalkers. No, what I meant was like, I'm not talking about like fucking fans. There's no such thing as a positive stalker, obviously. Duh. Yeah. What you drinking? I'm drinking Volant cold brew. What do you say to the people who say Mitch McConnell stepping down is bad because whoever comes next will be worse? Insane Trump loyalists? No, they will be the same. Mitch McConnell is the same. Mitch McConnell personally is a bad dude. And whoever comes next will also be a bad dude. There you go. Cleared it up for you. Like, people, I don't know why people desperately look for this. Like, they desperately want to make themselves feel like whoever is, whoever came before Mitch, whoever comes after Mitch, oh man, it's going to make us remember Mitch fondly. Like, sure, because things keep getting worse and worse. What happened to the Stumptown cold brew? I drink that too still. I like this. I would get bored of drinking the same thing, so I always like mix and match. So I like the toasted coconut Volant, not an ad. So I drink this, and I also drink a Stumptown ones too. Bro, you look so pretty today. Thank you. So do you, chat. Stumptown, yikes. Wait, why? What's wrong with Stumptown? What did they do? Did they do something too? I don't fucking know. Jesus Christ. Are they canceled on TikTok? What's happening? Oh man. Oh brother. They poisoned my crops. They sent cicadas down to this town, my lord. The Stumptown Legion. Can you get a fancy espresso machine just to get people mad? I don't have time for the work necessary to make like really good espresso. So I just do Nespresso, which I fucking love. I ride for Nespresso, dude. The Nespresso pods in the morning have basically saved my life. The Nespresso espresso pods only. Those is so good. Put it in your steam room and make the espresso during the top of the hour ad break. Yeah, no. Wait, are you drinking like black coffee with like no milk, sugar, or anything? Yeah. I love coffee. I'm a massive coffee fan. It's actually like cold brew has been a major game changer for me because I feel as though with cold brew now you actually have you actually have like relatively decent iced coffee. Like iced Americanos are hit or miss sometimes, but iced coffee used to be just regular fucking brewed coffee poured on top of ice in America. Cold brew changed the game forever, honestly. I love it. Because for those of you who don't know, the taste of coffee changes dramatically if it's made warm and you drink it cold. It tastes like shit, in my opinion. And I think in many people's opinions. That's why brewing the coffee cold makes it taste a certain way. I love it. Japanese iced pour over is god-tiered iced coffee, easy to make too. I've heard about this. Anyway, if they don't serve cold brew at whatever local eatery you're at, ask if they have iced Americanos because that's like a little bit better, I think. That's cap. There's something called Japanese iced pour over and it's really good. Yeah, I heard about this thing. Anyway, we're going to be celebrating Mitch McConnell's demise here on this beautiful, glorious day. We got apparently a Diddy lawsuit. Did Meek Mill have sex with Usher and Diddy? That's the speculation. The California $20 minimum wage exception. What else? I'm an emo boy. What is this? This is an Austin clip. Ludwig re-uploaded his video as well. And people are very mad at him.
The redeeming quality of us is that we're attractive. You really think we'd have anything that we have if we weren't good looking?
I think you guys have a great personality.
Well, thank you, Ray, but nobody else believes that.
I'm sure it's one person
So
in
it's
this
like
chat does.
we sell. That's all we sell. We need to have better lighting. That's exactly what the important. Everybody watches Fear and for the sex appeal.
Is that why?
Yes, of course. Ray, you don't know this. Everybody watches it for the sex appeal. Raw appeal.
Just
Everybody.
do it shirtless then.
Well, maybe we will. Maybe we have to.
Stans came out with a W video too, really. But yeah, I do love hearing from the entire internet of people who are like, who have never even for a brief moment thought about like workers' rights and workers' protections, coming out to be like, this Hasan guy who has dedicated his entire life's work, his entire life's mission to trying to make things easier for workers. That guy Fucking hates workers, baby. Listen, he hates those 9-to-5ers. Please don't watch any of his content. Please don't listen to anything he says. Just trust me, okay? Just watch this fucking clip that's 30 seconds long. He hates them. The wage cucks, he fucking hates them, dude. Like Keemstar. What is this? New video. A conservative Cyberpunk 2077 YouTuber recently had a meltdown after he became the main character for saying Cyberpunk wasn't political, but it was actually attacking Hasan and Black Lives Matter. Lamau. Wait, really? Dude, a lot of people kind of lose their minds. A lot of people kind of lose their fucking minds about me. I don't know what's going on there. Hey, bro, just found out Ludwig made his company a workers' co-op. Yeah, I'm glad that he finally came out with that. It is very cool. It was also part of the reason why I was trying to fucking reach out to goddamn Yanis Varoufakis, Mr. fucking co-op at Valve for like a fucking year. And for some reason, I'm the only person who can't talk to him. I'm still talking to DM25. They still haven't linked this up together. I don't know what the hell's going on. Giannis, is it because I'm Turkish? Be honest, Giannis. Is it because I'm fucking Turkish, dog? Is that what it is? Be honest with me. Yanis Varoufakis, former Greek finance minister, Marxist economist, one of the founders of DM25. You have slandered the Greeks, not surprising. Are you and Lud actually beefing? I can't tell sarcasm. No, dude, what the fuck? Why would no? Me and Ludwig are not beefing. I have before called Giannis kind of looking like called him out for looking like Voldemort a little bit, but we need to slide into his DM. My normie friends who watch neither of you think you and Lud are beefing. That's so funny. Wait, what? Why would normies know about me and Ludwig? What the fuck? But anyway, many people are talking. They're saying they want your input on the new Diddy lawsuit. Dude, I don't know anything about Diddy. Like, I don't. I broke up with one of my exes because of Diddy. That part is definitely. I mean, I've told that story before. Yeah, she wanted to go to a birthday party at P Diddy's house, and like it was her friend's birthday. I knew the friend as well, and I was not allowed to go. So I was like, okay, well then you're single. Go have fun. I've talked about this before. I broke up with her over the phone. That's lame of you. What the fuck? No, this is old ass lore, but it also is like perfectly valid in my opinion. Listen, if someone is like breaking your boundaries on that front consistently, and like you're supposed to be hanging out with them on a Friday night, and they're like, hey, I'm going to go to P Diddy's house for a birthday party instead. I think that's like really, really valid. Not letting Diddy smash is lame. Yeah, dude. Sorry. I wasn't like about that lifestyle. You know what I mean? I wasn't like, hey man, yeah, no, go ahead. Have fun at P Diddy's house where I'm not allowed to go. At first I was like, I want to go. Like, I'll go. That sounds cool. And she was like, no, you can't come. It's just me and my girlfriends. I was like, okay, well then have fun. Your personal Oma Lake Cannon event. Didn't someone say that D said that you sent haters to Lud and someone else? Feels like some chatter said it lately. I don't fucking know what people are saying, but it is pretty funny that on Reddit, if you look at it, it's me and Ludwig beefing because it's brigaded to shit. But in the fucking real world, Ludwig and I are friends. So like, again, it is yet another perfect demonstration that like Reddit is not fucking real, and you will be duped by a bunch of fucking brigaders if you just go on Reddit. They think they're actually correct. They think that they know what the fuck is going on, right? And they're very, very invested in it. I hope every other streamer ignores you till the end of time so that all your stupid liberal ideology drama that you create goes unheard of and your channel dies. You're only relevant because of the stupid drama / horrible takes you create. Cringe is your middle name. An actual narcissistic crybaby. I'm sure your family is proud. My family's pretty proud of me. I'm going to be honest. They are. I take care of them and I see them quite a bit. I literally bought this house so that I could like live with them for extended periods of time throughout the year. At first, they didn't fully understand what the fuck I was doing, but I think nowadays they get it. It's not even working, hence them trying to boot this failing drama like 5 times. Yeah, dude, the more you do this, the more increasingly unimaginably fucking obsessed you sound for normal people. Here, let's watch this video. This video actually, ironically, is about what that guy was doing in the chat.
If you ask me, I'd say being a Marine. Okay, no, actually, one addendum. Being a pregnant Marine. Okay, one more addendum. Being a YouTuber when you have to re-upload it. Being a pregnant YouTuber when you have to upload a video. How's it going? What's up? If you guys didn't know, that was a mogul mail that I uploaded yesterday. You might not have seen it, though, because I took the video down. The video was called, "Do Streamers Have Hard Jobs?" And the reason I took it down is because we had a great sponsor on it. But the great sponsor wasn't getting great views. In fact, the video got 50,000 views in the first hour. And for reference, a normal video on this channel gets 130,000 views. I was live at the time, so I couldn't tinker with the title and thumbnail to fix that. So I ended up taking it down with the plan of just removing the sponsor, re-uploading it tomorrow. And I figured, you know, maybe a Minecrafter will do something dumb and I can just talk about that and throw a sponsor in and everybody will be happy. But that's not what I did. Instead, I'm making this video and I'll tell you why in a moment. But first, if you didn't get to watch a video, it was mostly about the Twitch shutdown in South Korea, which officially started yesterday. And this is a big fucking deal that I don't see enough people talking about. The reason it happened is kind of complicated, but in a nutshell, South Korea has a bit of a monopoly on ISPs. There's only 4, and you have to be government approved to start a new ISP. And those internet service providers have been charging certain companies, usually outside companies like Netflix or YouTube, more money because they are driving more traffic, which, you know, is something we don't like here in the United States. So that's why we have net neutrality. And most of those companies have worked out a deal.
No, it doesn't sound like the
Netflix
US.
worked out a deal.
No, we don't. No, literally. That's like an entire fucking thing that happened. An entire thing that happened in the United States of America where, like, you know, a lot of the big corporations like Google, Facebook, like all of these massive social media companies, they genuinely first lobby the government, but the ISPs and these other companies that are online basically went band for band. Okay. That's how this worked. And obviously the ISPs won the band for band competition. So then the other guys that are actually favorable in the eyes of the consumers, because ISPs are very unfavorable, were like, why are we going band for band? Let's just fuck up the bag right now. Let's just fuck these guys' days up. And then they went and they yelled at the public. They were like, hey guys, they're going to do this thing called, 2-tier structures, and it's going to fucking be more expensive for us. It's going to fuck up the bag for everybody. It's going to fuck up the content for everybody. It's going to suck. So a lot of people got mad. And that's part of the reason why, although we do have a oligopoly across the board in every sector, we don't have this egregious style that the South Korean government has developed for their own no net neutrality protected internet. Now, of course, having said that, the irony is that while they claimed the reason why they had to fight against this, like Netflix, for example, the reason why he had to fight against this, congratulations, Kaya's Chatter, for getting accepted into your master's program, by the way. But yeah, people forget like Ajit Pai. People forget like, what was it called? The dance thing? Harlem Shake. Harlem Shake, Ajit Pai. God damn, I'm such a fucking millennial. Holy shit, I'm all over the place. We're going to get back to this video right now. We're done with the net neutrality conversation for now. So that was what Ludwig wanted to talk about. And he framed it because he was like, it won't be as interesting if he just talks about Korea. So we wanted to fucking clickbait with the meta commentary on streaming, whether it's a tough job or not.
South Korea to keep working there. But Twitch, which has a similar issue, obviously they have a lot of bandwidth because of live streaming, couldn't work out a deal. And so they left the market, and Dan Clancy himself said that, yeah, we tried to reduce our source quality to 720p, maybe reducing server costs, but it is still 10 times more expensive to operate in South Korea, and there's basically no way to do it profitably, so we're leaving. And bear in mind, this is after Twitch put in so much fucking money and time into beating Africa TV, the former largest live streaming site in the country, and they became the largest live streaming site, and now they're leaving, which is really tough for a lot of streamers who built their careers and communities on that website, and now they have to go to a new site. Now, someone who did that, that is fucking scary. So I wanted to talk about that. But I also understand people don't, at the surface level, give a shit. What they really like is little dramas, little clicks, and, you know, little Twitter likes. And so what I ended up using as a clickbait to talk about that video was a topic that has been trending on Twitter for like 4 days now, which of course is about streaming perhaps being a hard job, harder than a real job, some people are saying. Where did this conversation start from? It seems like a silly thing to talk about. Well, it started from this clip on Hasan's channel. We'll watch it together here.
People will be like, oh, dude, Hasan is like telling Ludwig to fucking take down this video or whatever the fuck, which is ironic because like he's still like, I wouldn't frame this in this way at all, for the record. Okay. It can be gruesome. A real job can make you very tired, but a real job doesn't suck the soul out of you. You know what I mean? In the same way that 9 hours of streaming absolutely will.
And that soundbite has gone a bit viral. It's going to a lot of places. Now, let's give the full context of what he's saying there, because at the surface level, that sentence, a real job doesn't suck the soul out of you, is wrong. It's just flat out wrong. And I think Hasan on stream would probably say that, yeah, that was not the best wording. I should not have said that. What he was trying to talk about was this.
There are obviously real jobs out there that are good comparisons. Service sector, people-pleasing jobs would be very similar. Those are
Good comparisons for a job that might drain your social battery. For context,
like, I think, customer service type shit. But like, if you're an accountant, or if you're even like in sales, my interactions with clients was limited, way more limited than like constantly having to do this for 9 hours with like a back and forth interaction for 9 hours. That's what like sucks your social battery, and you just tap out after it.
and the term social battery is probably a lot more acceptable to most people than the term soul. People don't like the term soul because a soul-sucking job to most people would...
Why accountants keep catching strays? Well, what I was trying to say is, like, all real work is fucking awful. That much is established. This is a literally fucking... This is the most pro-labor community on the internet, okay? That I'm having a conversation with an in-group of people who are already like Amazon distribution facility workers, Amazon delivery drivers, motherfuckers who are accountants and white-collar jobs as well. But, like, as far as bullshit jobs in the white-collar space versus, like, actual labor... or not actual labor, because that's also labor. Labor in the sense that it's like more physical route tasks and whatnot. There are soul-sucking aspects of all of it, but they're shitty in different ways. That's what this conversation was about. The conversation was about streaming being a constant performance. Not that it was actually much harder than a real-world job. Of course it's not. That's ridiculous. I would be doing a real world job if it was much, much harder. Like, nobody's like, hey man, go fucking sit in front of a computer and stream every day. You know what I mean? Pro labor. I thought you were pro choice. Yeah. I was here, totally saw it being clip chimp too. We're still on this shit. We're still on this shit because like people have literally been desperately looking for something new to get mad at. People are really bored. There's not enough drama going on in the world. So what do? We pull the fucking fuck Hasan ripcord. That's it. Couldn't you make an argument to prove your point is based off the response to this clip? Normal job holders don't get scrutinized to this degree for everything they say. Yes. However, what doesn't matter is that ultimately I am very privileged. I live an incredible lifestyle. This is the life that people dream about. The most significant part of why this lifestyle is incredible is not even the fucking paycheck. The paycheck is fucking awesome, sure, right? But the most significant part that is the best from my own personal experience, the way that I received this experience, I would say, is the reality that I have autonomy. The autonomy. This, I'm sure Little Bear will find it eventually. I have talked about the freedom of wanting to be able to not stream on any given day as a major fucking reason for why I feel significantly more free in general. Like the idea that I can make my own hours, that is phenomenal. Okay. Even if I fucking don't, because as you guys all know, I stream 7 days a fucking week, oftentimes 9 hours a day. You know this. Okay. I stream 7 days a week, oftentimes 9 hours a day. I streamed 42% of the entire year in 2020 and around that same percentage every single year since then. This is before we even factor in sleep. I'm talking the available hours in the day, 24 hours a day. And the thing is, there are very few streamers that stream that much. It's fine. It doesn't matter. I love what I do. I'm phenomenally privileged. I'm aware of all of this. The greatest freedom is that I know I can stop if I wanted to. Right? I know I can stop. Part of the reason why I don't is because I have people that rely on me for consistently streaming, obviously. The other more important reason, however, is that, no, everyone says I'm addicted, but I do feel like what I do to a certain degree matters. For a lot of people, especially under the age of 35, I would say, I am a outlet that they go to get their news and to get their commentary. This is a place for people on their own journey throughout socialism or developing a better understanding of their own sexuality. Like, this is a safe space for a lot of people. That's a very important facet of what I do. But more importantly than that, this is a place for people to come in and quickly make leftist news and commentary accessible for themselves. I try to make it as palatable as possible. I talk about a variety of different issues. I even talk about fucking drama. That's why I do what I do. You say that all the time, it ain't a safe space. No, obviously, this is not a full safe space. It's never going to be a full safe space. It's a place for learning, and you can't have a full safe space if the goal here is to learn. But it is safe enough, okay? Commentary streamer, can you be more of a hack? Going forward, when people come in here and say, I'm a hack, or I'm not like pro-labor enough, I would like for them to donate to any union, Starbucks workers union, right? Go donate there, show me the pay stubs, and we'll have a conversation. I'll have you on the stream if you would even want. Like, I think that's a more productive way to go about this. Put your money where your mouth is. Show me that you actually do care about workers, okay? Because, you know, if you ask the many workers that are in this stream right now, they do feel that way. Nobody ever explains why I'm anti-worker. They just say it and move on, or say that I'm a hack, or say that I'm a hypocrite. People don't feel that way are the actual labor leaders, organizers, journalists, and the many people that I try to do my very best to uplift with the platform that I have. Anyway, but the reason why, now that we talked about how privileged I am and how fortunate I am, because I am, the autonomy that I have now is the most significant part of this, okay? The autonomy that I have now is the most significant part of my privilege. But there are downsides to streaming. The social battery, the constant performance. But more importantly than that, there's also the actual soul-sucking aspect of being constantly annoyed by the smarmiest dipshits who are basically just cyber stalking. Ludwig got a taste of that in this video. He will talk about it in a second.
Would be like a job that doesn't have upwards mobility, which again, I think Hasan would agree with, and I personally agree with, because I worked at Apple support for 2.5 fucking years, like literally helping boomers reset their Apple password. And in the final 6 months, and I think part of it's because my girlfriend at the time cheated on me, so I was going through it, I would throw my headset at the wall because I couldn't handle a sweet 70-year-old lady trying to figure out how to reset her password. I just couldn't handle that social interaction, which is bad of me. And the closest I've ever come to that is babysitting my chat. But people don't really give a shit about the context. People don't really give a shit about the conversation. They just care about getting Twitter likes, which is all this really is, which is why people like fucking Keemstar are tweeting out shit like this just for a dunk sesh, because nobody gives a fucking shit. Nobody gives a rat's ass about the facts or about any people involved. They just care about a little Twitter like, little impression, right? That's why they tweet. What is this? Look at this shit they tweet, bro. Why do they all look like Twitch streamers?
That's such a crazy take, because, like, do Twitch streamers look this hot? Like, according to Keemstar, what's happening? That's why that didn't bang as hard. He was just trying to farm, and he farmed in the worst direction possible. He was like, hey, look at 3 phenomenally beloved, incredibly handsome actors that are famous for being attractive. Look at their fucking jawlines and tell me they look like the basement dwellers of Twitch, myself included.
They don't. What are we doing here? But again, that's not the point. And just for some more clarity, I'm pretty sure Hasan also understands that workers have it rough and generally tries to voice for workers to have it better, and is actually one of the people that inspired me to make Off-Brand, my company that I own. Hello, I'm the owner of Off-Brand, and I have 30 employees, and turn it into a workers' co-op, a place that generally treats workers better.
And so one of my biggest goals this past year that we just announced last week is that we're making Off-Brand workers co-op. And so the people who work here will just own the company, and they will have votes.
Is he trying to make something up you, or why is he making this? I mean, I think he just was annoyed that he was going to re-upload the video and got annoyed that people were calling him a pussy and saying that, like, I made him take the video down or some shit. My criticism of his video was, 1, obviously farming me in a negative light, and 2, the fact that he knows who I am. Like, he knows who I am. He knows what my beliefs are. He knows that is like a fucking gotcha moment. You know what I mean? That's not reflective of my experience at all. It's actually kind of funny because Ludwig and I and Valkyrie did a roundtable a couple weeks prior for Anthony Padilla's new roundtable show. And the subject of Twitch streamers being out of touch came up. So we spent like literally together around an hour on just that, on how out of touch we are because of how privileged we are and all of this stuff. So like, he knows what my take is on this. We talk about this all the fucking time. So for him to like kind of lean into that and not be like, for him to like not even be like, I know Hasan, he's my friend. We've had this conversation many times over. Of course, he doesn't believe that streaming is the most difficult job ever. Is, in my opinion, yet another circumstance where MAGA male is doing right-wing commentary. That's right, I'll say it, dude. Fucking classic MAGA male. Do you understand? Anyway, all jokes aside, there were people, there were people who were literally, that thought that I had like tweeted, streaming is the hardest job on the planet, like unironically. Still think the video puts you in a very good light now? Yeah. The difference between you and Ludwig is that Ludwig is a practicing socialist, evidenced by his co-op, while you're just a socialist in theory, evidenced by my lack of co-op. I do have a co-op, but don't worry about that. We're just going to avoid talking about that for the duration. Ludwig, I bet, doesn't even serve 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour, which is, of course, the most anti-socialist, pro-capitalist thing you can do. MAGA Male's just mad. Commie Wig made an off-brand co-op and he's taking it out on you. Yeah. You've had to re-explain yourself like 5 times now by repeating what you said the first time. People are so broken. People will literally clip what you just said out of context and frame you and let against each other. Yeah, this is the part that is like really fucking annoying, is that people that have no relationship with either party feel like they know what's going on better than the people who are talking like directly to the camera. Here's a 3-minute ad break now, by the way.
It's equal to even the board of directors on the big decisions, who runs a company, what we do, what we use the surplus for. And that's part of the co-op is like, hey, here's how much we made. Here's how much stuff costs. Here's our...
So anyway, that was, yeah, in part inspired by Hasan. I talked to him about doing that because I want to make sure the people who work at my company have a good ass fucking time. And we're a fucking killer ass company who kicks ass, takes names, and makes a hell of a lot of money. All right? I don't think that 15-second clip is indicative of all of his thoughts and opinions. But again, the phrasing was bad. Shouldn't have said sucks the soul. So my plan was re-upload. Because for the most part, my video, again, was about the Twitch shutdown in Korea. I used a little bit clickbait just to get you in there. I take out the ad. We're all hunky-dory. But then I fucking go awake today. I wake up today.
Can you just get a therapist and stop venting online, yapping yourself in the cancellations because you're not careful about how you say things? You never accept that context doesn't matter. When you say shit so dumb, your whole chat points it out, and that responsibility is on you. Thanks, man. Thank you, 15-month subscriber. You're right. I should shut the fuck up and dribble, dog. You're right. I should... Brother, once again, I'm going to repeat this for loud and clear, okay? I'm a phenomenally lucky person. I think you guys understand that. Many of you know I know that, right? There is virtually nothing I can do to stop people who come in here and clip shit out of context and pump it. They've been doing it for 5 fucking years. As a matter of fact, this video is going to get to that in a second.
Should say. And I see a bunch of people giving me shit. I see all over like random ass videos about Aiden Ross getting scammed, people being like, no spine. Imagine taking down your video because your friend committed social suicide. Why would he private the last video? Whatever. Bunch of people also DMing me. Bro, I got DMs on LinkedIn. I got a death threat there. I was like, bro, I didn't even know I had one still. And I don't frankly give a shit.
Why don't your friends defend you publicly more? This is why. Because let's call it what it is, okay? When I was a smaller content creator, it didn't really matter as much, obviously, because many people did not know who the fuck I was. But there's a lot of people who now know me online as a bad person. Why? Because I've been getting farmed by a community of cyber stalkers that go to lengths that you cannot even fucking imagine for the past 5 years. Now, this community is a consortium. It's not just Destiny's community, obviously. He's more of like a lightning rod for all of the freaks online that do this kind of thing. But I've been a left-wing progressive political commentator in a space that is not exactly happy about that sort of thing for quite some time. I've had Nazis sending me death threats far before I even ever got on Twitch, something I talked about before. But they've all gotten together, and there's an entire industrial complex at this point, and they do congregate around one specific person, right? They have their little paste bins, they have their little clips devoid of context. But if you do that for 5 years in a row, yeah, a lot of people are going to be like, yeah, this guy fucking sucks. But it doesn't just end with things that are clipped out of context about me. It also goes to other content creators who are friends of mine. Part of the reason why I collaborated a lot less over the course of the past couple of years, and I'm doing that more now, but I stopped collaborating, was because they make it so that if you collaborate with me, they're going to make their lives hell as well. And I'm sure you've seen it on Twitter, where there's always like a new sock account on Twitter that's posting some fucking random clip out of context for people that they suspect are even friends of mine. They don't even have to be friends of mine. In every reply, there are websites created called Hamas Piker, dedicated to how much of a Hamas stan I am, calling me a terrorist, trying to get the government to take action. Now, these are the things that I don't normally talk about, because validating the cyber stalking in this way is something that is probably the worst thing you can do, because there's not really anything you can do to deal with it. There's no legislation around it, and Twitter certainly doesn't give a shit. They're not gonna, they love it. Twitter is basically one big fuckfest of right-wing reactionary psychopathy now. But the reality is, this is the other side of the job. It's insane that you've lost public friendships because of weirdo freaks. Like Ethan was super upset, fake Discord messages, haters made to blow that up. Yeah, it's like, ultimately, this is a bad way of handling it, and this is how I will handle it. Shut up. Don't do this. Don't do this parasocial, like, you know better on what to do here. Yeah. Denims and Caroline Kwan just talked about their experience and ended up agreeing with Hasan, and they've been since harassed and called terrorist defenders. Yes, they do it for every single person. They go after all of my friends. They go after anyone and everyone that has ever defended me. It is really fucked up, including, but not limited to, Ludwig.
But I did get a little pissed off about it, because I felt like no one actually gave a shit about what I was saying. I was just being used in a proxy war for people who don't like Hasan. Why the fuck am I being used for that? Good. It's crazy. It's crazy people. And this is the one that set me over the edge. Now, this is a DM from a guy that just said no balls because I removed the video. Again, with the fucking plan to re-upload the video. But he messages me and he says no balls. Now, you know, by itself, you don't think much of it. But then I clicked on his Twitter account and I see that he said this: wish assassinations were a real thing. And this isn't a quote retweet to people in this situation. Not trying to say who. I'm not trying to get demonetized here.
Like, brother, if you are fantasizing about fucking murdering me over a clip that is like obviously out of context, I'm sorry, you gotta get help. You gotta fucking go offline immediately. It's just so miserable.
But what a fucking crazy thing for Mr. Penis Head to say. And then I scrolled up in our DMs and I found out that this dude was my viewer 5 years ago. Hey man, love your streams. They help me out a lot when I'm bored or sad. When I have disposable income one day, I'll give you a few shekels a month. And has since moved on, I think, clearly to like watching Destiny, and on Destiny's behalf wants to like make Hasan's life a lot worse, and then is trying to like guilt me in a proxy war to achieve that goal. And all I can fucking say, dude, what the fuck are we doing, man?
Like, this is what I experience daily. This is what some of you know. This is what some of you experience daily just for being fucking outward fans of mine online. You get, everybody has gotten whispers, even in a fucking Twitch chat, from a dude who's been banned in here to be like, hey, would you like to learn about Adolf Hitler? Or, hey, why do you watch this fucking commie dirtbag piece of shit? Or, hey, actually, this guy's a terrorist. I hope you know that. And you guys are all terrorists yourselves. These are all real whispers that banned accounts have whispered to people in this community because they see a username on here and then they fucking pump them. It is exactly the same way that 4chan poll used to operate back in the day. It's exactly the same way that the hate forums used to operate back in the day. It's the exact same way that the alt-right and their fandoms used to work during Gamergate. Now, of course, it's partially because I don't have any advertisers, so they can't go after my fucking advertisers. They try to get me banned on Twitch. That's not working. So what do? They move on to the next thing. Cut him off from his fans and cut him off from his friends. That is literally what is happening for the past 5 fucking years. Of course people are going to see me in a fucking bad light for this reason. That is the only aspect, I would say, that makes this shit untenable. If I wasn't such a spiteful fucking piece of shit, I probably would have, fucked off. Maybe moved to a less accessible form of content creation like YouTube videos or something. But I like having this community. You know why I like having this community? Because when I go to Alveus Animal Sanctuary in Texas and Maya approaches me and says, hey, we sometimes ask people like if they want to put like a little bot when we're streaming here to fundraise for the sanctuary. And randomly, I go, of course, I would love to do that. Randomly, this community will just out of nowhere fundraise around almost $30,000 for the Alvea Sanctuary over the course of 2 hours. To me, that's it. That means that we are a phenomenal community of people that will immediately be able to fucking fundraise for causes that we care about, even if it's impromptu, out of nowhere. And that's not the only part. Aside from making news accessible, aside from talking about, doing political commentary and also shooting the shit every now and then and being able to change people's perspectives on the way they see the world, I think that's very important for me. That's why I started doing what I do. And I've been saying this since day one. Aside from that, there are a lot of people who then go out in the fucking real world and do stuff. There are people who have started labor unions, like the Chipotle labor union in Lansing, Michigan. There are so many of you that are a part of the Starbucks workers union, which we will be talking about today. People join DSA, people open up YDSA chapters in their actual colleges. People become community organizers, people become labor organizers, people become elected representatives, members of this community, and recognize that they can make material change in their immediate world, engage in activism. That's why I don't stop doing what I fucking do, okay? No matter how much people try to make it as untenable as possible by doing this crazy shit. That's it. That's it. That's why I always laugh when people are like, you're such a grifter. You're such a grifter. You're a leftist grifter. And it's like, dog, if I wanted to grift, why would I do it on the fucking left? It's the most annoying group of people on the fucking planet. We hate each other. We're constantly yelling at each other over microaggressions or like minor disagreements or because sometimes people don't understand sarcasm. Okay? It's not a popular concept at all. I want to make it popular. And I am a relatively popular content creator, but that doesn't mean that this is because like of what I advocate for, because what I advocate for is like super popular somehow. It's not. I want to make it that way. Anyway, so that's it. That's why it's so funny where people are like, dude, he's a grifter. And it's like 10 years ago when I had no money whatsoever, broke as fuck, and I started working at the Young Turks doing a sales job, right? And started doing content for free because I really wanted to make videos, My commentary on issues was as consistent and as prescient as they are now. That's why I can always go back in time to like a video from 2016, 2014, 2015, 2017. And you will see me repeat the same exact talking points, You know, if I wanted to make money, I would have been a liberal on MSNBC or a right-winger online. That's where the money is. Steven Crowder got a $50 million deal that he called a slave labor contract. A slave labor contract. $50 million he said no to and had the audacity to claim was slave labor. Are you fucking kidding me? There is no comparison on the left because left-wing media has to be grassroots funded. There are no billionaire oil barons who are going to be like, yeah, let's get this fucking, let's get this anti-billionaire guy the bag, please, so we can advocate and try to stop people like us from existing as billionaires. That's it. It's something that I value quite a bit, and I hope that you guys will continue supporting other outlets as well. Majority Report is great. Democracy Now! Is great. I am a contributor and funder of Democracy Now! As well. That's the only, there are very few, and there are plenty of wonderful leftist content creators out there as well. They have their own Patreons. Anyway, I recently watched your PewDiePie video from like 5 years ago, and all I could think of was how I would have completely disagreed with you back then. Thank you for helping us be better. Yep. Mike from PA, Central_Committee, GDF. Becomes a millionaire under capitalism, tells you to embrace socialism. So what political organizations are supporting and financing you? Do you like the fame and fortune? What political organizations are supporting it? I'm the one supporting political organizations and financing them, not vice versa. I'm the one. That's so weird that people say this. I'd also like to point out how insanely lucky D-Man is that this community isn't hostile constantly online losers like his is because this community is way larger. If this community was different, it would end him so quickly. I mean, I also don't want that kind of toxicity. I want you guys to live your best lives. You know what I mean? I don't want you to like be toxic, fucking permanently online, brain broken losers, because that kind of attitude festers and it makes things inaccessible. It makes the content inaccessible. It makes your lives worse overall. That's it. That's why I yell and routinely say things like, be normal and don't tap the glass whenever we're looking at stuff. That is something that I hope others who come in here with maybe even different opinions can maintain. I will always be charitable to you as long as you are also trying to learn and are being charitable and want to change your opinion. I am understanding of people who have toxic ideas. I'm understanding of people who have in the past had held racist opinions, transphobic opinions. I am open about my own personal journey of having transphobic takes and transphobic opinions, you know, something that people try to use against me all the time. So much so that plenty of people will routinely try to say that I'm transphobic or a grifter because of a clip from like a satirical clip from 2013. And it's like, brother, that's wild. But the point I was trying to make is that this is not healthy for the person engaging in it. It's obviously not healthy for the person on the receiving end of it. How do we miss that Ludwig is making an off-brand or worker cooperative? So I did not want to leak this for the longest time. It was also, like I said, one of the reasons why I wanted to reach out to fucking Yanis Varoufakis. My mistake for wanting to reach out to a Greek man, okay, as a Turk. But yeah, it's really cool. What blows my mind is how prolific the clipping is, where you can hear a hater's talking points and know exactly what out of context clip they saw first. Yeah. I believe people have the ability to change. Do you understand? That is a fundamental belief that I have. I believe in rehabilitation. That's why I hold on to so many, even content creators that do like a whole bunch of toxic shit and usually don't give up until the very last possible moment, which many people will say is actually just because I'm clout chasing. But that's not the reason. The reason is because I do think that like trying to positively influence them is the way to go. One of the funniest things people always used to say is like with the leftovers breakup was that I was egging on harassment towards Ethan. And every single day I went live in the beginning, every single day I would spend at least 5 minutes to 30 minutes talking about how Ethan is not your enemy. You should not yell at Ethan. Ethan is a good person. Be more charitable to those who are open and susceptible to your opinions. Every single day. I'm still friends with Ethan, by the way. I still talk to Ethan every day. Every single day. Throughout the stream. And yet, for many people online, because of the way that you can just craft drama, people legitimately think I was like saying like, fuck Ethan, and that I was egging on harassment. Because the truth does not matter. Do you understand? The truth does not matter. Even amongst people that know each other in the real world. Even if there are two people that are, they have relatively sizable communities, it still doesn't matter. Because people can just craft a false narrative and go along with it. And because people are so motivated, one clip chimp that disregards every previous context, their body of work in order to build a narrative is going to go way longer than the actual reality. That's it. It's a very interesting phenomena that we experience online.
Them and we could have a conversation. But when I see people online, they don't feel human, man. It fucking blows my mind that a dude who used to watch me when I had 200 viewers, I went back to the stream, 200 viewers, right? Who used to fucking chill ass dude can now be a guy who's wishing for assassinations. Cause why? The guy you don't like online is millionaire? Said something you don't like? It's the most un-American thing I ever heard in my fucking life. What's more beautiful about being an American than seeing someone you don't fucking like, but they're allowed to say whatever the fuck you don't like? That blows my mind. Now, I do think there's a larger trend going on here where people are just kind of turning on streamers. You know, from the pandemic where streamers grew a lot when a lot of people were struggling, it was perverse. Didn't make sense. Most people were struggling and streamers were thriving. I was thriving.
By the way, this is a verbatim HasanAbi take right here that he's fucking repeating, okay?
Right. And now we're in fucking crazy positions where I talk and I just say my thoughts into a camera for 10 to 12 fucking minutes, and then I stop the recording and I upload it, and that's my fucking job, which is really cushy. fucking really nice. And I think I and every other fucking streamer, all right, Asmin, Hasan, whoever understands the privilege to be in that spot. But I can see why other people look at that and they be like, well, this fucker's dumber than me. He's a piece of shit and he has a way better life. I can't buy a fucking house. I feel like I have no upwards mobility. Inflation's crazy. I can barely afford gas. And then be mad, which I get. I think every streamer, specifically at the top, and that's all I'm talking about, the top 1% of 1% streamers, they get it. They get it. And if you hate me because of that, no worries. But let's just be fucking human about it, right? You don't fucking wish for assassinations. Just be like, hey, man, I think you're a piece of shit because you have a fucking cushy-ass job and I don't feel like you deserved it. I get you. I'm sorry, bro. I'm trying to make the best of it, do right by those around me, fucking run a kick-ass company, do right by my employees, get out, bake bread. That's me. Anyway, that's all I want to talk about. I was going to re-upload, but it pissed me off. I got mad. Mr. Penis Head, why you got to be weird?
If people are critical of your opinions and not your personal life and didn't use death threats, ultimately you'd be okay with it, right? Of course, dude. I see your haters say you're anti any criticism and don't get that there are sane ways and insane ways of being critical. Yes. The way that the internet works, especially on the streamer side of things, because it's the most parasocial in either direction, by the way, both stans and haters alike, is that it's never like actual criticism of a thing I actually believe or have actually said. It's always something that is the exact opposite of what I believe. You know what I mean? People convince themselves that they're actually doing accountability by being like, his father is a multi-billionaire oligarch. That's just not true. Not a single part of that is true, and you're not doing accountability by saying that. Attacks on streamers is the same misdirection conservatives throw at celebrities. They convince poor Americans that people are minorly wealthy and famous are the ones that are exploiting them. They're dodging accountability by deflecting outreach to celebrities. No, I think the other side of it, of course, is that like there are plenty of fucking people that are mad. They're mad all the time because of their own fucking financial circumstances. That's the most valid thing. That's the whole, that's what I mean, you know? And there's still people who are like, hey, yo, bro, I can hook you up with a regular job if you're feeling too drained. Nah, like nothing I said will ever get through this dude's skull. You know what I mean? Nothing. I get why you're mad. I get why you're angry. You are valid to be mad. Okay. My whole job is to try to get you to understand what you should actually be mad at. And maybe one day it will click and you'll understand. The issue you have is not necessarily the way that average worker is going to be mad based on the clip out of context. I think we all get why people would be upset. What you were mad about is how people that use that clip to get their reaction. Yeah. And it's also just false. Like it's not my worldview at all. It's not what I believe at all. It goes against probably at least a compilation of 10 fucking plus hours that you can put together over the course of the past 10 years where I've said how fucking privileged I am to be in the position. It's fine. In the words of the late, great Michael Jamal Brooks, be ruthless to systems, but be kind to people. Okay? You are privileged? Yes, of course I am. Of course. And I try to use that for good to the best of my ability. This is what I mean when people go, nepotism, baby. It's like, yeah, dude, I know. I have talked about that quite a bit. Or whenever people go like, it's just, there's so many different things that people get mad about, and it's most of the time is like shit that I have voluntarily brought up myself that they suspect I'm hiding for some reason when I'm not, and then they just like lie off of it. That's it. Sorry, I only respect rich people who kick me into the dirt and call me a filthy prole. Well, a lot of people don't even do that. A lot of people will specifically turn around and be like, I think minimum wage should not even exist. I think there should be a I think that you should fucking do a free internship. Like people that have that kind of mentality will then turn around and be like, but I'm not anti-labor. That fucking guy is. That Hasan guy. Don't fucking look into his background at all. Don't look into his commentary on the issue at all. Look at this fucking clip. Anyway, I will never understand it, but there are unfortunately a lot of people who are rabid and upset, and hopefully they will one day recognize that it's not some fucking random dickhead Twitch streamer who tries to do his very best about uplifting workers and for good. Does buying a $3 million home in LA, a Porsche Taycan, private planes, and going to brothels count as greater good, Lamau? But you couldn't pay mods or editors enough, right? See, like, this is what I mean. Everything that you just brought up is insane, okay? Like, how do I, is a gish gallop of just, like, falsehoods. How am I supposed to fucking address this? This motherfucker thinks I don't pay my editors or mods. It's just wrong. How do you deal with that? How do you deal with a person who just like genuinely believes that? And you can like try to explain it to them, but they're not going to listen. They don't give a shit. Bro hit the community meme cartwheel. Yeah. That's the funniest part because like people don't understand it. They're like, why does he still have fans? I don't understand. Why can't they see what we see? And it's like, because what you see is fucking wrong. I saw that old edited private jet pic resurface on Twitter, this drama cycle. Yeah, it's awesome. Anyway, now let's get to some good news.
This is CNN breaking news.
Big breaking news at this moment. We are told that Mitch McConnell, the Senate Minority Leader right now, and he has been the leader since 2007 of the Senate Republicans, will announce shortly on the floor of the U.S. Senate that he is going to step down as leader. We expect that he will say he will stay on through this year's election. Again, this is very, very big news. This is according to a source familiar with his plans.
He's dying.
We do
He's
know
dying, boys.
that his office has formally said that he is going to make extended remarks on the Senate floor. You see the Senate floor right now. We are watching and waiting for McConnell to come out. He just turned 82 years old. He is the longest serving leader in the United States Senate historically, and that has been a milestone that he has held on to for now a couple of years, right, Jeff Zeleny? I have my panel here. We're waiting for Manu Raju to get to the camera, and as we wait for him, oh, Manu, you're there? Manu, can you feel the sort of marble shaking as this news is going around the United States Capitol?
No question. This is a humongous moment in Republican politics and really a titan of the...
Wait a minute. Breaking news. According to Los Angeles Times, it is now confirmed that Hunter Schaefer of Euphoria was arrested in the ceasefire demonstration at 30 Rock. Hunter Schaefer fan accounts on top. HasanAbi L. I was a little skeptical of this yesterday. Turns out it is real. That is a crazy fucking turn of events. I swear to God. Big news. Oh boy. Euphoria star Hunter Schaefer was arrested Monday during a ceasefire protest at 30 Rockefeller Plaza during President Joe Biden's visit to Late Night with Seth Meyers. Now, why I thought this was like genuinely shocking or suspicious and probably not real is because this is a hard launch. This was an impromptu protest. People did not know that Joe Biden was going to be at 30 Rock. They found out and very quickly put together a protest at 30 Rock. JVP did, Jewish Voice for Peace. I had no idea that Hunter Schaefer was already tight with Jewish Voice for Peace like that. That she would she would leave Milan Fashion Week, go to fucking New York and attend an impromptu protest like this. What a legend. I feel like it's fair to be skeptical of it. I said I wouldn't believe it unless Hideo Kojima gave a tweet that's the seal of approval. What a queen. What a queen. What do you mean, turn of events? You were the only one here that didn't believe it. I did not want to jump on this story because it sounded too good to be true. Okay? That's how I feel about it. It just sounded too good to be true. Sometimes maybe my skepticism gets the worst of me. My pessimism gets the worst of me. I am not, doesn't cover breaking news when it's a mass shooting, but this is okay. Okay, dude. Yeah. What a queen. What a freaking queen. Euphoria star Hunter Schaefer was arrested Monday during a ceasefire protest at 30 Rockefeller Plaza. Schaefer, who plays Jules in HBO's gritty teen drama, was among the dozens of people taken into custody following the demonstration, which stemmed from Israel's war in Gaza following Hamas' October 7th attack. Jewish Voice for Peace can confirm that Hunter Schaefer attended the Jewish Voice for Peace disruption inside of 30 Rock lobby held while President Biden was in the building for his interview with Seth Meyers on Monday afternoon. A spokesperson for Jewish Voice for Peace, the progressive group that organized the rally, said Wednesday in a statement to the Times. Hunter was arrested at the protest along with 50 other people. The spokesperson said, "We commend her commitment to the Palestinian freedom and to a future of justice for everyone." Hunter Schaefer, please come on the broadcast. You are our official new queen. You are already a queen, but you have now been crowned as the official queen status. Save me, white girl. The 25-year-old actor who recently starred in Hunger Games: The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes was photographed holding large banners inside the plaza lobby during the protest and was also pictured being escorted away by police. The New York Police Department confirmed Wednesday to the Times that a total of 30 individuals were taken into custody They were issued 2 summonses for trespass and disorderly conduct. The spokesperson for the department said they did not provide identifying information for Schaefer. Representative for Schaefer did not immediately respond Wednesday to the Times request for comment. Hundreds of anti-Zionist Jews and allies just took over NBC's famed 30 Rockefeller Center headquarters in New York City to disrupt President Biden's appearance on Late Night Seth. Biden's deadly foreign policy has funded and fueled genocide in Gaza. 50 protesters were arrested by NYPD and Secret Service, Jewish Voice for Peace wrote on Instagram. This actually this makes more sense when these are the things that I learned about her background, but apparently her father is a pastor in North Carolina and a very progressive pastor in North Carolina. So this kind of aligns with this behavior here. It's wild. It's not as viral as it should be. Yeah. So do you know that Donald Trump also hates fish and when he went to Japan, he refused to eat sushi? Just figured you'd want to know some similarities to your goat. Wow. It's likely her publicist is trying to squash this. Yeah. Which is understandable considering what happened to Melissa Barrera, if you guys recall. If you're a young up-and-comer, Hollywood sometimes is not very fond of any kind of anti-Zionist perspectives that you may or may not believe and push for and advocate for. Written excerpt about Trump saying how he hates fish. He also pulled up on Tokyo, said he had to talk to the emperor and got mad when he had to make a request with the emperor 1 year before. I respect that too. She is a bit more famous than her though, which is good. Plus her being trans can make people less likely to ostracize her because libs may be like, oh, we don't want transphobia allegations. I could be crazy though. No, I think liberals will get fucking gross real quick if they're like super pro-Israel about a trans person. Immediately will say stuff like, oh, you think Hamas would let you live? Well, why don't you go to Gaza and say you are a trans woman to Hamas? That type of shit. Anyway, it's not viral for us, but it is for normies. Chatter thinks his scratch a lib and an ally bleeds. That's not how the saying goes. Yeah. You just gave me flashbacks of the awful sketch. Hollywood destroyed Jane Fonda back in the day for being against the Vietnam War and protesting. Yeah. To voice her opposition to the U.S. involvement in the ongoing genociding. Good clip to save from March on getting paid for Fear End.
I hope you get paid well for the awesome work. I do get paid super well. I get a even rev share with all the hosts, so we all split everything 20%, which is incredible, especially because it gives me ownership over the work that I'm doing, which is by design. Obviously, Hasan wants it that way for obvious reasons. And it's like, it motivates me to grow it and build something that I see immediate like returns on too. So I'm like equally invested, more so even actually, because like all the streamers on camera on Fear End, like they all have like their own successful businesses and streams and revenue sources and stuff. And I do work with like Ray, for example, so I have other like revenue sources too, but this is like I said, like literally a life-changing amount of money for me and work. So yeah, it's been sick. I feel very lucky and I fucking love it.
I was holding a gun just off the camera at him to say this. Anyway, that's why you have guns on screen in Fear End to keep March in line. Yep. Always. Yep. Anyway, all right, let's move on. Let's get back to the fun stuff. Mitch McConnell.
United States Senate, someone who has been instrumental in driving the Republican agenda for the past 2 decades, serving longer than any party leader in United States Senate history, about to announce in a matter of moments, this is it. His time is done as Republican leader.
Manu, we're going to hear. Manu, Senator
lost
McConnell
Elaine's younger sister,
They're like,
Angela,
shut the fuck up, Manu.
just a few weeks ago. When you lose a loved one, particularly at a young age, there's a certain introspection that accompanies the grieving process. Perhaps it is God's way of reminding you of your own life's journey to reprioritize the impact of the world that we will all inevitably leave behind.
Do I want Chick-fil-A? No.
I turned 82 last week. The end of my contributions are closer than I'd prefer. My career in the United States Senate began amidst the Reagan Revolution. The truth is, when I got here, I was just happy if anybody remembered my name. President Reagan called me Mitch O'Donnell. Close enough, I thought. My wife Elaine and I got married on President Reagan's birthday, February 6th. It's probably not the most romantic thing to admit, but Reagan meant a lot to both of us. For 31 years, Elaine has been the love of my life, and I'm eternally grateful to have her by my side. I think back to my first days in the Senate with deep appreciation for the time that helped shape my view of the world. I'm unconflicted about the good within our country and the irreplaceable role we play as the leader of the free world. It's why I worked so hard to get the national security package passed earlier this month. Believe me, I know the politics within my party at this particular moment in time.
He is really a turtle. He won't fucking die, dude.
Misunderstanding politics is not one of them. That said, I believe more strongly than ever that America's global leadership is essential to preserving the shining city on a hill that Ronald Reagan discussed. For as long as I'm drawing breath on this earth, I will defend American exceptionalism. So as I've been thinking about when I would deliver some news to the Senate, I always imagined a moment when I had total clarity and peace about the sunset of my work. A moment when I'm certain I have helped preserve the ideals I so strongly believe. That day arrived today. My goals when I was narrowly elected to the Senate back in 1984 were fairly modest. Do a good job for the people of Kentucky and convince them that by doing so they might rehire me for a second term. That was it. That was the plan. If you would have told me 40 years later that I would stand before you as the longest serving Senate leader in American history, frankly, I would have thought you'd lost your mind. I have the honor of representing Kentucky in the Senate longer than anyone else in our state's history. I just never could have imagined that happening.
He is filibustering
when I arrived
death.
here in 1984 at 42. I'm filled.
Do you think he thinks he's a good person? Yes, of course. Everyone thinks they're a good person. I'm sure he thinks he's a good person. I don't think you can keep up the act and live with the people delude themselves into thinking that they're good people when they're doing like pure evil shit all the fucking time. That's how it is. Sorry, I just responded to someone on the Yanis Varoufakis side.
With heartfelt gratitude and humility for the opportunity. But now it's 2024. I'm now 82. As Ecclesiastes tells us, to everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under heaven. To serve Kentucky in the Senate has been the honor of my life. To lead my Republican colleagues has been the highest privilege.
What?
But one of life's most underappreciated talents is to know when it's time to move on to life's next chapter. So I stand before you today, Mr. President, and my colleagues to say this will be my last term as Republican leader of the Senate. I'm not going anywhere anytime soon.
Oh, come on now. I mean, he is. There is no way that this man is not legitimately suffering serious health complications behind the scenes. He would just keep going. There's no fucking time limit, and they love being in power and holding on. He has to be throwing in the towel because he's at death's door.
However, I'll complete my job my colleagues have given me until we select a new leader in November and they take the helm next January.
He has 2 years of the term left, and since Cameron lost the governor's race, he'd be very pleased if he became the next senator. Yeah, they're going to put Daniel Cameron in that position. He's been grooming Daniel Cameron for a decade now.
I'll finish the job the people of Kentucky hired me to do as well, albeit
Yeah, people of Kentucky hired me to make sure that every single one of them that wants to pay for their diabetes medication will die far before they get access to insulin. My job here is done. One of the poorest states in the country, and I work tirelessly to maintain the desolate conditions for all of my constituents as I make a tidy profit on the side.
a different seat, and I'm actually looking forward to that. So it's time for me to think about.
When are liberals going to prop up McConnell as a hero of the old kind of Republican Party? Joe Biden will. Joe Biden will release a statement, if they haven't done so far, to literally say Mitch McConnell has served a phenomenal tenure in Congress. He is a statesman that I genuinely appreciate, and he is a representation of the old guard of the Republican Party that was much more manageable and much easier to deal with. He is a firm. He is a firm. He's a beacon of prosperity. He's a fucking committed leader. That sort of thing.
Another season.
And my friend, he will say he is his friend.
I love the Senate. It's been my life. There may be more distinguished members of this body throughout our history, but I doubt.
Oh my God, is he about to cry? What the fuck?
There were any with any more admiration for the Senate.
Nah, you're bugging. There's no way they'll give him the McCain treatment. Brother, Joe Biden has already called him his friend. Joe Biden has already talked about how he appreciates McConnell and everything he's done. Oh, well, there you go. There you fucking go. Did this just release? Oh my God. No, literally, this just released at 2:38 p.m. Eastern time. Pre-watched, even though it already happened. President Biden said Wednesday that he was sorry to hear Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell stepping down and praised him for his honesty. I'm sorry to hear McConnell step down. I've trusted him and we have a great relationship. We fight like hell, but he has never misrepresented anything. I'm sorry to hear he's stepping down, Biden said, of his former longtime colleague in the Senate. Mitch McConnell is almost singularly responsible for one extra Supreme Court justice that is Republican, by the way. That is a psychotic reactionary, by the way. Almost singularly, almost single-handedly. Mitch McConnell famously, under the Obama administration, when the Senate had a Democratic supermajority, by the way, okay? Mitch McConnell famously said he is going to do everything in his power to ensure that Obama is a one-term president. And he did that. Mitch McConnell was directly a change or a solidification of the party polarization becoming permanent. The Republicans used to be obstructionist every now and then. Mitch McConnell made it so that the Republican Party was always obstructionist, no matter what, unless a Republican is in charge. And even then, still they're obstructionist, but at least they're like down to swiftly pass legislation as long as it's like deregulation of key sectors or I guess like tax cuts for the wealthy. And he did that. They obstructed everything nonstop and never got punished for it by their voters. And that is the reason why the modern Republican Party is infinitely more reactionary and infinitely more obstructionist right now. Contrast this with what Trump said about Nancy when she stepped down. Yeah, didn't he say something like, now Nancy can spend more time with her husband who's gay, with her gay husband, Paul Pelosi. Anyway, they also, as you well know, ran campaigns on how the government doesn't work and they would make sure to defund the government. Exactly. Starving the beast is always easier under a bourgeois capitalist form of government. Okay? When you've lost Thomas Friedman, oh my God, Thomas Friedman has never seen a war he doesn't like until this Israeli genocide campaign. That's kind of crazy. Anyway.
After all this time,
I got to pee real
quick. I still get a thrill walking into the Capitol, and especially on this venerable floor, knowing that we, each of us, have the honor to represent our states and do the important work of our country. But Father Time remains undefeated. I'm no longer the young man sitting in the back, hoping colleagues would remember my name. It's time for the next generation of leadership. As Henry Clay said in this very body in 1850, the Constitution of the United States was not made merely for the generation that then existed, but for posterity. Unlimited, undefined, endless, perpetual posterity. So time rolls on. There'll be a new custodian of this great institution next year. Surprise you know, I intend to turn this job over to a Republican majority leader. I have full confidence in my conference to choose my replacement and lead our country forward. There'll be other times to reminisce. I'm immensely proud of the accomplishments I've played some role in obtaining for the American people. Today is not the day to discuss all of that because, as I said earlier, I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. There are many challenges we must meet to deliver for the American people, and each will have my full effort and attention. Still have enough gas in my tank to thoroughly disappoint my critics, and I intend to do so with all the enthusiasm with which they become accustomed. So to my colleagues, thank you for entrusting
Evil never
me
dies,
with our
boys.
success.
Evil never dies.
It's been an honor to work with each of you. There'll be plenty of time to express my gratitude in greater detail as I sprint towards the finish line. Is now
Evil never
in
dies.
sight. I yield the floor.
Literally. It's wild. He won't just retire and live the rest of his life on the beach. Crazy what being a sociopath does for you. I think at a certain point, they just do it for the love of the game, though. They love having that fucking power. Anyway, fuck Mitch McConnell. Hopefully this means that, I suspect that he's doing this because he has, like, health complications. There's no other reason why he would fucking, like, step down. Especially because he has 2 more years on his, he has 2 more years to go in his current term. So I just think that, why is it only Republicans that tactically retire? I don't even want to get into that. It's just, these fuckers usually die in office? Yes. He is a ride or die for the Republican Party, though. Like, he does genuinely love the Republican Party and the Republican project in general. Obviously, he has been made very wealthy as a consequence of that. But beyond that, like, there are people like Donald Trump who don't give a shit about the prosperity of the Republican Party or the Republican project in general. Mitch McConnell's not one of them. Mitch McConnell definitely is the type of dude who cares about, like, the future of the Republican Party, something I've brought up many times in the past. Yeah, he basically admitted that as such when he said he got married on Ronald Reagan's birthday. Like, it's almost religious. Do you think you'll be 87 years old dying in the streamer chair? If I make it to 87, which is very unlikely, I would say that if I make it to 87, which is unlikely, but if I make it to 87 as a streamer, that means that, like, all of my haters have killed themselves, because there's no way, like, the only thing that prevents me from continuing the stream and makes this like a lifelong thing is the fact that I have so many cyber stalkers that are constantly bickering and doing everything they can to make my life a living hell. You know what I mean? Because I do love what I do. I love it. I love streaming. I love this community. I think it's still important. It's not just about the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. Okay? Which, you can avoid and never see ever again for the rest of your life as long as you subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Oh, what the fuck, Kai? God damn. Way to ruin the moment. Yeah. Wait, will you grow a mullet if I run the New York City Marathon? Hasan, answer now. Probably not. It would take quite a long time for me to grow it. I don't know if I'd be able to. As long as he'll raid Will Nev as he's watching season 321 of Australian Survivor, Will good. More importantly, did you get Hunter Schaefer to agree to come on stream? I would love to have Hunter on stream. It would be phenomenal. I have DM'd her on Instagram. I don't think she'll see it. I don't have the Riz, but who knows? All right, let's move on to Biden and Trump securing wins in the Michigan primaries as some Democrats cast protest votes. That's right. Yesterday was Michigan primaries, and something very interesting happened where a lot of people in Michigan got up to vote uncommitted in the Democratic primary. Now, we are going to be talking about what that means and also what the media coverage of said situation looked like in real time. We watched it last night. Nina Turner, shouts out to Nina, she's phenomenal, was on CNN's panel filled to the brim with AIPAC-sponsored talking heads / reactionary pieces of shit. But she had a couple of really good takes in the sea of noise that were shot down. We're going to be looking at that. But before, let me serve you what's going on a platter real quick. Let's get this out on a table.
Now to the presidential race and the Michigan primary results that could tell us a lot about the upcoming general election. President Biden won yesterday's Democratic contest, but more than 100,000 Democrats voted uncommitted to protest Mr. Biden's support of Israel's war in Gaza. On the Republican side, former President Trump won easily. Nikki Haley got just under 27%. Ed O'Keefe has been talking to voters and joins us now from Detroit with the latest on that. Ed, good morning to you. The voters didn't have to wait long last night to get these results.
No, they didn't, Gail. Good morning. Donald Trump has now defeated Nikki Haley 6 straight times, but she says she isn't going anywhere as the results continue to show a fractured Republican Party. And President Biden's big win here does come with a wake-up call amid a sizable protest vote over the war in Gaza.
And the middle class built the country.
It's a win for President Biden in Michigan's Democratic primary, but the results signal discontent among Democrats over the president's foreign policy. The ballot option, uncommitted, earned more than 100,000 votes.
That is insane, okay? I need people to understand something. What happened yesterday is insane. Why? Because the actually uncommitted people that don't want to vote for Joe Biden and are mad about one thing or another, whether it be his opinion on facilitating genocide or even inflation or any number of different reasons, like because they think he's too old and not dynamic, whatever, right? The real uncommitted people are not going to go out and fucking vote uncommitted. These are the people who got off their asses after their 9 to 5s, went out to the fucking polling stations to tell Joe Biden that they are not going to vote for him unless he changes his direction in funding and facilitating the genocide in Gaza. You have to understand, this is massive. This is massive. 100,000 people. The population of just Arabs and Muslims in Michigan, the voting Muslims and Arabs in Michigan is around 250,000 votes. Joe Biden needs Joe Biden defeated Donald Trump last year by a much smaller number than that. Half the number, as a matter of fact. So the fact that that community and other allies, okay, the fact that they all got together and voted uncommitted to say, you're going to lose Michigan if you don't fucking get your shit in order is massive. And of course, this was a profound success. This was a profound success. Why? Because not only did Biden immediately start doing things that was I would call damage control, like eating ice cream with Seth Meyers while simultaneously saying, yeah, there's going to be a ceasefire by Monday, or leaking the memo that they sent to Israel to cut it out and send detailed information about how they're not actually doing war crimes with the weapons that we're sending them by March, which is a weird thing to admit, okay? Which I talked about yesterday as well. All of this stuff is specifically because he's recognizing that this is no longer an issue he can avoid. You cannot ignore the people who are saying, stop with your madness. I will keep repeating this. When I was a secretary at an architecture firm, Anderson Cooper was a client, and he would often wear an IDF sweatshirt. This was pre-camera phones, pre-social media, but still, his go-to outfit when he came to the office was wearing an IDF hoodie. I have heard from others, they've seen him wearing it much more recently in the gym. I mean, we don't even need the personal details to know, because this video shows it perfectly. This video is basically the proverbial wearing an IDF sweater as Nina Turner on the panel brings up the suffering that the people of Gaza are experiencing. Bakari Sellers and many others on the panel immediately start chirping at her. Immediately. So we already established what happened yesterday and why it's significant. It's significant for two reasons. One, because it's obvious that the Democratic Party it is obvious that the Democratic Party can no longer refuse to listen to the people who are yelling at them about their participation and their cooperation in the ongoing genocide in Gaza. The other reason why it was massively successful is because this uncommitted voter campaign that was whipped together literally last second, by the way. Like, this wasn't a carefully crafted campaign, as far as I understand it, that happened months in advance. We didn't have a multiple month-long runway. The Israeli ethnic cleansing campaign started after October 7. There's a lot of logistics to be able to put together a successful campaign like this. So the fact that they were able to do so in 3 weeks, as far as I understand, is crazy. In less than a month, they were able to get 100,000 people, more than 100,000 people, to go out and vote uncommitted. Thanks to Listen to Michigan's 500,000 calls, 650,000 texts, over 100,000 people made their voices heard. Now it's up to Biden. Ceasefire now. No money for massacres. Free Palestine. Join us to debrief and plan on the 29th of February. Here, I'll retweet this as well. Now, before people say, well, wouldn't voting for Trump be worse for the family members of those who voted uncommitted? That's why they voted uncommitted. They are still participating in the Democratic Party's primaries. Okay? There are a lot more people who are not even interested in voting for Biden at all. These are the people who want to send a message to the Democratic Party to say, look, change course, and we will reconsider. This is democracy in action. This is it. Democracy is about extracting concessions from your elected representatives. This is real democracy in action, no matter how much liberals try to fucking claim it is. Not. If you voted uncommitted in Michigan instead of voting for Biden, you're a Trump supporting terrorist. Oh boy, big news. Calling a bunch of people who are Muslim terrorists, but in a woke way. Oh boy. Uncommitted didn't do well by any reasonable benchmark. In Michigan, not sure why people are trying to spin this into a story. If anything, little bullish for Biden insofar as it suggests that the protest vote over Gaza might not be all that large. Nate Bronze, back to being a fucking dipshit. 100,000 people so far went out of their way to go and vote against Joseph Robinette Biden in the motherfucking Democratic primary in a key state like Michigan. That is massive. You are delusional. That is absolutely enough to lose Michigan in the general election, looking at the trajectory. That's crazy, okay? This guy is supposed to be a numbers guy. That's crazy. Anyway, not only that, but also Biden's victory over Donald Trump was by a margin of 150,000 votes, give or take. 100,000 in the Democratic primary saying no is massively important because the number of people who refuse to vote for Biden will be far greater. And by that, I mean the people that were likely going to vote for him and are just not doing so. This does not mean that those people are going to go and vote for Donald Trump, mind you, because the people that are probably going to go and vote for Donald Trump are already doing so in the primaries or aren't voting uncommitted in the Democratic primary. Okay? You have to understand. This is massive. And no matter how much dumbass liberals try to spin this, it is obvious to me that the Democratic Party is listening. They're seeing it. The media is covering it. That's huge. This position, just like Nina Turner correctly pointed out on that CNN panel, was unimaginable 4 months ago. This position was considered something that would get you branded as an anti-Semite not that long ago. Just remember that. It's huge. Here's BBC's Sarah Smith, North American editor in Michigan. Uncommitted protest vote in Michigan primary is a warning for Biden that he cannot ignore. LibCope, they're bringing up the 2020 primary. Michigan results. In 2020, Joe Biden got 52.9%. In 2024, Joe Biden got 80%. Yeah, what a silly way to look at the situation. In 2020, Joe Biden was not the incumbent. He was running against a full stack. Even at that point, he was running against other people in the Democratic primary. He wasn't running unopposed. There were other candidates. I think Austin is trying to get in and having a hard time getting in and is now knocking on the door and annoying me. Hold on. I don't know why. Biden is unopposed. Biden is the incumbent. It is ridiculous to make this comparison. Wait, are we assuming that the uncommitted vote is over Gaza, or are we assuming that it's maybe due to one of his other faults, being old, etc.? No, we are not assuming that the uncommitted vote is because of Gaza. We know the uncommitted vote is because of Gaza because there is an uncommitted voter campaign that was launched specifically about that issue. I'm sure that there are other people out there who voted uncommitted, maybe, but the percentage of the voters that voted uncommitted, especially in comparison to prior uncommitted votes, is massive. The fact that Biden only got 80% as the virtually unopposed incumbent speaks volumes. He should be getting 95%. Yes, these are the people that want to vote for the Democratic Party. Make no mistake. People that don't want to vote for Joe Biden are not going to vote uncommitted in the Democratic fucking primary. They're just not going to vote in the primary at all. Most people don't vote in the primaries. Most voters don't go out and vote. These are the party loyalists that go out and vote. Anyone that tries to sway you away from this and tries to minimize this impact is fucking delusional and engaging in cope. And they will turn around and they will blame these people instead of blaming the campaign for absolutely destroying their own chances in the re-election. By one, propping up Joe Biden, and two, by having Joe Biden continue going along with the ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza. That's it. East Dearborn results. Biden won Assad numbers here in 2020, by the way. 84% of East Dearborn voted uncommitted. They're reduced to saying votes don't matter, lol, pure cope. East Dearborn is trash. This is the first time in my life and probably ever that Democrats have made this kind of argument during a primary. How is voting uncommitted saving democracy? Right? It's the opposite. It threatens democracy. Biden only won Michigan by around 150K votes in 2020. The Democrats should be in full panic mode. They are. No matter what the Twitter dipshits, the Twitter liberals who play the role of DNC wonks for free, by the way, literally for free. No matter what they say, this is massive. You can cope all day, every day. You need to change course instantly. You need to do everything you can to claw back those voters. That guy, oh boy, big news guy, is an influencer for the DNC, by the way. If this is the rhetoric coming out of the Gen Z influencers for the DNC, then they're so cooked. They're going to continue negatively polarizing more people, more younger voters that Biden desperately needs in every other state, not just Michigan, in every other state as well. Democrats trying to get your votes versus Democrats when you tell them you voted uncommitted. Why are you surprised? They're just repeating what they hear from the boomer Dems. Zoomer DNC shills are just teachers' pet types. Oh, 100%. It's insane, dude. Calling like fucking a predominantly Muslim, predominantly Arab population of voters that still ended up voting in the Democratic primary, mind you. Terrorists, that's your goal. That's your job here. Here are the states you can still vote uncommitted in, by the way. Just, important to remember and recognize. Idaho, Montana, Michigan, American Samoa, Colorado, Iowa, Massachusetts, Minnesota, North Carolina, Tennessee, Hawaii, District of Columbia, New Jersey, Democrats abroad, Washington, Kansas, Missouri, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Wisconsin, Alaska, Wyoming, Maryland, Kentucky, New Mexico, U.S. Virgin Islands. Another Gen Z DNC plant being called out. Yeah. Regardless of the fact that this is flat out wrong, this is the exact rhetoric Democrats need to avoid if we want to win in November. Yep. This is the other DNC guy who is literally a DNC influencer who loves the Democratic Party, and even he recognizes this is fucking insane. Oh boy, big news. That's the other guy, Chris Mowry. Remember? We looked at them when Sean was here. Sorry if this has been answered 1,000 times, but what's the point of voting uncommitted? Oh my God. There was a vote uncommitted campaign launched 3 weeks ago by people who wanted to deliver a ceasefire in Gaza and wanted the Democratic Party to stop funding and facilitating and aiding and abetting Israel's genocidal campaign in Gaza. So they immediately did a mass text and mass call campaign and got people to go out to vote in the Democratic primaries, specifically as a show of force to show Biden that he is going to lose this very important state, the state of Michigan, if he continues along with Israel's genocidal campaign. All this hand-wringing over rhetoric, if Biden just changed policy to what is popular with his base, wonder why he isn't responding to the voters. It's almost as if the Democrats don't give a shit about their voters. Exactly. Guys, something that people need to understand is that it's not even just like all of these Democrats that are voting uncommitted are also trying to urge Biden to do something that's unpopular. They want Biden to go along with 89% of the Democratic Party's voters. 89% of the Democratic Party's current voters believe that there should be a ceasefire in Gaza implemented immediately. 56% of Republicans believe that there should be a ceasefire in Gaza immediately. 56% of Republicans. 69% of independents believe that there must be a ceasefire in Gaza immediately. 69% of independents, 80+% of Democrats, and 56% of Republicans. It is fucking insane that the Democratic Party hasn't already flown in to bitch slap Netanyahu in the fucking face directly in a town hall in front of the world to see with this level of enthusiasm and support for this position. It's fucking insane. You have to be like a die-hard, blinded by bloodlust ultra-Zionist to be able to maintain this position. It's fucking crazy. Ted Lieu, Biden did better in the Michigan primary against his opponents than Trump did in the Michigan primary against his opponents. Biden overperformed, Trump underperformed. That's what the numbers show. These people are delusional, and they are trying to serve a fucking narrative that is not tenable. This is not manageable, and they're going to act like they're fucking shocked. Biden won Michigan. Biden won Michigan in Biden won Michigan in 2020 by 150,000 votes. 100,000 plus voters voted uncommitted in the Democratic primary. Wait, let me get the actual percentage, the percentage of Democrats. U.S. voter population. 77% of Democratic voters say it wasn't 80%. It was 77%. Where did I see 80 plus percent? 69% of 77%. It's the new Data for Progress poll. 69% of independents, 69% want a ceasefire. 56% of Republicans want a ceasefire. Biden urging Biden to do and the Democratic. Use arrow instead. Looks like he's doing alternative facts at this point. Yeah, they're just like, they're literally fucking no different than Blue Anon at this point. They're all behaving like MAGA people. This is massive. And once again, we are right. And once again, they will try to ignore it. But except they're not actually ignoring it. Biden won Michigan in 20 by 150K. 100K plus voters voted uncommitted in the Dem primary. 77% of Dems want a ceasefire in Gaza. 69% of independents want a ceasefire. 56% of GOP wants a ceasefire. This campaign is urging Biden to do the right thing and the Democratic thing. Democrats are trying to create a false dichotomy for Democratic voters where they have to choose between fascism at home versus fascism in Palestine. If you aren't trying to break the false dichotomy, you're being played. Here's K-Hive responding to your take.
The vote total difference from the 2020 presidential election.
I'm losing my mind. Are they that dumb? Do they think that like 100,000 people voting uncommitted in the primaries does not reflect really poorly on the general election outcomes? These people are hallucinating. They have fucking brainworms. They don't realize, they do not fucking realize what the Democratic Party personally realizes, okay? It doesn't matter what their output is right now. It does not matter what their output is. Their output might look like they're trying to avoid talking about it, but that doesn't change the reality that they're desperate right now. I'm telling you, they're fucking panicking. Dan Pfeiffer, he's saying it's more complicated than either Biden is like, most of the analysis of the Michigan primary results are either Biden is screwed or C, Biden is fine. I know this is shocking, but it's actually more complicated. I hope the Biden admin changes his approach to Gaza for reasons that go far beyond one primary or politics. There's a moral imperative to use every lever available to protect lives. Here's my take on the Michigan results because I think people are misreading them. One, the results in Michigan show that there is more support and enthusiasm for Biden in the Democratic base than is portrayed in the media. There is also less antipathy towards the president than the coverage suggests. What? No, it doesn't. What the fuck? What? How are they seeing these numbers and arriving at this conclusion? He's running unopposed as the incumbent. All the historical parallels are imperfect, but getting 100,000 votes for uncommitted is very impressive, and it's only a few points better than the 11% uncommitted voters registered against Obama in 2012 with no organized effort. It's clear that there's a backlash against Biden's approach to Gaza in Michigan's crucial Arab American populace. Obama, the comparison to Barack Obama uncommitted campaign is not an apt one, okay? It is not a good one. Not a good one at all. It is clear that there's backlash against Biden's approach to Gaza in Michigan's crucial Arab American populace. Uncommitted beat Biden in Hamtramck, Michigan, the nation's only majority Muslim city, by nearly 30 percentage points. Biden only won Michigan by 150,000 votes in 2020. There is no path to 270 electoral votes without Michigan, okay? That's it. That part is the most important part. There is no path to 270 electoral votes without Michigan. And there is no path to winning Michigan without changing course on motherfucking the current ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza. That's it. Is this really what they're banking on? We're in big trouble. We're in bigger trouble than I thought. Aside from hopes of a breakthrough, read on below for more on how difficult that might be. Presidential aides continue to believe that today's uncommitted voters will be November's Biden voters once they have a stark choice in front of them. We also know that nearly all the folks voting uncommitted do not support the extremism, the xenophobia, and the incompetence of Donald Trump, the campaign insider said. They want a president who listens and delivers. That's Joe Biden. We will earn their votes between now and November. Oh my fucking God. The second one sounds a lot better. Media, if you're going to report about the uncommitted vote in Michigan, report that 16% uncommitted is historically normal. Report that Trump underperformed again. Report that attempts to stop Biden failed. Report that Biden continues to overperform. Stop carrying water for MAGA. These people are fucking delusional, and they are the reason why the Democrats lose all the fucking time. Their campaigning strategy is basically shutting off, closing their eyes, closing their ears, and going, la, 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 I can't hear you. Things will be very different come November. This is fucking crazy. These people are participating in the democratic process to protest within the confines of the Democratic Party's democratic process. Okay? They're doing it because they are warning the Democratic Party that they are going to lose. I'm losing my fucking mind. It is so delusional. If you care about the Democratic Party winning the election, you have to pay attention to this. Oh my fucking God. Oh. Anyway, let's watch what CNN had to. Let's watch the CNN clip.
They are in fact suffering, and I am young enough to remember, colleagues, when Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib and also Congresswoman Cori Bush called for a ceasefire very early on. They were called abhorrent. Now, fast forward to all of these bodies laying in the wake and people who are living through this every single day.
By the way, there's also been slaughter in Israel.
I was going to say,
bitch, fuck you, you stupid motherfucker. Fuck you, you fucking bloodthirsty, stupid oligarch motherfucker. Fuck you, piece of shit. Oh, there's October 7. Brother, there has been like 100 October 7s since October 7. What the fuck are you talking about? Over the course of the past 5 fucking months, she's not even talking about October 7. This is not a good enough counter. It doesn't work. I'm sorry. It doesn't fucking work. You cannot keep going. Remember October 7. Remember October 7 over and over again as Israel is literally doing ethnic cleansing. You are overestimating the effects of this protest. Other states are not Michigan. You are wrong because it doesn't fucking matter. The way the Electoral College works, you have to win Michigan. She's being cute.
So there's a lot of pain on both sides.
No,
so
I'm not.
Really a lecture on the problem, but I'm talking about the politics of this tonight. What to you would be a victory? As somebody was calling for this uncommitted vote, what to you would be a victory?
Like October 7. Remember October 7? It's like, bitch, this ain't about October 7. The fuck do you mean? It's about October 8. Okay, it's about what has happened since October 7 and the ethnic cleansing campaign. And in some ways, it's about October 6 because Bakari Sellers is about to say something here that is really, really frustrating to someone like myself.
Tonight, to get that message across.
I'm not denying that pain. All I'm saying that at a certain point after October the 7th, it becomes clear. I mean, you have a right-wing prime minister.
Right. We don't need to debate the issue.
But you understand what I'm saying? I'm not denying anybody's pain. What I am saying is that this president and our country has the power to say to Netanyahu, we need a permanent ceasefire. The only time one more point. The only time hostages were released is when we had that brief ceasefire. That is another reason why we need
Bakari Sellers steps in and says, well, there was a ceasefire on October 6th. Now, the correct way to fucking shove that disgusting sentiment down his throat is to say, yeah, that's really interesting that you're saying that because 2023 was the most deadly year for Palestinian children in the fucking West Bank. So yeah, October 6th was a ceasefire and Israel was still a fucking apartheid state on October 6th. Suck my fucking dick. These people are fucking delusional. They're delusional. And the more Israel keeps genociding, and the more Israel openly states that they are doing this genocide, and the more they champion the genocide, the more people wake up to that fucking reality. That's it. That's the worst aspect of Israel's genocide for the ultra-Zionists that want to fucking defend it. Wait, I don't get it anymore. Was it 20K votes for uncommitted or 100K? It's 100,000 votes for uncommitted. This is early on in the night when they're doing their takes. 100,000 plus. And by the way, it's not just fucking Arab Americans in Michigan that are voting uncommitted. There are plenty of college students from all different backgrounds that also are voting uncommitted. There are definitely other people out there that are also just as passionate about America's hands being bloody in this genocide. People saying this on October 8th were delusional. Now it's criminal by association. No, they are delusional. They are complicit. Yeah, 2023 was the deadliest year for Palestinian children. That is a fact. If you look at the actual article date and when it was released, you will notice that it was on October 6th. This is fucking ridiculous. Read this. It's not just Arab Americans in Michigan that showed up to this vote. The results showed that there was not a single district that had less than 5,000 uncommitted votes. This includes the first congressional district that is primarily northern rural Michigan, including the whole of the Upper Peninsula. It's predominantly Arabs, which is why people are saying it's Arabs. But they are not realizing, or they're discounting, the massive amount of young voters who are already not enthusiastic to vote for Joe Biden even before October 7, that are definitely not going to vote for Joe Biden now. That is a constituency that Biden needs to win in this upcoming election. Let's hear what Bakari Sellers had to say.
Doing is raising their voices and saying this is an issue that matters to us tonight. This is an issue that matters to us tomorrow. And the White House needs to listen. And I think the White House is listening to that message. But, you know, this is, if he's able to reel off these successes, then tonight actually will be a success for all. And you'll have a different outcome come November, because I'll pass it to Nina or whomever can help me understand this. But I don't think for many voters who are voting uncommitted that they're going to vote uncommitted and then say Donald Trump is my choice. I think this is more complicated than that.
Yeah, I do agree with you, Bakari. I mean, no one that I interface with said that they wanted to vote for Donald J. Trump. There is a however here. And I think sometimes as we talk about this issue, we're centering President Biden. We are centering former President Donald J. Trump, when the uncommitted effort is to center the people closest to the pain. And that is the Arab American community. That is the Palestinian community. That is communities that care about peace. And so while this president was in the ice cream shop saying, I think there's going to be a ceasefire, 30,000 people have been slaughtered. People are living in famine. They can't get medical care. So it can't come soon enough for them. And that was really the weight that I picked up on when I was in Dearborn. So we get to be comfortable and talk about this like these people are.
Bro, you can't, dude, 100,000 people like going out of their fucking day, like after their 9 to 5s, going out to the fucking polls to say, I'm voting as a fuck you to Joe Biden, the current incumbent president, in an unopposed primary is insane. Okay? I'm sorry. No matter what people fucking say about this issue, it is a massive number of people, and that number is going to be much larger. Okay? It is a grave threat to the re-election chances of the Democratic Party. A grave threat. And it is done perfectly within the confines of the Democratic Party's electoral process. Anyone that fucking says this is just nothing and we should just cast this aside and we shouldn't talk about this and it's meaningless or undemocratic is unironically defending the principle of not having a democratic process. Shut up and fucking vote for whoever we tell you to is not democracy. It is a clear-cut definition of not having a democratic process. It is mind-boggling to me. We here in the Western world love and fancy ourselves as like high and mighty, liberal, capitalist defenders of democracy. We don't have that kind of stuff. You know, look at Syria, look at Russia, look at Turkey, look at China. That's what we always say. And then when push comes to shove, both parties have bipartisan support for the continued ethnic cleansing campaign from the elected representatives, mind you, not the actual fucking democratic process, not the actual people on the fucking ground that are going out and voting. There is overwhelming support for a ceasefire in Gaza, overwhelming amongst the American voter population. How can you sit there and say that this voting uncommitted in a fucking Democratic primary, mind you, when there's a Republican primary also happening, is silly or wrong or bad or insignificant? All of these counters are completely ridiculous. They are trying to bury it so they can fucking act shocked when November comes around and Biden loses the election, only to turn around and say, see, it was those fucking Arab terrorists who didn't vote for Biden. It's the fucking Bernie bros. It's the Arab terrorists. How dare they not vote for our God King? Why should they? What the fuck is this? Democracy means you extract concessions from your elected representatives. Democracy doesn't mean that the politicians are entitled to our votes. It is the exact opposite. And yet, after 2016, the Democrats did not learn from the lessons of 2016. What good is this structure, and how different is this than a fucking monarchy if we're not going to sit there and kiss the ring? If the expectation from the Democratic Party is to just genuflect, kiss the fucking ring, you have no other option. We can do whatever the fuck we want. We can push for a reactionary, white nativist, border wall building form of legislation that directly says immigration is a matter of national security, a right-wing position, and you have to vote for us when we push for that. You have to vote for us when we're killing your family members in Gaza. You have to vote for us while we are funding and facilitating a genocide. What's the difference then between a democracy and just a king? It makes no sense. This is not how democracy works. All liberals know is eat hot chip and cry while the other side is worse. Everyone understands the other side is worse. Everyone understands that Trump would be far worse. You cannot rely on that to continue being the worst you possibly could be. That's not how this works. We have completely lost sight of why people go out and vote. You're supposed to enthusiastically vote, not defensively posture in your voting. You're supposed to go out and enthusiastically vote. Republicans enthusiastically vote. That's the difference. They go out and they vote because they're like, well, these guys are going to take our guns away and make our kids trans. Okay? They work hard to maintain this facade that the Democratic Party is out there transing your children. They work hard to maintain this facade that the Democratic Party is going to come take your guns away. They care about winning, and their positions are deeply unpopular. When they actually enact their agenda that is cruel, you see the consequences. The abortion protections are a great example of this. It is the age-old adage that Republicans fear their base, but Democrats hate their base. That's it. And the reason for that is because they are both serving the same masters. They both care about the actual constituents, their corporate benefactors. That's it. And Republicans can be outwardly cruel and outwardly malicious because that's the expectation. Democrats, on the other hand, used to at least lie to their base. Like, oh, we care about this stuff. Yeah, we do want health care, but we simply can't get it. Nowadays, they're not even doing that on a lot of key issues that they ran on 4 fucking years ago. 4 years ago, we voted for Joe Biden because he was going to take a stand against Donald Trump's immigration policies. He was going to restore normalcy. It was going to be a return to business as usual. Nothing will fundamentally change, Biden said. But things have fundamentally changed. They've shifted more rightward. It is crazy to me that the very same campaign 4 years ago that ran against Trump's border wall is currently making an argument every single fucking day to pass a legislation that, one, treats immigration as though it is a matter of national security when it's supposed to be economic policy, because it is, and two, is funding Trump's border wall. 4 years, that's all it took. What will the next 4 years under a second Biden term show us? What more positions will they capitulate to the Republicans on? Will they be the ones pushing for murdering trans children bills? Will they be the ones who restrict abortion access? Is that where we're going to go? All it takes is, I guess a little bit of a media shitstorm that they have no counter to for them to go, yeah, you know what? This is our position now. Why is this supposed to be economic policy? Every human being is just no different as far as like a laborer in the eyes of the business owner. The two-tiered immigration structure that we have in this country of undocumented migrants coming into the country is how we keep a pool of second-tier workers that we can marginalize further, that have no legal recourse, that have no labor protections, even though our current documented labor force also doesn't have any real labor protections at all. Jeopardizing democracy must be how it works. So why are you deliberately, inadvertently voting for Trump by voting uncommitted? You are deluded. Suck my dick. Jeopardizing democracy. That is democracy. Voting uncommitted to say, hey, with our vote, we're showing you that if you don't fucking fix this, you are going to lose, is democracy. You just don't want anyone to do democracy. You just want everyone to shut the fuck up and vote for Joe Biden because you have deluded yourself into thinking that the Democratic Party is actually helping you. You have nothing. You have nothing. Politics is pure team sports for you. Suck my dick, Islamist, communist piece of shit. Go the fuck back to Turkey. I will stay here, chatter. The mind-melted, blue anon, liberal voter. Suck my dick, Islamist, communist piece of shit. Go to fuck back to Turkey. Really? Really, dude? That's your counter? Liberals going fucking Hitlerian at like the first sight of inconvenience, dude. Why would HasanAbi learn a fucking thing in 2016 or 2020? Of course you want to accelerate the death of America by sacrificing democracy to fucking Trump of all people. First and foremost, I've done significantly more in terms of getting people to go out and vote than you ever have fucking dreamed of, whether it be for Hillary Clinton or for fucking Joe Biden. So shut the fuck up, okay? Solution, not counter. Stop sabotaging our country. I'm an American citizen, jackass, you racist fucking piece of shit. I'm more of an American than you, as a matter of fact. I fucking came here. I left my family behind. I left my friends behind. I came to this fucking country. You just crawled out of your mother's pussy to be here. To think that you, and I had a very fortunate way, a very fortunate process of being an American, okay? Many people don't have that opportunity, those immigrants that you think are lesser than, you dumb fuck. I love that this is no different than Trump. You are Trump. How do you not see that? You are Trump. This is Trumpian politics, dumb fuck. You just think that you've deluded yourself into thinking that if you vote for the Democratic Party, you are not a fascist. That is fascism, to be like, hey, this Turkish American guy is an Islamist communist piece of shit. Go the fuck back to Turkey, for saying Joe Biden should not continue doing genocide in Gaza if he wants to win this fucking election. You have to interrogate your beliefs. Why do you vote for the Democratic Party over the Republican Party? What is the reason why you want to vote for the Democratic Party over the Republican Party? What are the reasons? Okay, there are reasons. But if the Democratic Party does not demonstrate that there are direct differences between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, then of course people are not going to go out and fucking vote. I used to yell at dumb fucking racist Republicans like this. What a shame. What a shame that the fucking Hitler particles are now coming from the liberals in the Democratic Party. Shame on you, piece of shit. I came here to do white genocide by fucking your mom, okay? And having brown babies, if you consider me that. If you consider me an Islamist piece of shit, okay? That's what I'm doing. Is that the next position for the Democratic Party, that white genocide is real? Is that what's going to happen now? The great replacement is happening, and the Democrats will put a stop to it. Jesus Christ, dude. Holy moly. Thank you, Padge490, for the 25 gifted subs. Thank you, 34MKD, for the 50 gifted subs. Many of you will no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Holy fuck, he got yeeted off the website immediately. How do you not even feel a sense of shame when you repeat the exact same talking points that the fucking Trump Republicans repeat? A type, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. The past 5 months have really revealed how so many liberals would have happily voted for Trump's policies if his personality was slightly less odious, or if he was a Democrat, if he was just like, you know, same policies, but just a D next to it. And they're like, yeah, we're fine.
Or widgets when they are in fact suffering. And I am young enough to remember, colleagues, when Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib and also Congresswoman Cori Bush called for a ceasefire very early on. They were called abhorrent. Now, fast forward to all of these bodies laying in the wake and people who are living through this every single day.
So by the way, there's also been slaughter in Israel.
I was going to say.
So there's a lot of pain on both sides.
No,
so
I'm not.
We don't really need a lecture on the problem, the politics of this tonight.
Enough.
What to you would be a victory, as somebody was calling for this uncommitted vote, what to you would be a victory?
That is kind of a weird point to make. The way you worded that, you're insinuating that Trump wouldn't also be committing genocide in Gaza, hyper-focusing on branding, stopping the genocide, so that more people would vote for him is ingenuous when Trump would be doing the exact same genocide, if not worse. What are you talking about? We are voting for the Democratic Party because we think that we can change the Democratic Party's perspective, right? As Democratic Party voters, it is perfectly valid to fucking do that. It is perfectly valid to demand that from your fucking elected representatives. The notion that people have to operate with defensive voter posture is literally ludicrous. It's silly. It doesn't work that way. It has never worked that way. What can I say that will fucking shove this information through your dense skulls, chatters? Biden's immigration policy is a perfect representation of this. Well, the Republicans will be worse. That's why you have to vote for the Democrats to do the fucking same exact immigration policy that the Republicans posted 4 fucking years ago that you voted for the Democratic Party to literally destroy and defend against. What good is voting then? It's nothing. You're just voting for the Democrats so they can implement Republican policies 4 years later? Is that why you're voting for the Democratic Party? So you can have a 4-year barrier in between? That's crazy. What is additionally disgusting to me is that you come in here and you defend the DNC's backwards thinking as a voter, as a person who is not even like directly funded by the Democratic Party. You are doing propaganda for the Democratic Party's incompetence. Nothing you say will change their behavior. Oh, this way of thinking is why there is such a process called the ratchet effect. This is why our politics in general consistently fucking shift rightward. It blows my mind. Is your community giving you pushback on this? I really respect this view because a lot of people personally have invested into this notion that the Democrats can get away with anything they fucking want because the other side is worse. And yes, the other side is worse, but that should not allow the Democratic Party to continue shifting this country rightward. I thought the reason why you wanted to fucking vote for the Democrats is because you can make Joe Biden listen. You can pressure Joe Biden, but you can't pressure Donald Trump. Okay. So when you actually try to pressure Joe Biden, everyone's like, don't do that. Don't fucking do that. That's crazy. So you don't want pressuring Joe Biden. You just want everyone to shut the fuck up and vote for Joe Biden. That's what you fucking want. This is peasant brain. You're doing the same fucking serf mindset right now. You think you're being alpha dog defending the Democratic Party, but you're doing serf mindset. My lordship deserves my vote. He will get it just like my grain. After all, my lordship took away more of my grain this year, but it was maybe less than what the other lord would have taken. I'm quite happy. Lily the Chaos God, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. So who's going to be president is undecided. I'm going to fucking die if this is the level of intelligence you're bringing to the fucking table. It doesn't work that way. No one is saying that the uncommitted votes are going to win. That's not how this works at all. What are you talking about? You have to be purposely obtuse, I think. There's no way you're this stupid. See? These are your new allies, liberals. Why would you be against a wall on the border? Why would you let anyone come to your country? People that before working for a long time don't pay any taxes, first of all. That's wrong. Every part of this is wrong. And therefore don't contribute to the rest of society Americans built until now. First of all, America is comprised of only immigrants and immigrants only with the exception of obviously Native Americans. So that's number one. Number two, immigrants actually pay more into taxes than they actually fucking take out because our social safety nets are non-existent to begin with, and they're certainly not available for undocumented migrants. They pay into Social Security and they pay sales taxes. So shut the fuck up. You're wrong on that. They also built this country and keep this country going. There would be no agricultural industry if it wasn't for fucking undocumented migrants. The argument that I make always is that undocumented migrants as a labor pool, as long as you keep them undocumented, are only serving our capital owners, okay? If they were documented, then labor would not have to, the documented labor force would not have to constantly fucking get leveraged against an undocumented labor pool that is going to work for less wages. There is no lump labor in this country. If it wasn't for a two-tiered underclass structure that we have designed to humiliate and hyper exploit undocumented workers, everyone would be able to get a bigger percentage of the profits that they generate. I'm not American, so I'm asking to actually get informed. Okay, well, I hope you are informed now. The only difference between documented labor and undocumented labor is that undocumented labor stays undocumented specifically so they have no legal recourse. It is three-tiered. Well, two-tiered still. I'm just going to explain something here, by the way. If you're like confused as to why so many people that come in here in a community that's like really supposedly tapped in to what is going on in the world of American politics, is this delusional in the way that they operate? Is this how you buy a mansion in LA? Yes, this is how I buy a mansion in LA, because I'm in the pocket of big fucking Republicans, big Trump Republicans. That's why. This is how I bought my mansion. You have deluded yourself into thinking that you cannot demand anything from the Democratic Party by saying, well, the other side is worse. The other side is worse. Yes, the other side is worse. No one is fucking disputing that. Of course, the other side is worse. The other side being worse is how the Democratic Party gets away with adopting further and further and further right-wing positions that they ran against only 4 years prior. This is not a democracy, okay? And the one instance when there is like an actual democratic process to show some kind of criticism, to demonstrate some kind of criticism for continuing ethnic cleansing, by the way. It's not even like, you know, it's not even like tort reform or some shit. We're talking about fucking ethnic cleansing happening. So the one instance where there is a democratic way to apply pressure to the Democratic Party, everyone immediately gives the game away that you don't want democracy at all. You don't want democracy at all. You just want people to shut the fuck up and vote for Team Blue over Team Red because Team Blue is going to be marginally better than Team Red. Meanwhile, Team Red gets to dictate how far right we go every fucking time they get into power. And even when they're not in power. So instead of fucking coming in here to defend the Democratic Party's malicious incompetence, smile and dial. Apply pressure to your Democratic legislators to apply pressure to Joe Biden. Recognize that you have to win those fucking votes. It is not, that's how it works. You can't also say, oh man, we're voting for Joe Biden because it's defending democracy while simultaneously turning around and fucking shitting on the democratic process. When are you going to realize that Obama curtailing to right-wingers when he had a supermajority was the death nail for progress in this Democratic Party? I know that. I agree with that. I don't know why you're repeating that as though I don't believe that. That's not going to stop me from fucking advocating, though, because that's the only mechanism that we have at our hands. Illegal immigration has always been a net negative to worker rights. If you're pro-illegal immigration, then you would hire an illegal immigrant yourself. Wouldn't that even be more immoral since they don't have workers' rights? Brother, what are you saying? I thought you were a Democrat. Look at this. You got Democrats in the fucking chat being like, yeah, we gotta stop this illegal immigration shit. Brother, you can stop illegal immigration in two different ways. One is not stopping it at all and just simply fucking throwing a bunch of migrants in prison and criminalizing being an immigrant, okay, increasingly becoming more fascist. Or the other is legalizing the illegal immigrants. What the fuck are you talking about? My advocacy on this matter is very clear. I'm pro-immigration, just legal immigration. Shut the fuck up. No, you're not. Who's outside? Where are you going? Are you leaving? Oh, okay. Can you let Kai out real quick to pee outside in the back? What? In the back. If you're pro-immigration and legal immigration, then you should be understanding my position here, which is that immigration in the way that it works benefits capital owners, and the undocumented migrant population is not going anywhere, okay? And it's only going to continue growing, so document them. Allow them a pathway to citizenship, which is a very popular position, by the way, even amongst Trump supporters, for the record. Do you understand? That is my advocacy. Yes, but I'm against giving the wealthy more wealthy by hiring illegals for immoral low wages. Oh my God, dude, you're too dense to understand what is going on. First of all, you said illegals. Like, no human being is illegal, okay? What a fucking branding that is. They just not have the fucking same paperwork that you were fortunate enough to get as you were born a citizen, I suspect. Immigration into this country is an economic designation. The only reason why there is a difference between any number of different people that come in here with documents versus people that come here undocumented is because of the lack of availability of the documentation process to them. And that is by design. We have created this structure so that people can come in, okay, and they're undocumented and they can't advocate for better wages, and they're serving the purpose of depressing wages for all workers across the board for our capital owners. If we really truly were the fascist nation that, like, the Republicans LARP as they are, right? Like, they would do the Oregonian thing. They would actually punish those who hire undocumented migrants. But everyone fucking knows that that would never happen. There would be a purging. Thank you, Austin. There would be a purging of all the migrants in this country that do not have... What? Oh, she did? Oh, hell yeah. Thank you. It's fine. They're trying to, but it's hard. No, they're not. No, they're not. You are dumb if you think they're trying to. The entire basis of, like, having undocumented labor hinges on the fact that it is much cheaper to call ICE on your fucking labor pool only to go back to the same hiring practices next week because it's just a slap on the wrist for the capital owners. You are feeding into this lie deliberately. People want cheap treats. That's it. And these people are kept undocumented on purpose. pro-labor liberals advocate for deporting the lowest paid workers instead of advocating for unionization, and yes, bringing them into the legal structure so they can also demand higher wages, which would then create a process where wages would increase regardless.
Tonight to get that message across.
I'm not denying that pain. All I'm saying that at a certain point after October the 7th, it becomes clear. I mean, you have a right-wing prime minister.
Right. We don't need to debate the issue.
But you understand what I'm saying? I'm not denying anybody's pain. What I am saying is that this president and our country has the power to say to Netanyahu, we need a permanent ceasefire. The only time
Within
hostages...
reason, though, if I can push back here,
Wait, one more point. The only time hostages were released is when we had that brief ceasefire.
Anyway, for the record, this is why a lot of people don't understand, going back to the immigration conversation, this is why a lot of people refuse to recognize that, like, white supremacy hurts white people too. There's yet another indication. It creates a wonderful narrative that immigration is not a matter of, like, the economy, but actually a national security phenomena. It's just like we have to deal with it as though it's as though that, like, immigrants are coming in to do, like, crimes, okay? Another interesting point is that 22K, 3% voted for Marianne Williamson despite her suspending her campaign. She was the only Democrat running openly calling for a ceasefire. I'm not saying all 22K voted for her are protest votes, but it also further proves your point that is the voters telling Biden to stop the shit considering she got that many votes. Edgar Mentum says, let's get real here. This wasn't some huge high turnout election where a bunch of disengaged voters made a protest vote. The people voting in this are the Democratic base. They are the ones showing up in a special election going 100%. To do a protest vote at this scale among them is massive. These people are so loyal to the Democratic Party that it might be ruining the usefulness of special elections for predicting anything. Anything less than outright domination among them is a huge issue for Biden, especially given his immense weaknesses everywhere else. And I'm not saying this just to spin things or whatever. It was for this exact reason that I thought the results would be muted. This should be an extremely Dem favorable electorate. Yes, these guys are the Democratic Party's base. It's the Democratic Party's base screaming at the Democratic Party. What? You dipshit Hasan grew up with a rich family. I know it hurts you to know that. What the f? Yes. Also, SCOTUS delayed the DC case. Now a conviction can only come by October at the earliest. Biden is probably going to have to win this election by himself. Wait, so you don't want any border enforcement at all? I never said any of those things, man. Border enforcement, open borders does not mean that anyone and everyone can just, like, cross the border. Okay, there are still going to be people that cross the border no matter what. Open borders or free travel, unrestricted travel still implies there are levels of restriction, as in there's still a documentation process. I'm talking about a pathway to citizenship for the 13 million plus undocumented immigrants that live here right now and have for decades. And I'm talking about greatly loosening the impossible immigration standards for certain countries. That, unfortunately, would not benefit capital owners, however. There's always been that pathway. Yes, dude, I know. Listen, I love dumb motherfuckers whose fathers work in New York City, living in a fucking Connecticut McMansion, talking about how there's always been a pathway for a person from Guatemala or Mexico to actually fucking legally migrate into the United States of America. You have no fucking clue what you speak of. In some instances, it takes 13 fucking years. Many of the people that are apprehended at the border and the catch and release policy, like they're fucking animals, is actually legal asylum seekers, by the way, with legal asylum seeking claims. This pathway does not exist. It only exists in your delusions. I'm also willing to bet, yell at me harder, daddy. Yeah, I'm also willing to fucking bet that if I go back in time, if you were in here for long enough, okay, if you were in here long enough, seems like you don't really talk about shit too much. You've only been in here since 2019. You've been in here since 2019, you barely talk. But I'm willing to fucking bet that you at some point unironically made this exact same argument for pro-immigration against Bernie Bros, saying, Trump, if he wins, well, if Trump wins, that is going to be horrible for the immigrants. Now that Biden is horrible for the immigrants, you're like, well, actually, it's good that he's horrible for the immigrants. You have no morality guiding your politics. You have no interest in actual politics. You just want to debate for the sake of debating, and you just want to basically argue for the sake of arguing and feel like the Democratic Party won, so you won as a consequence of that. It's just pure team sports. You're a morally lucky immigrant. Oh God, I can smell you, dude. Let's elect Trump because our candidates aren't ideal. This will surely lead to the society you envision. No, dude, this is a fucking Destiny fan. Again, showcasing that he has no interest in like actual politics whatsoever, just simply in it for the sake of blood sport, okay? Oh my God. And immediately other friends jump in to go, yeah, this seems way harder than a job. It's not, okay? It's not. I'm waiting 10 years legally to be a citizen. The pathway is demoralizing at best, whether you come with or without documentation. Yup. Why is this Nazist still on Twitch? Yeah, I'm the Nazi. Yeah, the morally lucky argument is hilarious. Yes, because and I've said this before, it basically cedes that I am morally correct. Like, I'd rather, I guess, be morally lucky than morally unlucky. You didn't even arrive at an actual position. Take care, a migrant will take your streamer gerb. I'm not even a fucking immigrant, dumbass. I was born here, by the way. I am lucky for that. No matter how much you cry, if you want me to be deported, you're going to have to vote for Donald Trump, I guess. Or wait like 4 or 5 years so that Joe Biden will also be talking about how like people born on U.S. soil, if their parents are not American citizens, maybe they are not American citizens either. 4 years down the line, maybe that'll be the Democratic Party position. That's what the trajectory it seems like we're heading down. So it's so wild to me that you got fucking liberals saying stuff like illegals and parroting right-wing talking points. And all it took was for the Democratic Party to basically take on the position of advocating for white nativist immigration policy. Morally lucky. This is an old hater. Remember that guy didn't even use the term correctly? I know. It doesn't matter. For me, I understand what politics is about. I understand what democracy is actually about. This is democracy in action. If you're getting angry at this, you're angry at democracy and no different than Donald Trump supporters. That's it. That's it. You are a Democratic Party voter that is just as angry at the undocumented migrants as the Republican psychos are. And only because the Democratic Party chose to go against what they've run against last time around. That's how malleable you are. You have demonstrated you have no morality. Unless your morality is simply about winning debates online in your mind, which you're not even winning. Oh, anyway. But yeah, that's where we're at with the liberal cope. Uncommitted is the new Bernie or bust. So Biden wins with over 80% of the vote. Trump gets 65%. But Biden struggles against an imaginary choice while Trump cruises against an actual opponent, getting nearly 40% of the Republican vote. This is what is called a narrative. Yeah. What is this? Keep leaking information to the mainstream press about how Biden fucks really hard. I'm sure that'll really change his electoral chances. Where the fuck was it? Hold on. Where's the tweet that I was looking at? Not this one. Oh, so President Biden won the much anticipated Michigan primary by wide margins against no one. That's the story. Once again, the Democratic base has proven that we are united behind the president. It's interesting that you want other options, yet there were other candidates on the ballot other than Biden that you could have supported, but instead you voted uncommitted, just like you're uncommitted to offering any real plan to get a ceasefire or two-state solution. Yeah, Biden, on the other hand, is committed. Oh, how much of this cope is just thinly veiled Islamophobia and support for Israel's genocide? I think they simply do not care. I don't think they care one way or another. If Biden turned around and said, Israel's doing a genocide and we have to put a stop to it, they literally would tomorrow be like, yeah, Biden is right. See, he's so brave and so bold. A lot of them view politics as team sport. Okay. This is something that I brought up yesterday. Remember, these are the people who are really invested in politics. And if you are really invested in politics in America, you can either be one of two things: a person who understands how politics and democracy is supposed to operate with extracting concessions out of your elected representatives by demonstrating power. Your vote is the powerful tool to do so, theoretically under a democratic process. Okay, that's me. Or you're just simply in it for the team sport of it all, that you just want the Democrats to win over the Republican Party, and you try to craft morality narratives to make it seem like your position is actually the moral one. When the Democratic Party demonstrates once again that they are adopting Republican positions that they were against 4 years ago, and the people that immediately adopt those positions alongside the Democratic Party demonstrate that they're only in it for team sports. It shows that it doesn't matter. No amount of right-wing shifting from the Democratic Party will cause them to think twice about voting for the Democratic Party. When people say harm reduction, they don't mean we want to vote for the Democrats so that they will be the ones who do the harm. It means we vote for the Democratic Party so they don't do the harm. They mitigate it. They scale it back marginally, slowly but surely. It's crazy. Essentially, an enormous part of the reason that online leftist spaces suck so much is that they are filled with people who believe it is more important to do nothing wrong than it is to do something right. I saw a discussion about how Aaron Bushnell deserves no praise because he's still an imperialist at age 25. He should have known better. I don't think it's healthy for any left-wing movement to have absolutely no grace for people who gain consciousness later than we may like. Yeah, I mean, this is 100% true. People are fucking disgusting. What have you done? You've done nothing. Why do we act like a Republican-controlled government will do the right thing? No one is acting like that. No one. No one is acting like the Republican Party is going to be better. It is ridiculous.
I voted uncommitted because our president is not hearing our voices when we say that we want a ceasefire.
At a watch party in Dearborn last night, uncommitted voters celebrated the results. Michigan has one of the highest concentrations of Arab Americans in the country, and many use their vote.
Bro, I am a progressive and support immigration, but this country's getting too fooled. There's not enough food and housing and job for all. We have to limit immigration and take care of our people here first. I'm a progressive, but us Dems suck when it comes to immigration. There's just not enough resources for everyone. Bro, you are just a Republican who thinks they're progressive if this is legitimately your argument. This is the Republican argument. How is this any different than the Republicans that we watched yesterday that were like, why don't we take care of our vets first? They're homeless in the streets. It's also incorrect. We do have enough food and housing and jobs for all because there is no finite amount of jobs. When more people come in, there is need for more jobs. You know, more people come in, more housing is a necessity, and then all of a sudden, more jobs are available to build that housing. More teachers are needed. More people to process the immigrants that are coming in are needed. More translators are needed. And we certainly do not have too little food for everyone here. You are talking about a nation that dumps a shit ton of food because our agricultural production, which is entirely kept alive by subsidies, recognize that if we were to, massively make food available by production, they wouldn't be able to turn profit. And the food that you're talking about is also produced by hyper-exploited, oftentimes undocumented migrant workers. As a leftist, the majority of American population want to enforce the borders harder. Dude, I don't care, man. I don't care. This is ridiculous. Americans are dumb as fuck. If we didn't exist in the structure that we existed under, and there was actual interest in changing the course on our election process, or not our election process, or on our messaging on immigration, you would see a lot more support for things like that. Guys, Ronald Reagan gave amnesty to millions of migrants. What the fuck are we talking about? Like, what does this take? It's all a matter of what kind of outside pressure exists. If you are shocked by the anti-immigrant, it's about optics. Optics can suck my left nut, dumb fuck. What do you mean it's about optics? Look at fucking Israel. The majority of the voters, including the majority of Republicans, want a ceasefire in Gaza. The Democrats seemingly don't care about the optics of that at all. What the fuck are you talking about? The optics dictates that we are the ones who fucking chain migrants? Like, what the fuck? As a leftist, the majority of the American population want to enforce borders harder, and Biden being soft on the border might be the reason that Trump wins, which would be a net loss for the overall leftist movement. You're wrong. Stop trying to leftistly defend restrictive immigration policies. I think people are just saying they're a leftist in an effort to get a rise out of me. Or this many fucking delusional Destiny fans have unironically listened to everything that he said and think that he is actually a progressive or a leftist. I suspect that might be the case as well for many. This is why I started talking about Destiny a little bit more. because of the genuine harm that he does to actual progressive movements in this fucking country by masquerading as a progressive that is no different than the way Tim Pool considers himself a liberal or even a centrist. It's ridiculous, dude. So many of these motherfuckers are like adopting Ben Shapiro's talking points from like 4 years ago and saying they're a progressive, slapping that they're a progressive in front of the conversation and being like, what do you mean I'm a progressive? That's why I think that we have to enforce strong border control. But of course, there is a lot more to it than just some random fucking dude who debates his ex-wife, okay? And that is what the Democratic Party does. Because when the Democratic Party decides that they are going to be right-wing on immigration, then all of a sudden, the liberal mainstream media also takes a more reactionary approach and normalizes said right-wing policies on the border. And then the negative consequences of that are people who think they're progressive, who think they're principled progressives, who think they're liberals, advocating for the same shit that Republicans were advocating for 4 years ago.
My name is David Gross. Do you think the children of illegal aliens should be allowed to attend Texas public schools free, or do you think that their parents should pay for their education?
Who are you addressing that to?
I think you're first in this.
He was looking right at you. I said he was. Look, I'd like to see something done about the illegal alien problem that would be so sensitive and so understanding about labor needs and human needs that problem wouldn't come up. But today, if those people are here, I would reluctantly say I think they would get whatever it is that they're, what the society is giving to their neighbors. But the problem has to be solved. The problem has to be solved because as we have kind of made illegal some kinds of labor that I'd like to see legal, we're doing two things. We're creating a whole society of really honorable, decent, family-loving people that are in violation of the law, and secondly, we're exacerbating relations with Mexico. The answer to your question is much more fundamental than whether they attend Houston schools, it seems to me. I don't want to see if they're living here, I don't want to see a whole thing of 6- and 8-year-old kids being made, one totally uneducated and made to feel that they're living with outside the law. Let's address ourselves to the fundamentals. These are good people, strong people. Part of my family is a Mexican.
Can I add to that? I think the time has come that the United States and our neighbors, particularly our neighbor to the south, should have a better understanding and a better relationship than we've ever had. And I think that we haven't been sensitive enough to our size and our power. They have a problem of 40 to 50% unemployment. Now, this cannot continue without the possibility arising with regard to that other country that we talked about, of Cuba and what it is stirring up, of the possibility of trouble below the border, and we could have a very hostile and strange neighbor on our border. Rather than making them or talking about putting up a fence, why don't we work out some recognition of our mutual problems, make it possible for them to come here legally with a work permit, and then while they're working and earning here, they pay taxes here. And when they want to go back...
By the way, I just want to point out that this is what happens with the Ratchet effect. That the average liberal has a more right-wing position than Ronald fucking Reagan and George H.W. Bush. Okay? That's it. That's the problem. And many are too dense to recognize that.
They can go back and they can cross and open the border both ways by understanding their problems. This is the only safety valve right now they have with that unemployment that probably keeps the lid from blowing off down there. And I think we could have a fine relationship, and it would solve the problem you mentioned also.
They sound like nice people here despite being some of the most despicable politicians in recent history. I know. People come in here and say they're progressive or liberals and then assume a stance that is infinitely far right. More far right than two of the worst Republican leaders, dude. Oh. And then Americans don't understand what I mean when I say we are genuinely shifting down the fascism pipeline at a rapid clip, at a rapid pace. Just say you hate Republicans. Wait, what? I do. What do you mean? Yes, I despise all politicians, but I especially despise Republican politicians. Yes, 100%. What do you mean? It's so funny because they'll be like, well, at least we got gay marriage. Like, yeah, true. Wait till the Republicans take that away. And the Democrats are like, well, we can't do anything about that, you know? Because remember, Roe v. Wade, things that you consider that you take for granted, you might no longer have. Part of that is because we pledge fealty to the Democratic Party as the Democratic Party participates in the right-wing shift. Yeah.
The U.S. Supreme Court has weighed in on one of the cases about former President Donald Trump. So let's go straight to CNN's Paula Reed. Paula, what is the news from the U.S. Supreme Court? What did they decide on the immunity case?
Hasan, I'm a progressive. I just think that we should build a 9,000-foot-high barbed wire top wall between the U.S. and Mexico armed with lasers. And we need to do immigrant processing detention facilities for overflow, that is. Man, it kind of sucks that you just throw liberal and progressive around like insults when people's rhetoric on issues don't perfectly align. Sometimes it's hard to express their stance. It doesn't mean they align with the worst Republicans. Sometimes they just want to understand. Brother, I'm sorry, but if someone goes, I'm a liberal, but I'm also further right than Ronald Reagan is on immigration, then that word is nothing. It's meaningless. My point is, you are not actually a progressive. I also don't use progressive as a fucking pejorative anyway. Roe v. Wade was a mistake. It was never mentioned in the Constitution. If people want abortion rights, a vote to legalize will work. Anyway.
This is a massive development, Jake. The Supreme Court has agreed to take up the issue of whether former President Trump has immunity from the federal election subversion case that he is facing. Now, a unanimous appeals court several weeks ago issued a scathing opinion, a unanimous opinion saying that he did not have immunity that would shield him from the federal election subversion case brought by special counsel Jack Smith. So he asked the Supreme Court to pause that lower court decision with the possibility that they would take up this issue. And now we have learned that the Supreme Court will take up this issue. This means that they will hear arguments. Now, it was just a few weeks ago, of course, that the Supreme Court took up another appeal from former President Trump, that one having to do with whether he could appear on state ballots, whether states had the authority to remove him from their ballots. Now, that argument, Jake, of course, you remember, it went pretty well for former President Trump. He is expected to prevail. But on this question of whether former President Trump has immunity that would shield him from the January 6th case brought by the special counsel, many legal experts and even sources I've spoken with in and around former President Trump's legal team do not expect that he would prevail on the merits of this. But now the Supreme Court has agreed to take up this case. Now, the immediate impact, before we even know what they decide, is that this will likely further delay that trial. And we know that.
Dude, my favorite is so many people are doing 16-hour shifts on Twitter. Or not on Twitter, on Twitch, like this guy. Okay. I feel like we've gotten thousands of people who go through their 16-hour shift only to come in here and blow off a little bit of steam. You know what I mean? Just finished a 16-hour shift, but it could be worse. So lucky I don't have to be a streamer. Yeah. Thanks, man. Another oil rig worker coming home after a 16-hour shift. You are the voice of the oil workers? Yeah. I want to know what shift he took on for 16 hours. I would love to hear more about your background. Let's just not have a president for the next 4 years, see what happens. Bro yearns for the mines. He's like, dude, I think this is definitely, isn't it kind of shitty of you to pull chatters up like that? No, it's not. Stop feeding the troll, senpai. I do like hearing from the guy who hypothetically did a 16-hour shift only to log on to twitch.tv/HasanAbi to come in and be like, all right, you fucking asshole, you fucking piece of shit. You think your job is harder than mine? A thing that I never said, you know? Now they're DMing people in the chat. That's nice. It just doesn't take the soul out of you like streaming does, though. 16 hours of deep sea welding. Yeah. You're rewarding them with attention so they keep doing it. I mean, dude, I love that I am able to. I wanted to show my support for my fellow blue collar workers. Solidarity, brother. Oh, dude, if you would love to show your support, explain to us what you do. We would love to be enlightened by a real blue collar worker, because obviously the 24,000 people that are in here right now, they're not actual real blue collar workers. Because they watch me, but you watch me to hate on me, which is different, which means you are blue collar. Would love to hear more about your workplace and maybe even give you tips and tricks on how to unionize so that your 16-hour shifts are either shortened or you have a better compensation and benefits package, things of that nature. You know, things that I actually advocate for. Would you like to enlighten us? There you go. You even got gifted a sub. It's funny because like all of these guys, they're all of the guys that all the guys that come in here, they say they've been working at an oil rig for like 16 hours or whatever. And yet I have like actual fucking card carrying union rank and filers in here, whether it be IBEV, UAW, Teamsters, and they're the ones who are actually watching. So I'm always shocked. Thanks for asking. Every morning I wake up at 4 a.m. after going to bed at 3 a.m. and eat a bowl of nails, then shower in motor oil. Oh, okay, got it. Oh, so you're a NEET. Oh, I was just memeing, by the way. Went from 16-hour wage slave to NEET like that, dude. One question and you buckled. Yeah, we already knew you were a fucking NEET, dumbass. Dudes on a steady diet of Hot Pockets and Dino Nuggies coming in here to be like, dude, I worked for 16 hours at the labor factory. And not that you're a NEET who is desperate for attention and validation.
The Trump strategy has been to try to delay both federal cases until after the 2024 election, because if Trump is reelected, he could likely make both of those go away. So this is a very significant development, somewhat unexpected, that the Supreme Court has decided to take up Trump's immunity appeal.
All right, fascinating stuff, Paula Reed. Thank you so much. CNN senior Supreme Court analyst Joan Biskupik joins us now. Joan, explain the significance of the move, because I think I've heard some court watchers say they thought that it was possible that the court was just going to defer to the appeals court.
Union workers aren't blue collar. You're only blue collar if you're a 0-hour independent contractor. No, the funny thing is, like, in the fantasies of Americans, they think, like, for example, if you work at Starbucks, you're not a real labor. You're not a real part of the working class. If you're a fucking graduate student, you're not a part of the real working class. And those guys are dumb as fuck, the people that say shit like that, okay? They're stupid. They don't understand what fucking labor is. They're just, and the way that you can, here, I'll give you an example of this. The Red Scare podcast, okay, created by two of the dumbest motherfuckers you ever met, right? One thing that they always LARPed about was how they understand what the real white working class actually looks like, not recognizing that the American working class is, of course, unimaginably diverse because America is diverse, right? It's pure fantasy. Nothing tells me that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about as it pertains to labor when you think that the only real workers are actually the white guys at the coal mine, okay? There's 50,000 of them. There are hundreds of thousands of delivery drivers, baristas, people that work in the service sector. You are just creating an aesthetic of what you think is the fucking real working class in this country. Nurses, teachers, that's the working class. And that working class is not united on being fucking racist or whatever the fuck people think. They're delusional. I'm working on getting Hunter Schaefer on the broadcast, by the way. I found 1 degree of separation fairly quickly.
Court ruling that Trump is not immune, but that's not.
Why are you making shit up about Red Scare? I'm making shit up about Red Scare? The fuck? We got a fucking Red Scare loyalist in the year of our fucking holy Lord. Jesus, Lord, mercy. Right at the top of the fucking hour, too. Jesus Christ, dude. How can you call streaming a job, by the way? Tell you what does the work, Hasan? What? I don't even know what you're saying. Okay, what did they say that? I had no idea. I don't listen. Why are you defending the Red Scare podcast if you don't even fucking listen? 34 MKD50. Thank you for allowing 50 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. I really used to enjoy the streaming content, but more clips that surface showing who you really are is sick. Following since 12 minutes ago. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. It's sickening. Imagine crying so hard, reacting to a video that Ludwig removes you from YouTube. Living in a glass mansion in Pebbles, keeping you awake at night. Must be more draining than anything. We shouldn't ban this one. We'll keep this one as a pet. I like this one. He's done 13 hours in the coal mines.
Not what they're doing. They're going to weigh in. Explain.
Absolutely not, Jake. And I think the reason some people were suspecting that, some people thought that in the beginning, but I always thought there would be a 50-50 chance. But as the days wore on, we thought, why haven't they, if they're going to hear it, why don't they tell us they want to hear it and begin the process? And as they delayed for these last 2 weeks, it seemed like, well, maybe they're going to summarily affirm what the D.C. Circuit had done, a very sound opinion rejecting the immunity claim, or maybe they were going to deny it, and that some of the justices were writing dissents from that denial. But what they've done is actually not too surprising. It's just the timing of it that's surprising. I thought that these justices might think that they need to have the last word on a question of such consequence of the power of, in this case, a former president rather than a president. But what they've done now, Jake, just to cut through everything that's procedural here, is they have effectively ensured that we will not have a verdict on President Trump's election subversion allegations before summer, because they're not even going to hear this case until the week of April 22nd. And this is a complicated issue. It will probably take them a couple weeks to get the opinion out. I mean, at best, likely it would come, by the end of June when they typically recess for the session. But then we're already in summer. We're right
Chat,
upon
I already
the
ran the ad
Republican,
break. Stop fucking
convention
baiting.
time. And I just do not see now any kind of chance of a trial as had originally been scheduled for first week in March, Jake. What I think could have happened, just to try to explain this timing, is possibly there had been an effort behind the scenes to try to do something that would have left in place the D.C. Circuit opinion, and to see if the Chief Justice John Roberts might have tried to get some sort of majority around that. But the fact that they delayed even this order that basically just says we're going to take it up, that they delayed it for 2 weeks, suggests that they certainly did not embrace the urgency that Special Counsel Jack Smith tried to impose upon them way back in December, when Jack Smith went to the Supreme Court and said, Justices, please take up this case now so that we can get a clear answer. This is yours to answer. And then, once the Supreme Court said, no, we're not coming in, and the D.C. Circuit ruled, that was another several weeks. So former President Trump's effort to run the clock has a partner in the Supreme Court at this point, even though, Jake, probably in the end, the justices will agree with the D.C. Circuit and reject former President Donald Trump's claim of absolute immunity. But what good will that do for any kind of trial before we're really into the heat of this next presidential election?
So just to recap, Joan, the U.S. Supreme Court is not going to just defer to the appeals court. They are going to hear the argument about whether or not Donald Trump has immunity, can say that what he did as president is he's immune from prosecution because he was president at the time. Do we have any sort of timeline? So the court's going to take up the case. When are there going to be arguments?
Right. So they've set a time schedule for briefs to come in, written filings from the two sides, from Special Counsel Jack Smith, who is representing the United States government here, trying to bring this case against Donald Trump for what happened at the end of the 2020 election cycle before the 2024 election cycle. So there'll be filings from Jack Smith. There'll be filings from former President Donald Trump. I'm sure we'll have a cast of amicus briefs coming in trying to argue on both sides. And then the week of April 22nd, which is toward the end of their current...
No, Project 2025 is not DNC fear-mongering shit. It is real.
Oral argument sitting for this annual session. They will actually hold our oral arguments. All of our viewers will be able to hear those oral arguments when they're held. But I'm telling you, Jake, it's going to take several weeks after that to get a ruling, just because the nature of this case, now that they've decided themselves to take it up.
Okay, so the April 22nd is the week of oral arguments, and
Correct.
until then there will be all sorts of arguments. They submit, amicus brief, et cetera. When do you think there will be any sort of decision potentially from the U.S. Supreme Court after April 22nd?
If I were betting, just within minutes of having received this order, I would say the last week in June. I'd say the last week in June. I mean, it could come sooner. It could come sooner only because, it would be great if it did come sooner because so many folks on both sides would like an answer to this. But the fact that they have delayed even taking up the case from the moment when they could have. They were asked to take it up back in December. They were asked to take it up with some sort of urgency even earlier this month, and they didn't. They waited a couple weeks to even say they were going to come in. And so, as I say, I don't think they feel the sense of urgency that the Department of Justice and Jack Smith have articulated here. So I'm thinking end of June only, Jake, because that's when their session typically ends for this, when most of their cases are resolved by the end of June. But then, look where we are, end of June. And let's just go back to the trial judge who had wanted to actually hold a trial. She would have to engage in, jury selection and then get that started. And, that process takes several weeks. And we're right into the thick of the presidential election. So who knows what will happen at that point. But I think the bottom line here is that the justice's action today really ensures that we will not have a verdict on whether former President Donald Trump is guilty or even adjudged not guilty of the election subversion claims that, and there are 4 counts of election subversion. There's conspiracy and obstruction, everything that kind of culminated with the January 6th attack at the U.S. Capitol. We will not have an answer to that anytime soon. That's what this ensures, Jake.
And just to reiterate, so 9 justices are going to hear this.
Did you just say, does Hasan support Israel or Palestine? He's been awfully quiet on the subject matter. What is going on, dude? That's gotta be a joke. Okay, what the fuck? Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, thank you, Chatter. You made me laugh.
There are
Joe, if there was a time in Michigan to send a message to Biden, this was it.
Enough voters who understand the difference between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. But also, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have a record to run on. The Uncommitted campaign is part of the process, right? Like, one of the reasons we wanted to be an early state was to give people the opportunity to have their voices heard early in this process, and that's what they've done. And you see this president's listening. Yesterday he started talking about a ceasefire. He's listening. When we participate like this in the primary, it doesn't mean that they're not going to be voting for Joe Biden in November. We're going to roll this momentum into a victory in November for the president.
And that is the chair of the Michigan Democratic Party speaking with NBC News before yesterday's results came in for the state's primary. They're expressing confidence Democrats will turn out for Joe Biden in November, despite a sizable protest vote last night. As expected, President Biden did win the state of Michigan easily last night, but with more than 100,000 people casting ballots for Uncommitted, mostly in protest over his handling of the Israel-Hamas war. On the Republican side, Donald Trump racked up another big victory over Nikki Haley, but with some big warning signs for him there as well. Good morning. Welcome to Morning Joe. It is Wednesday, February 28th.
Thank God, guys. Biden's doctor says there are no new concerns with the president's health, and he remains fit to serve. He got a clean bill of health. They also said his dick is working perfectly. Oh boy, big news. Biden found not old. Biden declared not old by his doctor. Dude, it is pretty funny. Okay, we obviously talked about the tragic and not so funny part about like the Democratic Party turning into the MAGA Republicans, right? Whether it be Biden's legislative agenda resembling the Republican agenda that he ran against. But these are the funnier moments where it's like the same liberals who were like, we know Trump is orange man is fat and gonna die soon are also doing the same shit where they're like, no, Biden is actually not decrepit and old. Of course the doctor's not gonna say that, but I'm sure the liberals will run with this to be like, see, clean bill of health. We're basically one step removed from liberals doing like sexy Biden cutouts in the way that they did for Donald Trump. The same as sports doctors who pump players full of drugs and are like, put them on the field. No new concerns. Same old concerns still exist. Well, they also did not do, they didn't do a full mental acuity test as far as I understand. So, I don't know why it's like stuck in my brain. Cat, elephant, man, airplane. Man, woman, camera, TV. The left is fighting, the right is celebrating.
What's up, America? Hey, how about that Donald Trump victory in Michigan last night, huh? 70% of the vote. He got 70% to Nikki Haley's 30%, or just under 30%. I don't know what it is. Maybe Nikki Haley needs to drop out of the presidential race since she hasn't.
Dude, this is literally the same fucking takes, but from the Democratic Party for Biden. This is awesome.
Picked up a single state and nobody seems to want her. That's what I.
Why does he have Christmas ornaments? Wait, what the fuck? Wait. Oh my God. It's fucking February, man. What the fuck is going on? It's the last day of February. It's basically March. If it wasn't a fucking leap year, what are you doing?
What I would be doing after seeing 0 victories in all the states so far is I'd probably be dropping out of the race so that I could give it to somebody else that might actually beat Joe Biden later on. Unfortunately, I don't think Nikki Haley's into that. What I think she's into is dragging this out and kicking the can down the road as far as it can possibly go. That's more than unfortunate for her because that's going to be a lot of money spent campaigning on a losing fucking ticket no matter what happens. So whether you like him or whether you dislike him totally, I have a feeling that Donald Trump's not going anywhere. Hell, I have a feeling even if he's convicted and in a jail cell, we're still going to have a choice between Joe Biden and Donald Trump one way or another. So better get on the train because there's not many other choices.
Bro has had a turkey on the window still. This is a Republican, Philip DeFranco. Yeah. Having Christmas decor past MLK Day is the first sign of mental illness. Bro, it's kind of sad. At first I was going to make fun of him, but I think it's just sad. Oh, speaking of which, by the way, Thomas Friedman, who famously has never met a war he doesn't like, especially one that kills brown people, specifically Arabs or Muslims in general, has a different take now on the New York Times. But now we have a toxic combination of thousands of civilian casualties and a Netanyahu peace plan that promises only endless occupation. No matter if the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank transforms itself into a legitimate, effective, broad-based governing body that could take control of both the West Bank and Gaza and be a partner one day for peace. So the whole Israel-Gaza operation is starting to look more and more starting to look to more and more people like a human meat grinder whose only goal is to reduce the population so that Israel can control it more easily. Brother, Thomas Friedman saying this is insane. Okay, this is Mr. Pro-Iraq War Thomas Friedman, a tanky now, sounding an awful lot like an anti-Semitic tanky. Here, if you want to understand Thomas Friedman, I always love repeating this video. Hold on. Where's that video? Does anyone have that video? You know the one I'm talking about. I think it was on 60 Minutes, or not 60 Minutes. It was with Charlie Rose, I think. They are 100% preparing to throw Netanyahu under the bus. Oh yeah. Oh, but they should have done that from day one. Like, let me be clear, okay? The liberal Zionist position inevitably is going to be, oh, Netanyahu is the singular force for evil here with his cabinet, okay? Only to maintain apartheid activities later down the line. The fact that we didn't arrive at the liberal Zionist position earlier is insane to me. Every other administration would have dumped it from the jump. Obviously not the Trump one, but like every other Democratic administration would have absolutely adopted the liberal Zionist position. They would have been like, we don't like the West Bank settlements, and then they wouldn't have really done anything about it. Even the fact that they are kind of conceding on the West Bank settlements right now, the admin is actually saying things about it right now, shows me that they are trying to retriangulate to be to be more liberal on this front. Isn't liberal Zionist an oxymoron? No, it's just like a different type of Zionist who does not like Netanyahu, does not like Ben Gvir, does not like the West Bank settlements because it fuck ups the Israel apartheid project. And they're right, by the way. I have maintained the position that like liberal Zionists, unironically, are infinitely smarter than the fucking ultra Zionists, as they recognize, just like everyone else does in Israel, that like the Israel project as an apartheid state cannot exist without permanent Western support. Okay? It can't. So they recognize that the West Bank settlements and the fucking psychopathic and the psychopathic settlers in the West Bank kind of fucked that up, because the Western world looks at that and goes, oh God, these guys are insane, right? So they're worried to death about that for good reason, for understandable reason. They don't want to actually change the dynamic. They're still very aggro when it comes to dealing with Gaza and the Palestinians in general, but they are very good at understanding the optics of the matter. Anyway, Thomas Friedman sums up the Iraq war. This Thomas Friedman, who I just read from, this excerpt, saying like, it seems like Israel's project is simply, Netanyahu's project is simply a meat grinder for the Palestinians. Let's hear what Thomas Friedman had to say about the Iraq war.
That the war is over. Some difficulty with the peace. Was it worth doing?
Well, I think it was unquestionably worth doing, Charlie. And I think that looking back, I now certainly feel I understand understand more what the war was about. And it's interesting to talk about it here in Silicon Valley.
Isn't it possible that he marginally evolved? What? No. Dude. Marginal evolution and rehabilitation only exists for people whose livelihood does not depend on churning out whatever fucking white supremacist State Department propaganda necessary to get the job done and normalize America's imperialism. Marginal evolution and rehabilitation only exists for the dudes who actually do work at the fucking oil rig and are voting Republican consistently. Those guys can change their minds because they're not being paid to be fucking demons. Thomas Friedman is paid to be a demon. Because you will understand what I mean when, you hear what he has to say about the Iraq War in 2003.
I think looking back at the 1990s, I can identify that there were actually three bubbles of the 1990s. There was the NASDAQ bubble. There was the corporate governance bubble. And lastly, there was what I would call the terrorism bubble. And the first two were based on creative accounting. The last was based on moral creative accounting. The terrorism bubble that basically built up over the 1990s said, flying airplanes into the World Trade Center, that's okay. Wrapping yourself with dynamite and blowing up Israelis in a pizza parlor, that's okay. Because we're weak and they're strong and the weak have a different morality. Having your preachers say that's okay, that's okay. Having your charities raise money for people who do these kinds of things, that's okay. And having your press call people who do these kind of things martyrs, that's okay. And that built up as a bubble, Charlie. And 9/11 to me was the peak of that bubble. And what we learned on 9/11 in a gut way was that that bubble was a fundamental threat to our open society.
Yeah, fascist Michael Parenti is right.
Because there is no wall high enough.
Bizarro Michael Parenti.
No INS agent smart enough, no metal detector efficient enough to protect an open society from people motivated by that bubble. And what we needed to do was go over to that part of the world, I'm afraid, and burst
He's
that
afraid.
bubble.
Dude, he's afraid. We had to do it. We had to do fucking unimaginable cruelty.
We needed to go over there, basically, and take out a very big stick, right in the heart of that world, and burst that bubble. And there was only one way to do it, because part of that bubble said, we've got you. This bubble is actually going to level the balance of power between us and you, because we don't care about it. We're ready to sacrifice, and all you care about are your stock options and your Hummer. And what they needed to see was American boys and girls going house to house, from Basra to Baghdad, and basically saying, which part of this sentence don't you understand? You don't think, we care about our open society? You think this bubble fantasy, we're just going to let it grow? Well, suck on this, okay? That, Charlie, was what this war was about. We could have hit Saudi Arabia. It was part of that bubble. Could have hit Pakistan. We hit Iraq because that's the real truth.
And the mess.
Obama famously said this guy was one of his favorite op-ed opinion writers. Just some old history. It is so impressive to me that he could be considered an expert or intellectual on anything. Brother, this is the reason why he is considered an expert is because he's saying these things. He's putting a relatively liberal facade on Hitlerian politics. Do you understand? Like, that's why we prop him up as an esteemed intellectual. Here, by the way, answering a question about airdrops and if the U.S. is willing to airdrop humanitarian aid to Palestinians in northern Gaza who are being starved by Israel, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says this is why it is important to get a hostage deal.
This has been doing airdropping of food like Jordan and other countries. So why can't the U.S. do the same?
So I don't have anything to share with you about the airdropping. If we're considering that, is that something that we're going to do? Just don't have anything to share about that. But look, this is, again, why it's so important to get to this hostage deal. Why it's so important to get to this temporary cease. We need to get all important humanitarian aid to the innocent people of Palestinian people to make sure that they have what they need, whether it's food, whether it is medical assistance. We understand. And as you just mentioned, $53 million was just announced by USAID to help in that process.
Yeah, this is why we need a hostage deal so that Israel stops starving northern Gaza. That's the Israeli position. Like, she's saying Israel's own personal position.
but we have to get to this hostage deal. We have to.
Fucking awesome, dude. Anyway, I kind of want to watch this fucking weirdo, the conservative Cyberpunk 2077 YouTuber that said the game is not political.
So let's get into this YouTuber called LA Trickster Gaming or La Trickster Gaming. Now, believe me, I so wanted to play this guy's video. Really, really wanted to. The main thing is, I don't want to open myself up to him basically striking my channel because I've used his content without permission, which most YouTubers would never do. But since this guy's having a bit of a meltdown right now, I'm just not going.
The offensive equals real is proven right 100 times since you said it like a year ago. Yes, people on the internet think that a demonstration of sociopathic, toxic behavior is the only way to truly showcase that you are real. You're a real one. You're saying things that people are too afraid to say. And that if you are an advocate, this is the clip he didn't want to play. Okay. If you are an advocate for social justice, for bettering people's working conditions, for healthcare, things like that, you must be lying. You must have some like other grift involved. You must have some financial incentive to say these things because no one believes these things. Come on, I don't believe these things, so you mustn't either. There has to be another motivator for you to say these things.
Favorite video game, but many people see Cyberpunk through a surface level point of view and miss the theme of the game entirely, with coming to their own conclusions based on their own misinterpretations. And the game's theme isn't capitalism bad. At no point in Cyberpunk does anyone ever mention capitalism, outside of Johnny's speech where they clarify that Johnny isn't an anti-capitalist, as well as the side quest Killing in the Name where Johnny calls communists brain-dead gonks. Punk is anti-authority, anti-conformity, and pro-libertarianism, with the cyber prefix just meaning advanced computer technology. Cyberpunk 2077's main theme is that punk isn't punk anymore, with guns making fun of sex work perpetrated by the system, and side quests that make fun of fake punk groups including but not limited to Black Lives Matter, with a side quest dedicated to mocking people destroying privately owned businesses in the name of fighting the system, which only helps the megacorps get megacorpier. Cyberpunk even makes fun of woke punk bands that give up their own ideals for the sake of becoming rich and becoming corporate lapdogs in order to protect their career. This is the theme of Cyberpunk 2077, whether you want it to be or not.
I think people are I think we are increasingly getting dumber and dumber, and maybe the liberals were right when they were like, why are there villains in movies? Why is there a bad guy doing bad things in movies? That makes me feel like the bad guy doing bad things is actually a good guy because they're in the movie. Why are you platforming bad behaviors by putting them in movies? I used to laugh at that notion, but now I realize, well, the audience doesn't receive it at all. There's no way of understanding subtext. But Cyberpunk doesn't even have subtext, really. It's just very openly talking about a dystopian, hyper-capitalist future. Anyway.
Right now, in a number of states, the laws allow a baby to be born from his or her mother's womb in the 9th month. It is wrong. It has to change.
What? He did more. He has a clip where he mentions it like 5 times, but Cavernical talks about it in his video. Yeah, I do find it funny because the dude, so many people's politics are just like being like, I fucking hate this Hasan guy. Like, that's it. It starts, begins, and ends at that. I am the demonstration of all things socialism, and you hate me. I'm the perfect person to fucking yell at. It's like that other guy, Counterpoints or whatever, the wife beater, who was like quote tweeting Aaron Bushnell and some of his final words, and quote tweeting a tweet about his like final words being like, wow, this guy literally is he's like repeating Hasan talking points, thinking that I'm the only fucking person out there who thinks that Israel is doing a genocide in fucking Gaza. You're like, how delusional are you? Oh my God. I debated that guy like 3 years ago and I made so many 40% references. He got heated, didn't know he was an actual wife beater. It's so weird. You're basically demonstrating how fucking shallow your politics are, your understanding of politics are, when all you can think of, where is the fucking tweet? What is his name? Connor or something? I saw it earlier. There were freaks that pulled his Reddit post about Israel doing colonialism and genocide and being pro-Palestinian. They're saying he's pro-terror. They also lied and said that he was like, saying that like Jews need to die or something. They like made up a fucking post, which is disgusting. Yeah. I can't imagine a more embarrassing existence than regurgitating Hasan Piker talking points before setting yourself on fire. Like he thinks that this is Hasan Piker talking points, and it has 7,000 likes. How have I occupied this much? How have I occupied people's brains like this? That they fucking think that like being in support of a free Palestine is just simply regurgitating Hasan Piker talking points. Brother, there is a fucking literal genocide going on. People can arrive at their own conclusions by seeing what the fuck is happening. It is actually insane and a perfect demonstration that you have no understanding of the world. You have no understanding of politics at all. And the only thing you see is like, oh, Hasan bad. Like you see someone be like, Israel is doing a genocide in Gaza. And you go, well, this is regurgitating Hasan's talking points. Like nothing I say about Israel is original. It's like being like Sean Fain wearing a fucking Eat the Rich t-shirt and being like, he saw that from Hasan and didn't independently arrive at that fucking position. Yeah, I can't believe the South African government at the International Court of Justice is repeating Hasan Piker talking points. Holy moly, dude. How to make everything about Hasan Piker 101. Every talking point I dislike, regardless of how mainstream it is, just propaganda by Hasan. Damn, I had no idea Hasan was so influential that he got the International Court of Justice and almost all countries in the UN to agree. Did the ICJ say murdering civilians is based? If not, then you're R-worded and wrong. That's so funny because I never said murdering civilians is based, but I assume he thinks that's my talking point. Yeah, I'm the real puppet master. It is completely irrational if their objective is to discredit people they believe to be a leftist on ramp. Some of these people are stupid, some aren't, but one thing they have in common is reactionary politics and perceive you as a threat. Yeah. If I only knew you through clips I see on a certain subreddit, I would think you're literally Hitler too. Yeah. What I don't actually understand, what I don't personally understand is how you can get that fucking primed to be anti whatever the fuck I believe, come in here and not spend like 3.5 seconds and immediately understand that like everything they thought about me is just objectively the exact opposite. Yeah, I thought you were a dick based off clips before I ever watched you, lol. But that's my point. But you're in here now and here is subscribed for 24 fucking months. Doesn't that make sense? Like, exactly. That's the normal position. You're like, wow, this guy fucking surely he sucks. He's a real piece of shit. Let me go in there and you know, say he sucks. And then they're like, wait a minute. Maybe I wasn't accurate in my original assessment. Maybe I was lied to. I thought you were a schizo, like actually just based on clips. Anyway. Bolshevik 98, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Yeah, you missed it. Bro, on God, I will tank the ban. But holy shit, all this guy does is complain about how everyone hates him. I mean, I'm not even complaining about that person. I'm saying that I hope they get well.
Eighth with us this morning, the host of Way Too Early, White House Bureau Chief at Politico, Jonathan Lemire, U.S. Special Correspondent for BBC News, Caddy K, columnist and associate editor for The Washington Post, David Ignatius, assistant managing editor and Washington Bureau Chief for The New York Times, Elizabeth Buemiller, and deputy managing editor for politics at Politico, Sam Stein. Good morning to you all. So,
King
Joe, we're going to have
Henry,
Steve Kornacki.
the
He's
fourth.
waiting
Thank
over
you
at
for
the
the
board,
50
break down the
gifted
numbers
subs.
for us. But a couple of headlines, a big uncommitted vote against Joe Biden, but also, again, when you look at Donald Trump, Nikki Haley winning almost 300,000 votes in the state of Michigan, taking them away in the Republican Party from Donald Trump.
Well, and again, I mean, we talked about this yesterday. This is democracy. If there's a time that you're in Michigan and you want Donald Trump to be stopped, but you want to send a message to Joe Biden, you want to send a message to the White House regarding their position on the Middle East and Israel and Gaza, it's a perfect time to do it. And what did we hear? We heard the leader of the Michigan Democratic Party saying, this is what we're doing, and this is a wonderful time to do it. We are all aligned and want to see Donald Trump beaten and Joe Biden, want to see him win in the fall. The same can't be said, though, can it, Willie, for Donald Trump? He has over a quarter of the vote voting against him, and what you hear from supporters of Nikki Haley are that their votes are not transferable. They're not voting for Donald Trump. You hear time and again Republicans saying they're moving away from Trump. Also, it's important to remember all the people like me that were once members of the Republican Party that left, and people like me saying they would never vote for Donald Trump and never vote for anybody that ever supported Donald Trump for one day. So again, you have a lot of people. This is a Republican Party that keeps shrinking because of Donald Trump. And even inside of that shell of the old Republican Party, you've got whether it's 25% or 30 or 40% saying they're not going to vote for Donald Trump. That's going to have impact in the fall.
Yeah, I mean, barring a seismic event, Donald Trump is going to be the Republican nominee. But in state after state after state, yes, his margin last night was bigger over Nikki Haley than it's been. But her winning almost 300,000 votes tells you a lot about where the Republican Party is. That's a big chunk of the party, nearly 30% last night, saying we're not going along for the ride this time with Donald Trump. So where do those votes go in the general election is a big question.
All right, new reaction this morning from both Democrats and Republicans following the Michigan primaries and heading into Super Tuesday, now less than a week away. With me now, CNN political commentator and former Obama White House senior advisor Ashley Allison.
All right, I'm skipping this shit. Hunter Biden went on a deep sea fishing expedition.
We're going to begin this hour.
Hunter Biden faces House Republicans in high-stakes impeachment inquiry. The Smokehouse Creek fire spreads. Tucker Carlson. No, let's talk about Hunter. I've covered the Michigan situation extensively, I think. I do want to briefly cover this as well. Hunter Biden faces House Republicans in high-stakes impeachment inquiry. Now, originally he said that he did not want to do this behind closed doors because then Republicans will obviously lie about the things that he says and doesn't say, and that he would do it if only it was televised. I think that he has changed his position considering that he went in a day after they also had Joe Biden's brother. I think that the only reason why he was willing and able to do this is also partially because like the main fucking supposed witness is now in jail for lying to the FBI, like who played a key role in connecting Hunter Biden's activities to Joe Biden is now in jail for lying, falsifying evidence and lying to the FBI, and is suspected of being a potential asset for Russia. So, you know, that's the situation that we're at. And also because the Republicans agreed that they would release the transcripts to the public immediately after the inquiry is conducted.
With Hunter Biden answering questions today from House Republicans looking for evidence to impeach his father. That, of course, would be the president of the United States, Joe Biden. Hunter Biden, you'll recall, tried to avoid this confrontation behind closed doors for months, and the White House is calling it all a political stunt. Republicans say all they want to know is if the president and his family used Mr. Biden's status in high office to enrich themselves. Scott McFarlane has more now on the investigation that is running into some serious difficulty.
A year-long face-off involving the president's son, Hunter, comes to a head on Capitol Hill today.
They have no shame.
After a dramatic back and forth with House Republicans over his demand for a public hearing.
This is just a game that you are playing with the American people.
And a surprise drop-in as they work to hold him in contempt of Congress. The president's son will now testify privately today about his business dealings, making Hunter Biden the latest witness to appear before the impeachment inquiry into his father, which is yet to produce evidence implicating the president. More than 20 witnesses have been called, giving dozens of hours of testimony. More than 100,000 pages have been obtained, and dozens of subpoenas and requests for records have been made, with hundreds of thousands of dollars spent. The GOP probe alleges Hunter and the president's brother James traded off the Biden name to score business deals and raise questions about payments sent to the president while they were conducting business. The Bidens say the checks were repayments of old loans.
President Biden knew of, participated in, and benefited from his family's cashing in on the Biden name.
Order. Could you keep interrupting?
And while Republicans maintain they've uncovered potentially impeachable offenses.
The whole purpose was influence peddling, with Joe Biden being the center of it. So we're going to let the evidence speak for itself.
I mean, they've got nothing on Joe Biden.
Congressman Jamie Raskin, the top Democrat on the House Oversight Committee, argues this doesn't reach the bar.
You need to show treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors.
And earlier this month, the impeachment probe suffered a blow when Alexander Smirnov, an ex-FBI informant often cited by the Republicans, was charged with concocting a false story alleging the president and Hunter accepted bribes from a Ukrainian energy firm.
Smirnov was later accused of having contact with Russian foreign agents who were planting false stories about the Bidens. He's awaiting trial. As for Hunter Biden, it's likely to be a marathon deposition. Gail, there'll be no video recording. They will release a transcript.
I mean, let's be real. Nothing's going to ever top. I want you to do us a favor, though, from Trump to Zelensky in 2018? Yes. And also, the only reason why they're talking about it is because of that. That's the whole purpose. A deep sea fishing expedition. AOC slams GOP-led Hunter Biden deposition. Here, Russia's warning after Macron said
French
Western
President
troops in Ukraine cannot be
Emmanuel
ruled
Macron
out.
has come under fire for suggesting the West might deploy troops to Ukraine. But despite that backlash, the Elysee isn't backing down. A palace source says Ukraine's allies must debate the issue. The source says there are all kinds of things ruled out 2 years ago that are no longer ruled out, and that France fears giving credence to the possibility that Russia can win. All this after Mr. Macron's comments, if you remember, on Monday. And to be clear, the French president didn't actually say he wanted to send troops to Ukraine.
Like with Caesar, is this investigation politically motivated? Yes. Is he guilty? Also, yes. Yeah, except the investigation isn't into Hunter Biden. It's into Joe Biden. Like, if they were conducting an impeachment inquiry into Hunter Biden, then yeah, great. But we are not the Better Business Bureau for the nation state of Ukraine demanding legal recourse from Hunter Biden for lying to Burisma about having insider access to the fucking White House. This is the American government. Like, that's the whole point. You can't really impeach an unelected, not official person. French first, World War II, then Vietnam, time for a new war.
He only said it's being discussed with other leaders. Here's what he told reporters after Ukraine Aid Summit.
There's no consensus today to officially send, support, and to take responsibility for troops on the ground. But as things develop, nothing should be off the table. We will do everything necessary so that Russia cannot win this war.
While most European leaders agree on
good luck
board with the part about defeating Russia, but the idea of sending in their own troops, that drew backlash. Officials from a growing list of countries, you can see that, including the UK, Germany, Spain, Italy, Slovakia, and Poland, all say they have no plans to send their forces to Ukraine. A NATO official tells...
Bro, when you're lapping the polls on fucking sending troops to Ukraine, like, even Poland is like, I don't know about that, dog. Yo, chill. Like, I would have expected this from Poland, not from Macron. The tables have turned. Hasan, do you not hope Russia loses, though? I do. I want Russia to leave Ukraine. Now, what do I think will happen if there is French militarization, a NATO nation directly sending troops to Ukraine officially? Well, you want Ukraine to leave Ukraine? What? That doesn't even make sense. France is doing this partially because they have nukes. Yeah, but like that doesn't change anything. Like it's basically the same principles behind like not instituting Article 5 or something for Ukraine, or not having a no-fly zone over Ukraine that is protected by NATO forces.
CNN, the alliance won't be deploying combat troops either. And the Kremlin has also responded following Mr. Macron's comments. A spokesperson says conflict with Russia is inevitable if the West sends troops.
Could they use troops to provide support? I mean, they have been already.
To Ukraine. And we've just seen in the last few minutes, in fact, that the State Department...
Wait, what did Russia say? Hold on.
Also responded following Mr. Macron's comments. A spokesperson says conflict with Russia is inevitable if the West sends troops to Ukraine. And we've just...
Keep going, Hasan. What consequences are there for sending NATO troops? Wait, what? Onto the front? What do you mean? What do you think the consequences are? It's the same consequences behind not instituting a no-fly zone. It's like a potential for nuclear holocaust, mutually assured destruction. It's two nuclear powers going to war with one another in active conflict. It's also, I suspect, a deeply unpopular position in France. I don't know what the actual numbers look like, but I would assume that it's probably not very popular.
Seen in the last few minutes, in fact, that the State Department has also commented on this. The State Department reiterating that President Biden has ruled out sending U.S. troops to fight in Ukraine in response to Macron's comments, saying sending Western troops to Ukraine cannot, obviously what Macron heard, cannot be ruled out. So we have response now from the US State Department. Melissa Bell joins me now for more. And Melissa, I mean, it's clear that, as we've just outlined there, the European leaders have been pretty swift in their response to Macron's comments. Before we talk about...
I don't understand why they're like, we'll send troops to Ukraine and potentially trigger like mutually assured destruction. But like, they could have sent more fucking weapons earlier on. Like, how are both of these positions being argued at the same time? Like, I don't really get it. They're like, yeah, okay, well, things didn't work out, so now we're just gonna fucking maybe tank the nuclear fallout. Okay.
How they're responding individually. Just frame for us what Macron said and how it's being received at home.
Well, essentially, what he had to announce in his press conference, and this was, Issa, in response to a question that was asked about whether this issue had been raised and debated over the course of the conference that was held here.
Like that, by the way, they could have sent more modern weapons early on if they wanted to help Ukraine win for real instead of just LARPing. They would have done so by now. NATO fake-ass friend. I think, like, even then, it's not a 100% certainty that Ukraine would have won or successfully mounted an opposition to the Russian invasion. It certainly would have been better. They would have had more leverage. They would have had significantly more leverage as a consequence of putting up or mounting up a better defense in general. Americans don't want French soldiers in Ukraine, yeah? So how about sending U.S. and fucking artillery ammunition so the Ukrainians stop fucking dying? Macron is just memeing to take over the narrative of Germany being the EU leader just at the moment when Schultz faced criticism for not sending Taurus missiles and other shit. It's not a serious comment. Don't treat it as such. I don't think it's a serious comment either. I don't think it's a serious comment. I think it's either a misspeak or he's posturing for, I guess, like domestic political purposes.
Paris. Yes, it had, he said, because it was time that a debate began. The idea is that this should be the beginning of a debate about whether any individual countries, and we've been speaking to Élysée sources since some of that backlash that you mentioned. And what Emmanuel Macron is suggesting is not that France should encourage Germany or Poland or other countries who've now said they will not be sending troops to Ukraine to do so. On the contrary, that individual countries should be considering whether or not they are willing to send perhaps not so much initially combat troops, but things like deminers, people to help with the maintenance of Western equipment, border guards, for instance, to help liberate some Ukrainian troops that they can be redeployed for combat. That is the initial suggestion that was behind Emmanuel Macron's comments. And I think it's important to note that there have been words of support. For instance, Lithuania's foreign minister has said that it is time to consider all the options that there may be amongst Western allies about what may come next. The idea is that 2 years into this war, and with things stagnating as much as they are, that Western allies should be willing to consider individually whether or not they want to get further involved. And I think what the Élysée sources have been saying is that this is important.
The real scary thing for Ukraine would be if they started like threatening to deport Ukrainian men back to Ukraine so they can be conscripted.
Important from the point of view of sending a signal to Moscow of strategic ambiguity, that nothing should be off the table in order that Moscow should not assume that what has been will continue to be. And essentially, as you mentioned, Macron's point is that there have been so many issues that have been off the table so far, things that have now been agreed to, F-16s, the sending of long-range missiles, and the sending of troops should be amongst that, Issa.
But the way he framed that line that we heard there sounded like that wasn't discussed at this summit, and at least from what we've heard as well, the kind of pushback we've heard from some European leaders. Was this even discussed at all? He says it's time it's discussed. Was it even discussed?
I'm French. Le Pen has a strong pro-Putin image, so I think Macron, who really looks like her right now, wants to have more posture as a different guys from the far right. Yeah, that makes sense. And I think it's a distraction. It's a distraction to shift the message away from his horrible tax policies and things like that, or his horrible policies like implemented, like increasing the retirement age, shit like that. The French PM also called Marine Le Pen a Russian Putin soldier to her face today on the parliament. I think the funniest part about these people that like supposedly posture as pro-Putin is that they absolutely are not. Like, the greatest example of this is Meloni. Well, in Italy, it's a little bit different because, like, the Italian fascist far right post-World War II directly was a NATO project. So, like, even though she postured a little bit as though she was, like, anti-NATO or pro-Putin for populism, they're not going to do that. Le Pen's party received a massive amount of money from Russia. I think if she came to power, she would not be They are. Le Pen got a money from a Russian bank. Lamau, just Google it. No, guys, I think you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm not stating that these people aren't like genuinely posturing for pro-Putin, as though they're pro-Putin. I'm stating that when they do come into power, they will play along with NATO. They're fascist. They're right-wing, populist, fascist losers. What about Orban? Orban is a phenomenal example of this. Orban acts like he's anti-EU and anti-NATO, and Orban, or Hungary as a nation, wouldn't exist without a shit ton of EU subsidies. And Orban, as of today, has literally fallen in line with the NATO position. So a lot of that posturing is a way to try and leverage between better contracts with better contracts from Russia, or maybe even utilizing the anti-Ukraine sentiment or pro-Putin sentiment that might exist to tap into a certain audience, to tap into a certain part of the voter base. But ultimately, it doesn't really. It doesn't matter. There's no real momentum there because you would be shut out from the Western world. And if you are a part of the Western sphere of influence, Russia's not going to fucking save you.
Gust. We've understood that it began to be raised during this conference, but of course it will be a question for individual countries. For instance, France is about to begin debating in its parliament how it goes forward with this war, what it's...
I love liberals, dude. Liberals are like, Macron is a lesser evil between the two. Brother, dude, this man is so categorically positioned to just like do lesser evil voting that he's talking about lesser evil voting in an election that Macron is not even running in, okay? In a country where there are other fucking parties. I love that. It's like, what do you mean, dude? He's like, no, listen, dude, I don't know what the fuck's going on in France. I just like saying that one party is the lesser evil. That's the love of the game, brother. That's the love of the game in me speaking. Yeah. Macron won't be in any election anymore. Well, there's the EU elections, but he doesn't have much. Chad was describing the difference between Le Pen and Macron. Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but there are other parties in France. Very popular ones, as a matter of fact. Look at what you did, Hasan. What the fuck?
Right through here. Yeah, I usually live on the side of the street. Occasionally I come in and hopefully they try to give me a little bit of, try to get a free sandwich, something like that.
I thought he might need a job, so.
Yeah. It's a cold day, so sometimes they'll feel sorry for me. Naturally.
I do love seeing Twitch streamers do like regular, real jobs.
Nice.
This is a fire meta.
Yeah, let's get this one loaded up. And what you can do is do one row of the wood trays, and then I'll have you just put in some of the utensils in there. Okay. Oh, on like the other side? Yeah. Okay. And then we'll load these on the other side too. These don't need to be rinsed too much. Okay. Just put on the other side. Really? All right. We're almost done with the first. We're almost done with the first load. Yeah.
Queen.
This is the most washing this man has ever done. This is one of those things you definitely would get your ass ate over if you did. Yeah, they'd be like, he's LARPing as a worker. Fuck this guy. Fucking piece of shit. Blah, 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 blah. See, look. Yeah, it's cool when rich streamers mock us low-income scum by taking over jobs so they can have fun. Oh, my God. I haven't even done it, and motherfuckers are doing it already. Jesus Christ, dude.
Consequences are for France, and we understand that this may be a part of the future discussions. The suggestion was that debate began about this issue, and this should now be a debate and a consideration for individual countries. Not that NATO or the European Union should send troops in, but that individual allies may now consider something that until now had been something of a red line. And I think the response from Moscow, the very strong response, that this would inevitably lead to a confrontation between NATO and Russia, is an indication from the point of view of the Elysee that message has been heard, that everything is possible and that they need to be paying attention.
Very important context there from our Melissa Bell in Paris. Great to have you on, Melissa. Thank you very much. Let's get more analysis on this. I'm joined now by Reem Montaz. She's a research fellow for European foreign policy and security at the International Institute for Strategic Studies. Reem, welcome back to the show. You would have heard there Melissa Bell talking about this in detail, but you would have seen, Reem, the European leaders being kind of very swift, very quick as well, and tough on their response, themselves really trying to distance themselves, just to say, from Macron. What do you make, first of all, Reem, of how Macron framed it here.
So unlike his usual way of talking, Macron was pretty prudent in the way he answered the question. What had happened is that before this conference that he had organized with about 20 heads of state and government, mainly from Europe, to look at how European countries can do more to support Ukraine in its fight for survival, the Slovak prime minister had raised this issue of possibly sending Western troops to Ukraine. He had not talked about Western troops engaging in any kind of frontline combat, of course, against Russian troops. And so at the presser, Emmanuel Macron was asked to comment on that statement by the Slovak prime minister. And he basically said this had come up during their conversations and their discussions during that conference, and that nothing could be ruled out, and that the main message should be to send to Russia is that the Europeans are going to do everything that is necessary in order to ensure that Russia doesn't win. So he was quite non-committal because go ahead, Lisa. Yeah.
No, I was going to say, I mean, that is a message that we have been hearing, that it does seem to be a shift, at least in tone, Reem. I mean, I don't know if you heard Melissa saying that for Elysée Palace source telling CNN, the question of Kiev's allies sending troops to Ukraine is, quote, a debate that we must have. So clearly not backing down at all. But we have heard in the last, few hours, I should say, support also, Reem, from some allies. Well, a friend of the show here, the Lithuanian foreign minister, who said, I'm going to bring it up, Europe's fate is being decided on the battlefields of Ukraine. Times like these require political leadership, ambition, and courage to think out of the box. The initiative behind the Paris meeting yesterday is well worth considering. So not complete. I mean, some believing, like Landsbergis, this might be the moment to start talking about it.
To be honest, some aspects of this idea have been discussed among allies for the past couple of weeks in various fora, not necessarily at the highest levels, but there have been some testing grounds to see who might be willing to do this and what they might be willing to do. Of course, everyone has in mind that they don't want to lead to any kind of escalation, any kind of direct combat, any kind of direct contact between Western military and Russian military. So that is front of mind. They're also looking at the rules of engagement. If they send in trainers, for example, to train Russian troops, which, by the way,
That's never happened before. That's a great idea. Sending trainers? Oh, man, that was another war that I remember that the French were involved in, that America did that. I can't put my finger on it. What was that thing that the French were doing and then America was involved and they would send trainers over and then... Oh, that's right. That's exactly what happened in Vietnam.
they have been doing in Poland, they have been doing in the UK, they have been doing in Germany. If they decide to move that training, say, to the western side of Ukraine, parts closer to the Polish border, does that really change things? And how can they do it in a way that is safe and that does not escalate the situation with Russia? Very serious people are looking at this. They're also looking at doing, as Melissa had said, any kind of support with demining and other such activities.
We start this morning with massive wildfires across Texas. Firefighters are battling 4 active fires with disaster declarations in 60 counties. The biggest one is still 0% contained and recently doubled in size. Omar Villafranca is following this for us. Omar, good morning.
Good morning. I want y'all to take a look at the flags that are blowing behind me. That wind has fueled wildfires that have burned hundreds of thousands of acres here in Texas. In fact, one of the country's main nuclear weapons facilities had to pause their operations because of that fire threat. And several structures, including homes, have already been destroyed in the Texas Panhandle. Just outside Amarillo in the Texas Panhandle, a wall of flames burns the ground and thick choking smoke fills the sky. Raging wildfires are fueled by winds whipping up more than 50 miles per hour. 80-degree temperatures and bone-dry air have made this part of Texas resemble a hellscape. At least 300,000 acres have been scorched across Hutchinson County, where the ferocious Smokehouse Creek fire has forced residents to flee.
We've had other fire threats, and we've came out unscathed, and this one got us.
Kelsey Benuelos
It's fucking
evacuated
February,
her
bro.
home
What
in
is
Canadian
happening?
with her 2 young children, her husband, and animals.
Oh my gosh.
Hours later, she learned that the place she called home for 7 years burned to the ground.
It was heartbreaking. I broke down, but I mean, we were safe. It's just stuff. It can be replaced, but it's still a gut punch. A lot of memories. Get out.
This blaze not just a threat to homes. Crews were able to safely corral livestock on this ranch.
This is a monster fire.
As day turned to night,
There are so many fires.
the fires stretched into western Oklahoma, where more than 30,000 acres have burned so far.
We asked them to leave because it's a very dangerous situation.
Officials say at least one responder was injured while battling the flames, which have caused multiple highway closures. The state has received reports of at least 29 fires in 15 counties.
The biggest fire we've been talking about, the Smokehouse Creek fire, is already the 5th largest fire in Texas history. But there is a little bit of good news. The temperatures are starting to drop, which should provide some relief to the fire crews out there. Nate?
Omar, thank you.
He said very specifically, depending on the questions you ask Putin, you could be arrested or not. And I said, listen to what you're saying. You're saying the U.S. government has like control over my questions and they'll arrest me if I ask the wrong question? Like, how are we better than Putin if that's true? Killing Navalny during the Munich Security Conference in the middle of a debate over $60 billion in Ukraine funding? Maybe the Russians are dumb. I didn't get that vibe at all. I don't think we kill people in other countries to affect election outcomes. Oh, wait. No, we do it a lot and have for 80 years.
The following is a conversation with Tucker.
That's crazy. I mean, listen. Yeah. Navalny also famously poisoned by America, it seems. Come on, dog. Yo, how does he hate America so much? How does he get away with hating America so much? His dad literally is the CIA.
Tucker Carlson, a highly
I'm kind of
influential.
jealous that he can still come across as like an infinitely more patriotic figure and is received as such by the American audience. And he's like pushing Z.
An often controversial political commentator. When he was at Fox, Time magazine called him the most powerful conservative in America. After Fox, he has continued to host big, impactful interviews and shows on X, on the Tucker Carlson podcast, and on TuckerCarlson.com. I recommend subscribing, even if you disagree with his views. It is always good to explore a diversity of perspectives. Most recently, he interviewed the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin. We discussed this, the topic of Russia, Putin, Navalny, and the war in Ukraine at length in this conversation. Please allow me to say a few words about the very fact that I did this interview. I have received a lot of criticism, publicly and privately, when I announced that I would be talking with Tucker. For people who think I shouldn't do the conversation with Tucker, or generally think that there are certain people I should never talk to, I'm sorry, but I disagree. I will talk to everyone, as long as they're willing to talk genuinely in long form for 2, 3, 4 or more hours. I will talk to Putin and to Zelensky, to Trump and to Biden, to Tucker and to Jon Stewart, AOC, Obama, and many more people with very different views on the world. I want to understand people and ideas. That's what long-form conversations are supposed to be all about. Now, for people who criticize me for not asking tough questions, I hear you, but again, I disagree.
To the people in the chat saying, Hasan, Lex Friedman has openly asked for me to go on his show for longer than a year. That's not a joke. We just haven't been able to, like last time I was in Texas, I hit him up. He wasn't in Texas at the time. Maybe next time I'm in Texas, I'll do it.
I do often ask tough questions, but I try to do it in a way that doesn't shut down the other person, putting them into a defensive state where they give only shallow talking points. Instead, I'm looking always for the expression of genuinely held ideas and the deep roots of those ideas. When done well, this gives us a chance to really hear out the guest and to begin to understand what and how they think. And I trust the intelligence of you, the listener, to make up your own mind, to see through the bullshit to the degree there's bullshit, and to see to the heart of the person. Sometimes I fail at this, but I'll continue working my ass off to improve. All that said, I find that this no tough questions criticism often happens when the guest is a person the listener simply hates and wants to see them grilled into embarrassment, called a liar, a greedy egomaniac, a killer, maybe even an evil human being, and so on. If you are such a listener,
Tucker does kind of fit the bill on that, though.
what you want is drama, not wisdom. In this case, this show is not for you. There are many shows you can go to for that, with hosts that are way more charismatic and entertaining than I'll ever be.
Damn.
If you do stick around, please know I will work hard to do this well and to keep improving. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for your support. I love you all. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Tucker Carlson. What was your first impression when you met Vladimir Putin for the interview?
I thought he seemed nervous, and I was very surprised by that. And I thought he seemed like someone who'd overthought it a little bit, who had a plan.
Damn, bro, this motherfucker's talking shit. Yo, now that he's back in America, he's just talking shit, dog. Yo, get the fuck out of here, dude. You thought he was nervous? Bro, he called you a pussy to your face, big dog. Get the fuck out of here. It's like, yeah, I thought he was seemingly quite nervous, you know? When he called me a pussy, I really didn't want to say anything because I thought to myself, well, you know, he's only saying that because he's nervous, I think. Yeah. Bro went there to eat his dick, only to come back and have all the smoke. Big Dog's got all the smoke now that he's back in the United States of America. That's crazy. He was over there being like, wow, Russian McDonald's is better than American McDonald's. That's crazy.
And I don't think that's the right way to go into any interview. My strong sense, having done a lot of them for a long time, is that it's better to know what you think, to say, you know, as much as you can, honestly, so you don't get confused by your own lies, and just to be yourself. And I thought that he went into it like an overprepared student. And I kept thinking, why is he nervous? But, you know, I guess because he thought a lot of people were going to see it.
But he was also...
Bro, he is literally talking shit from outside of the room. Oh my God. This is literally the shower thoughts. Oh my God. This is the shower thoughts, bro. Oh my God. He's doing the... Oh, dude, I would have fucking kicked his ass. And he knew it too. That's why. He's sneak dissing our boy Vladipoo. Listen, man. Listen, he got fucking Navalny in Europe. He can get you too, bitch. Why are you hating from outside the club? Look out for open windows, man.
Probably prepared to give you a full lesson in history, as he did.
Well, I was totally shocked by that and very annoyed because I thought he was filibustering. I thought he would... I mean, I asked him, as I usually do, the most obvious, dumbest question ever, which is, you know, why'd you do this? And he had said in a speech that I think is worth reading. I don't speak Russian, so I haven't heard it in the original, but he had said at the moment of the beginning of the war, he had given this address to Russians in which he explained to the fullest extent we have seen so far why he was doing this. And he said in that speech, I fear that NATO, the West, the United States, the Biden administration will preemptively attack us. And I thought, well, that's interesting. I mean, I can't evaluate whether that's a fear rooted in reality or one rooted in paranoia, but I thought, well, that's an answer right there.
That is such Israel shit, by the way. That's literally what Israel did. Putin want to be Israel so bad.
And so I alluded to that in my question, and rather than answering it, he went off on this long, from my perspective, kind of tiresome, sort of greatest hits of Russian history. And the implication, I thought, was, well, Ukraine is ours, or Eastern Ukraine is ours already. And I thought he was doing that to avoid answering the question. So, you know, the last thing you want when you're interviewing someone is to get rolled. And I didn't want to be rolled. So I, a couple of times, interrupted him politely, I thought, but he wasn't having it. And then I thought, you know what? I'm not here to prove that I'm a great interviewer. It's kind of not about me. I want to know who this guy is. I think a Western audience, a global audience, has a right to know more about the guy. And so just let him talk, you know, because it's not, you know, I don't feel like my reputation's on the line. People have already drawn conclusions about me, I suppose, to the extent they have. I'm not interested really in those conclusions anyway. So just let him talk. And so I calmed down and just let him talk. And in retrospect, I thought that was really, really interesting. You know, whether you agree with it or not, or whether you think it's relevant to the war in Ukraine or not, that was his answer. And so it's inherently significant.
Bro really said he was too shitty to join the CIA. Okay. To your face. He rolled you.
Ken.
Well, you said he was nervous. Were you nervous? Were you afraid? This is Vladimir Putin.
Well, I wasn't afraid at all. And I wasn't nervous at all.
Did you drink tea beforehand?
No, I did my normal regimen of nicotine pouches and coffee. Mm-hmm. No, I'm not a tea drinker. I tried not to eat all the sweets they put in front of us, which is that is my weakness, is eating crap. But you eat a lot of sugar before, as you know, before an interview, and it does dull you. So I successfully resisted that. But I wasn't nervous. I wasn't nervous the whole time I was there. Why would I be? I'm 54. My kids are grown. I believe in God. I'm almost never nervous. But no, I wasn't nervous. I was just interested. I mean, I'm interested in Soviet history. I studied it in college. I've read about it my entire life. My dad, worked in the Cold War. It was a constant topic of conversation. And so to be in the Kremlin in a room where Stalin made decisions, either wartime decisions or decisions about murdering his own population, I just couldn't get over it. We were in Molotov's old office. So for me, I was just blown away by that. I thought I knew a lot about Russia. It turns out I knew a lot about the Soviet period, the 1937 purge trials, the famine in Ukraine. Like, I knew a fair amount about that, but I really knew nothing about contemporary Russia, less than I thought I did, it turned out. And but yeah, I was just blown away by where we were, and that's kind of one of the main drivers at this stage in my life. That's why I do what I do, is because I'm interested in stuff, and I want to see as much as I can and try and draw conclusions from it to the extent I can. So I was very much caught up in that, but no, I wasn't nervous. I didn't think he's going to kill me or something, and I'm not particularly afraid of that anyway. So
not afraid of dying.
Not really. No. I mean, again, it's it's an age and stage in life thing. I mean, I've 4 children, so there were times when they were little where I was terrified of dying, because if I died, it would have huge consequences. But no, I mean, at this point, I don't want to die. I'm really enjoying my life, but I've been with the same girl for 40 years. And I have 4 children who I'm extremely close to. Well, now 5, a daughter-in-law. And I love them all. I'm really close to them. I tell them I love them every day. I've had a really interesting life.
What was the goal? Just linger on that. What was the goal for the interview? How were you thinking about it? What would success be like in your head leading into it?
To bring more information.
Just information.
To the public.
Wait, what was he? Has he been married since he was 14? He said he's been married for 40 years, and he said he's 54. The fuck? I guess maybe his high school sweetheart.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I have really strong feelings about what's happening, not just in Ukraine or Russia, but around the world. I think the world is resetting to the grave disadvantage of the United States. I don't think most Americans are aware of that at all. And so that's my view, and I've stated it many times because it's sincere. But my goal was to have more information brought to the West so people could make their own decisions about whether this is a good idea. I mean, I guess I reject the whole premise of the war in Ukraine from the American perspective, which is, a tiny group of dumb people in Washington has decided to do this for reasons they won't really explain. And you don't have a role in it at all as an American citizen, as the person who's paying for it, whose children might be drafted to fight it. Just shut up and obey. I just reject that completely. I guess I'm a child of a different era. I'm a child of participatory democracy to some extent, where your opinion as a citizen is not irrelevant. And so I'm just, and I guess the level of lying about it was starting to drive me crazy. And I've said, and I will say again, I am not an expert on the region, or really any region other than, say, Western Maine. I just don't, I'm not Russian. And, but it was obvious to me that we were being lied to in ways that were it was crazy, the scale of the lies. And I'll give you one.
Dude, he is such a good propagandist. I think one of the greatest things that happened was him losing his Fox News position. He is really fucking good at doing propaganda, no matter what it is. I despise him for that reason, but...
One example, the idea that Ukraine would inevitably win this war. Now, victory was never, as it never is, defined precisely. Nothing is ever defined precisely, which is always a tell that there's deception at the heart of the claim. But Ukraine's on the verge of winning. Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm hardly a tactician or a military expert. For the 5th time, I'm not an expert on Russia or Ukraine. I just look at what...
You literally said it was the end of his career when he got off Fox, and I was right. Wait, that was a major W for me, brother. You think Tucker Carlson is popping? He went from fucking bullying Kevin McCarthy to literally talking to the Duluth Dyson, a guy whose claim is that he sucked Obama's cock. What do you mean? Yeah, sure, he fucking interviewed Vladimir Putin with a one-off, but if you think that he has, legitimate pull, if you think he has actual sway beyond, farmed impressions on fucking Twitter and shit, you're delusional. Oh, did you think I meant him leaving Fox was the best? And Chatter thought you meant for Tucker? Oh, no. I was saying the best for America in general. It's good that such a dangerous propagandist does not have as prominent of a platform.
Wikipedia. Russia has 100 million more people than Ukraine, 100 million. It has much deeper industrial capacity, war material capacity than all of NATO combined. For example, Russia is turning out artillery shells, which are significant in a ground war, at a ratio of 7-1 compared to all NATO countries combined. That's all of Europe. Russia is producing 7 times the artillery shells as all of Europe combined? What? That's an amazing fact. And it turns out to be a really significant fact. In fact, the significant fact. But if you ask your average person in this country, even a fairly well-informed person of good faith who's just trying to understand what's going on, who's going to win this war? Well, Ukraine's going to win. They're on the right side. And they think that because our media, who really just do serve the interests of the U.S. government, period, they are state media in that sense, have told them that for over 2 years. And I was in Hungary last summer talking to the prime minister, Viktor Orban, who's whatever you think of him, is a very smart guy, like smart on a scale that we're not used to in our leaders. And I said to him off camera, so is Ukraine going to win? And he looked at me like I was deranged, or I was congenitally, deficient. Are they going to win? No, of course they can't win. It's tiny compared to Russia. Russia has a wartime economy. Ukraine doesn't really have an economy. No, look at the populations. He was looked at me like I was stupid. And I said to him, I think most Americans believe that because NBC News and CNN and all the news channels, all of them tell them that because it's framed exclusively in moral terms and it's Churchill versus Hitler. And of course, Churchill's going to prevail in the end. And it's just so dishonest that it doesn't even matter what I want to happen or what I think ought to happen. That's a distortion of what is happening.
Wait, what do you want to happen? I want to know. Please, Lex, ask him a question, dog. What the fuck?
And if I have any job at all, which I sort of don't actually at this point, but if I do have a job, it's to just try to be honest. And that's a lie.
There is a more nuanced discussion about what winning.
Listen, Lick, let me tell you something, all right? There is perhaps no better testament to the fact that Vladimir Putin is not interested in denazification than having literally a fucking American Nazi in his goddamn house and not denazifying, okay? Obviously, it was not real. Obviously, the denazification argument was always bullshit, right? But this should probably end that conversation entirely. The denazification conversation.
Might look like. You're
For
right.
sure.
A nuanced discussion is not being had, but it is possible for Ukraine to quote unquote win with the help of the United States.
I guess that conversation needs.
If he fucking denazified Tucker, I'd reconsider my stance. I'd be like, maybe he's honest about this denazification shit, bro. Maybe I'm pushing Z. Who knows? Putin crushed the Nazi movement in Russia in his first 10 years in office. Yeah, dude. Thank God there's no Nazis in Russia anymore.
Needs to begin by defining terms. And the key term is win. What does that mean?
Peace, a ceasefire, who owns which land.
Yes.
Coming to the table with, as you call the parent, the United States.
Yes.
Putting leverage on the negotiation to make sure there's a fairness.
Amen. Well, of course, and I should just restate this. I am not emotionally involved in this. I'm American in every sense. And my only interest is in America. I'm not leaving ever. And so I'm looking at this purely from our perspective, what's good for us. But also as a human being, as a Christian, I mean, I hate war. And anybody who doesn't hate war shouldn't have power, in my opinion.
Yeah, and Putin certainly hates war. Here's a guy who hates war. The guy I interviewed that's doing war. You might not know that he was doing war because I didn't ask him about it, really.
So I agree with that definition vehemently. A victory is like not killing.
Yeah, Tucker Carlson hates war. That's why he said Iraq is a nation of primitive apes that deserve to be bombed into oblivion. Now he's running the anti-Iraq war narrative now, but that's because he's literally fucking a propagandist.
Killing an entire generation of your population. It's not being completely destroyed to be eaten up by BlackRock or whatever comes next for them. So yeah, we were close to that a year and a half ago. And the Biden administration dispatched Boris Johnson, the briefly prime minister of the UK, to stop it and to say to Zelensky, who I feel sorry for, by the way, because he's caught between these forces that are bigger than he is, to say, no, you cannot come to any terms with Russia. And the result of that has not been a Ukrainian victory. It's just been more dead Ukrainians and a lot of profit for the West. It's a moral crime, in my opinion. And I tried to ask Boris Johnson about it because why wouldn't I? After he.
It's pretty funny that you want to ask Boris Johnson that, which, it's worthy for sure. But why didn't you ask Vladimir Putin that? Another question that Lex could be asking here, I think. Like, listen, this is how propaganda, this is the reason why Tucker is a dangerous propagandist, unlike anyone else. Because he's smart enough to fucking put in little kernels of truth. That's what a good propagandist does. Like, he's adding in the whole Boris Johnson part of the conversation, but then simultaneously, like, through lies by omission or through not really interrogating Putin on this issue, making it seem as though this is like a purely one-sided affair. It's not. That's why you'll hear a lot of the stuff that he says almost resemble what I have said, but the fundamentals are definitely different.
He denounced me as a tool of the Kremlin or something, and he demanded $1 million to talk to me.
Wow.
And this just happened last week. And by the way, in writing too. I'm not making this. I'm not
Just
making
for
this
the
up.
record, you demanded $1 million from me to talk to me today.
I did, and you paid. No, I was kidding. But and I said to
dude, he's so weird when he like emotes. He's so fucking gross when he emotes, dude. I don't know. Terrifying.
his guy, I said, I just interviewed Putin, who was widely recognized as a bad guy, and he did it for free. He didn't demand $1 million. He wasn't in this for profit. Like, are you telling me that Boris Johnson is sleazier than Vladimir Putin? And of course, that is the message.
Yeah, dude, Vladimir Putin was going to fucking demand money for an interview and not like phenomenal access to the dumbest Americans that you have cultivated in your fan base. Like, that's the greatest fucking ad, dude. What do you mean? It's like basically so much easier than Telegram channels, operating fucking Telegram channels with the right-wing shitheads who are now like pro-Russia because they think Russia is like going to kill all the Ukrainians who are trans or some shit.
And so I guess these are really, it's not just about Boris Johnson being a sad, rapacious fraud, which he is obviously, but it's about like the future of the West and the future of Ukraine, this country that purportedly we care so much about. All these people are dying, and like, what is the end game? It's also deranged that I didn't imagine and don't imagine that I could like add anything very meaningful to the conversation because I'm not a genius, okay? But I felt like I could, at the very least, puncture some of the lies, and that's an inherent good.
Vladimir Putin, after the interview, said that he wasn't fully satisfied because you weren't aggressive enough. You didn't ask sharp enough questions. First of all, what do you think about him saying that?
I don't even understand it. I guess it does seem like the one Putin statement that Western media take at face value. Everything else Putin says is a lie, except his criticism of me, which is true. But I mean, I have no idea what he meant by that. I can only tell you what my goal was, as I've suggested, was not to make it about me. I watched, he hasn't done any interviews of any kind for years. But the last interview he did with an English-speaking reporter, Western media reporter, was like many of the other interviews he'd done with Western media reporters. Mike Wallace's son did an interview with him that was of the same variety, and it was all about him. I'm a good person, you're a bad person. And I just feel like that's the most tiresome, fruitless kind of interview. It's not about me. I don't think I'm an especially good person. I've definitely never claimed to be, but people can make their own judgments. And again, the only judgments that I care about are my wife and children and God. So I'm just not interested in proving I'm a good person. And I just want to hear from him. And I had a lot of, you should see, I almost never write questions down, but I did in this case because I had I had 3 years to think about it as I was trying to book the interview, which I did myself. But it was all about internal Russian politics and Navalny. And I had a lot of, I thought, really good questions. And then at the last second, and you make these decisions, as you know, since you interview people a lot, often you make them on the fly. And I thought, no, I want to talk about the things that haven't been talked about and that I think matter in a world historic sense. And the number one among those, of course, is the war and what it means for the world. And so I stuck to that. I did ask about Gershkovich, who I felt sorry for, and I wanted Putin to release him to me, and I was offended that he didn't. I thought his rationale was absurd. Well, we want to trade him for someone. I said, well, doesn't that make him a hostage? Which of course it does. But other than that, I really wanted to keep it to the things that I think matter most. People can judge whether I did a good job or not, but that was my decision.
In the moment, what was your gut? Did you want to ask some tough questions as follow-ups on certain topics?
I know what it would mean to ask a tough question.
Clarifying questions, I suppose they would.
I guess. I just wanted him to talk. I just wanted to hear his perspective. Again, I've probably asked more asshole questions than like any living American.
Sure.
I'm as as has been noted correctly, I'm a dick by my nature. And so I just feel at this stage of my life, I didn't need to prove that I could, like, Vladimir Putin, answer the question.
Sure, for sure.
You know, I think if I had been, 34 instead of 54, I definitely would have done that, because I would have thought this is really about me and I need to prove myself. And also, no, I just, there's a war going on that is wrecking the U.S. economy in a way and at a scale people do not understand. The U.S. dollar is going away. That was, of course, inevitable ultimately because everything dies, including currencies. But that death, that process of death, has been accelerated exponentially by the behavior of the Biden administration and the U.S. Congress, particularly the sanctions.
I'm not going to go back to see another fucking insane Tucker laughter moment. It already lives in my nightmares, okay?
And people don't understand what the ramifications of that are. The ramifications are poverty in the United States, okay? So I just wanted to get to that because I'm coming at this from not a global perspective. I'm coming at it from an American perspective.
So you mentioned Navalny.
Mm-hmm.
After you left, Navalny died in prison.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on, just at a high level first, about his death?
Well, it's awful. I mean, imagine dying in prison. I've thought about it a lot. I've known a lot of people in prison, a lot, including some very good friends of mine. So I felt instantly.
Who the fuck's he talking about that he knows in prison, bro? Dinesh D'Souza? Like, what the fuck?
Sad about it. From a
Epstein?
geopolitical perspective, I don't know any more than that. And I laugh at and sort of resent, but mostly find amusing, the claims by American politicians who really are the dumbest politicians in the world, actually. This happened and here's what it means. And it's like, actually, as a factual matter, we don't know what happened. We don't know what happened. We have no freaking idea what happened. We can say, and I did say, and I will say again, I don't think you should put opposition figures in prison. I really don't. I don't, period. It happens a lot around the world. It happens in this country, as you know, and I'm against all of it. But do we know how he died? The short answer, no, we don't. Now, if I had to guess, I would say killing Navalny during the Munich Security Conference in the middle of a debate over $60 billion in Ukraine funding, maybe the Russians are dumb.
Bro, I'm sorry, but in the realm of possibilities, and as you guys know, I'm not exactly a State Department mouthpiece. Tucker, as a matter of fact, is much closer to the State Department. His father was directly in the State Department. And his foreign policy, with the exception of Russia, especially in his professional media career, has almost always aligned with American State Department interests. However, in the scenario, in the Navalny death, the responsible parties, by likelihood, if we are to look at it as honestly as possible, if I'm going to make an assessment as honestly as possible, America killing him is lower than him dying of natural causes, which is lower than Vladimir Putin killing him. So it's one, most likely Putin killing him, second, most likely him dying of natural causes, and then last one being that the United States killed him or the CIA killed him. Because, and this is my almost exact opposite position, if you guys recall, on the Nord Stream pipeline. Because on the Nord Stream pipeline, that made no fucking sense that Russia would blow up their own pipeline. But it makes a whole lot of sense for Russia to kill, Vladimir Putin to literally kill the opposition leader. If it was natural, they would have released the body. Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous.
I didn't get that vibe at all. I don't see it, but maybe they killed him. I mean, they certainly put him in prison.
They now release the body to the family. They didn't originally release it.
Which I'm against. But here's what I do know is that we don't know. And so when Chuck Schumer stands up and Joe Biden reads some card in front of him with lines about Navalny, it's like, I'm allowed to laugh at that because it's absurd. You don't know.
There's a lot of interesting ideas about if he was killed, who killed him.
Yeah.
Because it could be Putin. It could be somebody in Russia who's not Putin.
Yeah.
It could be Ukrainians because it would benefit.
Bro, come on. That's even, okay, never mind. I thought my 3 arguments that I gave were pretty honest, okay? Especially when you factor in the likelihood, the likelihood of the responsible party. I feel like Lex is just going nutty here by adding additional stuff, like Ukrainians killed him. It's it could have been Hamas that killed him.
Fit the war.
They killed Dugin's daughter in Moscow. So yeah, it's possible.
And it could be
I mean, the United States could also be involved.
I don't think we kill people in other countries to affect election outcomes. Oh, wait. No, we do it a lot and have for 80 years, and it's shameful. I can say that as an American because it's my money in my name.
It was Hunter Biden. It was Hunter Biden. Wait, how are you gonna fucking sit across from the guy who was literally there at the moment of his death? What if it was Tucker who killed him? Bro, you said Ukraine might have killed him. Why would Ukraine kill the major opposition? Like when the guy invading their country, sure, Navalny himself is also not exactly too fond of Ukraine as far as I understand. And his opposition to the Ukrainian war is just like as much as he can get, like garner Western support or whatever. But still, I feel like the people that are more interested in killing him, if we're looking at people who suspiciously were in Russia at the time, why not Tucker?
Yeah, I'm really offended by that. And I never thought that was true. And I spent, again, I'm much older than you. And so I spent my worldview was defined by the Cold War. And very much in the house I lived in Georgetown, in Washington, D.C., that's what we talked about. And and the left at the time.
Yeah, I wonder why. Because your dad was a fucking CIA agent, bro.
I'm, I don't know, the wacko MIT professor who I never had any respect for, who I know you've interviewed, et cetera. Like the hard left was always saying, well, the United States government is interfering in other elections. And I just dismissed that completely out of hand. As stupid and actually a slander against my country, but it turned out to all be true, or substantially true anyway. And that's been a real shock for me in middle age to understand that. But anyway, as to Navalny, look, I don't know, but we should always proceed on the basis of what we do know, which is to say on the basis of truth, knowable truth. And if you have an entire policymaking apparatus that is making the biggest decisions on the face of the planet on the basis of things that are bullshit or lies.
I'll admit, I do have so much envy for two reasons. One, there are definitely in totality, more Americans who think Tucker is a truthful journalist, honest to God, seeking the truth at all times, than there are of people who think that of me. That's number one. And the second reason why I'm fucking envious is that he gets to fucking be America bad. And no matter how far he goes, where he literally is like, Russia is better than America. I love Russia. Russia is the best country. Literally better than the United States of America. Even the McDonald's hamburgers are better in Russia. And they still think he's a fucking patriot. Meanwhile, I'm over here like, bro, America should get healthcare. It would be nice to spend money on healthcare instead of fucking, murdering brown children. And everyone's like, you hate America. Why don't you go fucking join Hamas? Your name sounds like Hamas anyway, HasanAbi. I hate that. I fucking hate that. Why? Because I hate it not because of the immediate personal reasons, but I hate it because it shows me how Americans view patriotism and like honor and caring for their fellow citizens. They only see it from the framework of like death dealing overseas and white supremacy. Like the more white supremacist you are, the more patriotic you are, brother. It's like if you are anti-white supremacy, you're anti-America.
You're going to get bad outcomes every time, and that's why we are where we are.
Does it bother you that basically the most famous opposition figure in Russia is sitting in prison?
Well, of course it does. Of course it bothers me. I mean, it bothered me when I got there. It bothers me now. I was sad when he died. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the measures it's one of the basic measures of political freedom. Are you imprisoning people who oppose you? Are you imprisoning people who pose a physical risk to you? I mean, there's some subjective decision-making involved in these things. However, big picture, yeah. Do you have opposition leaders in jail? It's not a politically free society, and Russia isn't, obviously. And as I said, a friend of mine from childhood, an American, actually, who's a wonderful person, lives in Russia Moscow with his Russian wife. And I had dinner with him. He's a very balanced guy, totally non-political person. And speaks Russian and loves his many Russian children.
100p oligarch. Okay. Or wait, was he American and married into Russia?
And loves the culture. And there's a lot to love. The culture that produced Tolstoy. It's not a gas station with nuclear weapons. Sorry. Only a moron would say that. It's a very deep culture. I don't fully understand it, of course, but I admire it. Who wouldn't? But I asked him, like, what's it like living here? And he goes, it's great. Moscow is a great city, indisputably. He said, you don't want to get involved in Russian politics. And I said, what? He said, well, you could get hurt. You could wind up like Navalny if you did. But also it's just too complicated.
Oh my God, dude. dude, the standards are fucking insane. Like, Russia is up to snuff, is up to, now at least, the standards of like a Western nation. Okay? If you're a firm, committed believer of like liberal capitalist democracy, hand waving away things like murdering political opposition leaders is a little bit wild, especially when you only talk about it when you're comparing it to Donald Trump and how Donald Trump himself is being politically persecuted in a similar vein to Navalny by Joe Brandon. It's like, where is the standard? Like, when I talk about one-party governance in China and compare it to the duopoly, the false, the fallacy of choice that we give to in the United States of America, there's at least a consistent thorough line there. Like, it's consistent. Both of these countries are operating as a uniparty with very little care or consideration for democratic perspectives or the perspectives of the majority. At least as far as I understand it and as far as I've seen it with respect to China, the Chinese citizens are more favorable of their government as long as they don't get censored or run afoul of government perspectives. Now, that in and of itself is still unimaginably cruel. That is absolutely unacceptable. I would not ever believe that to be fair and just in the United States of America, and I don't think it's fair and just in China either. What you're mad about is baseline privilege because his fans are genuinely delusional and will listen and repeat anything. They don't scrutinize him. Would you go on this podcast? Not Tucker's, but I would go on Lex's. Yes.
You know, the Russian mind is not exact.
Hasan, I love censorship if it's in China. No, one of my major criticisms of China has almost always revolved around Chinese censorship, especially because it's especially important for me because I come from a country with no freedom of speech. So I do see value in that. What do you think his goal is with all this Russia shit? I don't know. Maybe just, I hate to fucking give liberals credit here, but like, I do feel like maybe he's just a really good entry point into a receptive audience to instill pro-Russia narratives. Like, not to be a Russia gator, but it does seem a little bit like he wants to do the thing that what's his face? Squeaks was advocate. Vivek. Oh my God, I can't believe I forgot Vivek Ramaswamy. That's how fucking unbelievably irrelevant he was throughout that entire fucking process. Day one. Maybe he's like angling it and like Russia will be our ally in the war against China type shit. Like, they're white, we're white, that sort of thing. You got that from the chat? You got that take from the chat? What take? Tucker wants an alliance with Russia to go to war against China. Oh, you're claiming that I got Vivek Ramaswamy's famous campaign contribution that we've covered endlessly from you. You actually made that. D-Man was right about you. The only thing he was right about me is that I serve the top of the hour ad break at the top of every hour, and it's 3 minutes long, and I do it every single time. And if you thought you could fucking say that just so you could bait me into serving the top of the hour ad break, you were fucking wrong, baby. Yep. Here's the 3 minute ad break now. I forgot the last one, but who cares?
Exactly. It's a European city, but it's not quite European. And the way they think is very, very complex. Very complex. It's too complicated. Just don't get involved. And I would just say two things. One, I'm not sure. I mean, like, I don't know. But my strong sense is that Navalny's death, whoever did it, probably didn't have a lot to do with the coming election in Russia. My sense from talking to Putin and the people around him is they're not really focused on that. I mean, in fact, I asked one of his top advisors, when's the election? And she looked at me completely confused. She didn't know the date of the election. Okay. She's like, March? Okay. And I asked a bunch.
Yeah, because they don't have any real elections.
Of other people just in Moscow, who's Putin running against? Like, nobody knew. So it's not a real election, right? In the sense that we would recognize at all. Second, I was really struck by so many things in Moscow and really deeply bothered by a lot of things that I saw there. But one thing I noticed was the total absence of cult of personality propaganda, which I expected to see and have seen around the world. Jordan, for example. I don't know if you've been to Jordan, but go to Jordan. In every building, there are pictures of the king and his extended family. And that's a sign of political insecurity. You know, you don't create a cult of personality unless you're personally insecure and also unless you're worried about losing your grip on power. None of that. It's interesting, and I expected to see a lot of it. You know, like statues of Putin. No, there are no statues of anybody other than like Christian saints. So that was like, I'm not quite sure. I'm just reporting what I saw. So yes, it's not in a political sense, it's not a free country. It's not a democracy in the way that we would understand it or want. I don't want to live there. Okay, because I like to say what I think. In fact, I make my living doing it.
Why is media focusing on listening to fascists all the time instead of talking and focusing on the honest, humanitarian, decent people activists? Brilliant take, my friend. I don't know, maybe because America is fucking full of right-wing, fascist adjacent, and openly fascist shitheads. So propagandists for WASP nationalism get a lot of fucking clout, and we are tuned into people with massive audiences like this because they get to sway public opinion significantly more than some fucking humanitarian, okay? Like...
it. But it's not Stalinist in a recognizable way. And anyone who says it is should go there and tell me how.
I mean, this question about the freedom of the press is underlying the very fact of the interview you're having with him.
Right.
So you might not need to ask the Navalny question, but did you feel like, are there things I shouldn't say?
I mean, how honest do you want me to be? I mean it when I say I felt not one twinge of concern for the 8 days that I was there. Maybe I just didn't. And I feel like I've got a pretty...
Yeah, bro, of course you didn't feel concerned. What do you mean? You were doing propaganda for him. What the fuck? Like, yeah, he's not going to... I don't think he's going to kill you, dog. He was using you like a cum rag. Why the fuck would you be concerned?
Strong gut sense of things. I rely on it. I make all my decisions based on how I feel, my instincts. And I didn't feel it at all. My lawyers before I left, and these are people who work for a big law firm. This is not Bob's law firm. This is one of the biggest law firms in the world. Said, you're going to get arrested if you do this by the U.S. government on sanctions violations. And I said, well, I don't recognize the legitimacy of that actually, because I'm American and I've lived here my whole life. And that's so outrageous that I'm happy to face that.
Okay, dude, that was never going. He knows that was not going to happen. And of course it wasn't going to happen. And it didn't happen. Like that's, the American government only has smoke for actual whistleblowers. That's it. Don't do it, Tucker. America's going to kill you, not Russia. It's like, yeah, of course.
That risk because I so reject the premise, okay? I'm an American. I should be able to talk to anyone I want to. And I plan to exercise that freedom, which I think I was born with. And I gave them this long lecture. They're like, we're just lawyers. But that was, it was let me put it this way. I don't know how much you dealt with lawyers, but it costs many thousands of dollars to get a conclusion like that. Like they sent a whole bunch of their summer associates or whatever. They put a lot of people on this question, checked a lot of precedent. And they sent me a 10-page memo on it. And their sincere conclusion was, do not do this. And of course it made me mad. So I was lecturing on the phone and I had another call with the head lawyer. And he said, well, look, a lot will depend on the questions that you ask Putin. If you're seen as too nice to him,
thank you for the 10
you could get
gifted,
arrested
Anonymous.
when you come back. And I was like, you're describing a fascist country. Okay. You're saying that the U.S. government will arrest me if I don't ask the questions they want asked? That's what you're saying? Well, we just think based on what's happened that's possible.
Like, notice how he's like, I wasn't afraid for my safety in Russia, but I was afraid for my safety in America. Listen, I am the most anti-America guy you're going to see in the United States of America for actual shit that America does wrong. Okay? But if we're having a fucking arresting political dissenters competition, like, come on, dog. Russia absolutely has got that shit locked down. It's like one of the few areas. Like America is really fucked up with its criminal justice. After all, we have a horrifying process, and we have the #1 prisoner per capita. Okay? #1 prisoner per capita population on the planet. Having said that, however, as far as like arresting people or making them disappear for political dissent, it does happen in the United States of America. It has definitely happened as far as like assassinating political leaders that disrupt the delicate hierarchies that we've desperately tried to prop up. MLK, Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, many examples. Okay. There's also the suspicious mass suicides of other former BLM leaders. But ultimately, and the Black Panthers, I mean, there's many such examples. Notice how a lot of them are black. Very suspicious. I wonder why. The point is, as far as arresting political dissenters, like, I should be in fucking jail if that was happening. I would be in jail for my commentary in Turkey. I would be in jail for my commentary in a place like Russia. And even China, I would say. I'd be in jail in many other countries. I am not in jail in the United States of America. Now, why am I not in jail in the United States of America? Because what I say is nowhere near as disruptive in the United States of America. Lol, you're an asset to the current establishment. Yes, that's what I meant. It's because I'm a fucking CIA agent, dude. That's why. Me and every one of your favorite podcasters from TrueAnon to Chapo, we're all CIA assets. You are certainly not due for your lithium prescription. Yeah, famously. Or the much more likely reason is that I am not disruptive to the powers that be. I'm not disruptive enough because America is the hegemonic superpower. So it has the comfort. It has the comfort of not caring about political dissent internally. It's not because like they cherish liberalism of that sort. It is because this does not actually like it's impossible for me to actually disrupt American politics in the way that things currently stand. Aren't you at least somewhat scared that they might come after you and mess with you? No, I'm not. I'm more afraid of Amazon than I am of the United States government. They did it to JT, but guess what? He still does the same exact fucking commentary. He didn't go to jail because no matter what we say and do, the way that the structure works is so fucking powerful, so overwhelmingly powerful that we're not even a blip on their radar. JT is second thought. At most, I can't get fucking TSA pre-check or global entry.
Possible. And so I'm just telling you what happened.
So you were okay being arrested in Moscow?
I didn't think I was
arrested in.
I didn't think for a second. I mean, maybe look, I don't speak Russian. I'd never been there before. Mm-hmm. Everything about the culture was brand new to me. You know, ignorance does protect you, sort of, when you have no freaking idea what's going on. You're not worried about it. Like, this has happened to me many times. There's a principle there that extends throughout life.
Do you not attribute the stochastic harassment you endure to the U.S. government, dog? I'm not sure I agree with you here. No, dude, I attribute that to Americans being dumb as fuck and doing what like COINTELPRO would have done many, many years ago voluntarily. It is a testament to how powerful the liberal capitalist hegemonic thinking is, that like we have adopted that position ourselves and do it for fucking free. No agency has to step in and do that when there is like entire communities online that will do it for them. I don't think there are like actual CIA operatives that are coming in here to be like, wow, imagine, I hope your social battery's not running out. No, I think those are like voluntary dipshits that get egged on by the likes of Keemstar or Destiny. Not the fucking American government doing that.
So it's completely possible that I was in grave peril and didn't know it. Because like, how would I know it? You know, I'm like a bumbling English speaker from California. But I didn't feel it at all.
But the lawyers did.
Yeah, I mean, it scared the crap out of people. You're going to look, and you have to pay in cash. They don't take credit cards because of sanctions. And you have to go through all these hoops, just procedural hoops, to go to Russia, which I was willing to do because I wanted to interview Putin because they told me I couldn't. But then there's another fact, which is that I was being surveilled by the U.S. government, intensely surveilled by the U.S. government. And this came out. They admitted it. The NSA admitted it a couple of years ago that they were up in my Signal account. And then they leaked it to the New York Times. They did that again before I left. And I know that because two New York Times reporters, one of whom I actually like a lot, said, oh, you're going, and called other people. Oh, he's going to interview Putin. I hadn't told anybody that, like anybody, like my wife, two producers, that's it. So they got that from the government. Then I'm over there. And of course I want to see Snowden, who I admire. And so we have a mutual friend. So I got his text and come on over, and Snowden does not want publicity at all.
Joe Rogan.
And so, but I really wanted to have dinner with him. So we had dinner in my hotel room at the Four Seasons in Moscow. And I tried to convince him, I'd love to do an interview, shoot it on my iPhone. I'd love to take a picture together and put it on the internet.
Glenn Greenwald, you think? Probably.
Not because I just want to show support, because I think he's been railroaded. He had no interest in living in Russia, no intention of being in Russia. The whole thing is a lie. But anyway, whatever. All this stuff. And he just said, respectfully, I'd rather not anyone know that we met. Great. The only reason I'm telling you this is because, and I didn't tell anybody, and I didn't text it to anybody, okay, except him. Semaphore.
Why is he
runs this piece saying, reporting information they got from the US intel agencies, leaking against me using my money in my name in a supposedly free country. They run this piece saying I'd met with Snowden, like it was a crime or something. So again, my interest is in the United States and preserving freedoms here, the ones that I grew up with. And if you have a media establishment that acts as an auxiliary of, or acts as employees of the national security state, you don't have a free country. And that's where we are. And
like, again, he's talking about something that is objectively true. And you want to know why he knows it's objectively true? Because his dad literally fucking did that. Okay. That was his dad's job. It's so crazy that he's like talking about this shit, but it's for like nonsensical stuff. Like, yeah, it's clear that the media is working as a part of the state apparatus. Why? To make your kid gay. It's like, no, man, that's not what they're fucking doing, dumbass. If anything, that's the one aspect of it that is to make liberals fucking feel like they actually do have the best interest or progressive interests in mind. It's the World Economic Forum shit all over again. This is what is very frustrating about conservatives being the only group of individuals that actually adopt leftist economic populism simply for propaganda purposes. And the guy who did it before Tucker was Adolf fucking Hitler. They're doing it again. I'm losing my fucking mind. It's literally, it's so cynical. It drives me fucking insane. That's why they're called National Socialists. Wait, who is that guy? Adolf Hitler? He's a guy. Just some dude. Do you not believe that the WEF is trying to exude influence? They have board members in high-ranking positions in multiple governments. No, dummy. I'm saying that the World Economic Forum is a liberal institution. So when they talk about like, oh, we got to do more social safety nets, or we got to make sure everyone's gay or whatever the fuck, that's just seasoning for liberals. But it's just a reinforcement of capitalist hegemony. It's not a socialist institution. It's bad, but for the same reasons that like Davos is bad, for the same reasons that BlackRock is bad, but it's not just BlackRock. It's all the fucking Republican politicians that are also holding up that same exact order. Tucker Carlson being yet another person who does that. That's what's frustrating, that like right-wingers would be like, yeah, I hate big pharma, which is why I'm voting for the Republican Party. The fuck? Bro, the reason why you hate big pharma is because of the Republican Party and the liberals as well, certainly. But goddamn, dude, that's how powerful liberal hegemony is. That's how important it is. That motherfuckers who even hate the masters are just like using all their time and energy and anger towards like undocumented immigrants at the fucking border, dude. Yeah, those are the guys who made big pharma the way it is. Can you talk about how always looking for bad guys to blame instead of recognizing the logics of systems such as neoliberalism and imperialism is reactionary and leads to diagonalism such as Tucker and Bannon, such as the ones that Tucker and Bannon stoke? I mean, yeah, if you're not looking at the structures and recognizing that this is designed this way, bro, you yapping so hard. Is there anyone on Twitch with political content that I can go over to? I don't know. I'm sure there are, brother. Maybe you'll find
And I'm not guessing because I spent my entire life in that world. 33 years I worked in big news companies. And so I know how it works. I know the people involved in it. I could name them. Ben Smith of Semaphore, among many others. And I find that really objectionable, not just on principle either, in effect, in practice. I don't want to live in that kind of country. And people are like, they externalize all of their anxiety about this, I have noticed. So it's like, Russia's not free. Yeah, I know. Neither's, Burkina Faso. Like most countries aren't free, actually, but we are. We're the United States. We're different.
This is why it's like fucking, yeah, okay, dog. Sure. The profit motive is and always will be their God, and they have just figured out that they can sprinkle in these liberal social takes, e.g. pride flag, something every June. Conservatives do the same thing by pretending to care about populist economic issues.
And that's my concern. Preserving that is my concern. And so they get so exercised about what's happening in other parts of the world, places they've never been, know nothing about. It's almost a way of ignoring what's happening in their own country right around them. I find it so strange and sad and weird.
So the NSA was tracked.
You told people to vote Democrat. How are you any different than the guy voting Republican against Big Pharma? Well, at least the fucking Democratic Party, to a certain degree, lies about being anti-Big Pharma. The Republican Party doesn't even do that. The fuck? And it's not even because I fucking think that the Democratic Party is going to do something about Big Pharma that I say vote Democrat.
Tracking you? Do you think CIA was? Is people still tracking you?
look, one of the things I did before I went, just because of the business.
Also, I think he wasn't here for the past like 4 hours out of the 6 where I was just like absolutely cum-stirring the Democratic Party.
I'm in, all of us are in, and just because we live here, we all have theories about secure communications channels. Like Signal is secure, Telegraph isn't, or WhatsApp is owned by Mark Zuckerberg. You can't trust it. Okay. So I thought, before I go over here, I was getting all this, we're having all these conversations, my producers and I, about this. And I decided, I'm just gonna actually find out like what's really going on. So I talked to 2 people who would know, trust me. And it's all I can say. And I hate to be like, I talk to people who would know, but I can't do it. But I mean it. Mm-hmm. They would know. And both of them said exactly the same thing, which is, are you joking? Nothing is secure. Everything is monitored all the time. If state actors are involved, I mean, you can keep the, the Malaysian mafia from reading your text, probably. You cannot keep the big intel services from reading your text. It's not possible.
Yeah, the guy he was talking to was his dad, which I will keep mentioning, was in the fucking CIA. Was the CIA. Matt Lieb doesn't know it, but he's giving you props here. I don't know who coined the term debate fervors to describe Destiny as hogs, but you deserve a medal. It is a good take. That's a retweet, baby.
Any of them, or listening to your calls. So, and that was the firm conclusion of people who've been involved in it, for a long time, decades, in both cases. So I just thought, you know what? I don't care. I don't care. I'm not sending a ton of naked pictures of myself to anybody.
Not a ton, just a little.
Not a ton. I'm 54, dude. Probably not too many.
All right.
But you see, so I'm like, I'm just, so the guys, I travel with 3 people I work with who I love, who I've been around the world with for many years, and I know them really, really well. And they all got, separate phones, and I'm leaving my other phone back in New York or whatever. And I just decided I don't care.
Bro, he needs Huawei phones, dog. That's what you need. Little does he know.
Actually, and I resent having no privacy, because privacy is a prerequisite for freedom. But I can't change it. And so I have the same surveilled cell phone. And, I do switch them out because, there it is, because if you have too much spyware on your phone, this is true, it wrecks the battery. And no, I'm serious. It does. And it was, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago, we went to North Korea.
Was right. What is this?
And my phone started acting crazy. And so I talked to someone on the National Security Council who called me about this, somehow knew that your phone is being surveilled by the South Korean government. I was like, I like the South Korean government. Why would they do that? Because they want more information. They thought I was talking to Trump or whatever. So, but I could tell because all of a sudden the thing would just drain in like 45 minutes. So that's a downside.
So you keep switching phones, getting new phones for the battery life. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, I try not to do it. I'm kind of flinty Yankee type in some ways, so I don't like to spend $1,000 with a freaking Apple corporation too often. But yeah, I do.
I mean, you say it lightly, but it's really troublesome that you as a journalist would be tracked.
Well, they leaked it to Semaphore and they leaked it to the New York Times. Look, I would even put up, well, there's nothing I can do, so I have to put up with everything, okay? But I would probably not be actively angry about being surveilled because I'm just so old and I actually do pay my taxes, sleeping with the makeup artist or whatever. So I don't care that much. The fact that they are leaking against me, that the intel services in the United States are actively engaged in U.S. politics and media, that's so unacceptable. That makes democracy impossible. There's no defense of that. And yet NBC News, Ken Delanian, and the rest will defend it. And it's like, and not just on NBC News, by the way, on the supposedly conservative channels too, they will defend it. And there's no defending that. You can't have democracy if the intel services are tampering in elections and information, period.
So you had no fear. Your lawyer said, be careful which questions you asked. You said, I don't have.
Well, the lawyer said, no, he said very specifically, if, depending on the questions you ask Putin, you could be arrested or not. And I said, listen to what you're saying. You're saying the U.S. government has like control over my questions and they'll arrest me if I ask the wrong question? Like, how are we better than Putin if that's true? And by the way, that's just what the lawyer said. But I can't overstate one of the biggest law firms in the United States, smart lawyers we've used for years. So I was really shocked by it.
You said leaders kill, leaders lie.
Yeah. I don't believe in leaders very much. Like this whole Zelensky's Jesus and Putin's Satan. It's like, no, they're all leaders of countries. Okay. Like, grow up a little bit, you child. Have you ever met a leader? Like all of the, first of all, anyone who seeks power.
Have you ever met a leader? Yeah, no, dude. I have not. What the fuck? No, I have not met a leader. What the fuck? He just said that so casually. Like, does bro think we're meeting global leaders like on a regular basis? What the fuck? Grow up, you child. Have you not met a global leader?
Power is damaged morally, in my opinion. You shouldn't be seeking power. You can't seek power or wealth for its own sake and remain a decent person. That's just true. So there aren't any like really virtuous billionaires and there aren't any really virtuous world leaders. You have grades of virtue. Some are better than others for sure. But I mean, in other words, Zelensky may be better than Putin. I'm open to that possibility. But to claim that one is evil and the other is virtuous, it's like you're revealing that you're a child. You don't know anything about how.
I hate that he's not wrong. I just fucking, like I said, I think I despise Tucker Carlson more when I agree with him. That's what really is annoying about it.
The world actually is, or what reality is. Like
that's quite a realist perspective, but there is a spectrum.
There's a spectrum. Absolutely. I'm not saying they're all the same. They're not.
And our task is to figure out where on the spectrum they lie. And the leader's task is to confuse us and convince us they're one of the good guys.
Of course. But I actually reject even that formulation. I don't think it's always about the leaders. I mean, of course, the leaders make the difference. A good leader has a healthy country and a bad leader has a decaying country, which is something to think about.
Do I think he's disingenuous? Yes. I don't believe that there's an honest bone in this man's body. Yes. I think he is a profoundly cynical American, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant nationalist, a WASP nationalist through and through. And I do think that he says everything for a purpose. He's a master manipulator. And I do think that he has he's dangerous because I do think that he is less of a mercenary and more of a ideologically minded person in the sense that I think he's doing, or maybe he is still a mercenary. I don't know. I used to think his economic populism was an act specifically to launder because he knows that act, especially when coming from the right, will read very well to an infinitely more receptive audience because they've already welcomed him in. They're always going to be charitable to him. So when you have that level of charitability in the Republican right, you can get away with saying truthful things and people will be like, oh yeah, he is right actually. And he's right about this. So he's definitely right about the immigrants are coming in to rape our daughters take. As a matter of fact, I think the immigrants are coming in to rape our daughters take is the reason why they are more charitable to him. But ultimately, I think he cares more about the nationalism aspect significantly more than he cares about the economic left-wing populist aspect. He doesn't care about that at all, as a matter of fact. I think he's just a talking point. Yeah, he's a very savvy racist.
But it's about the ideas and the policies and the practical effect of things. So we're very much caught up in the personalities of various leaders, not just our political leaders, but our business leaders, our cultural leaders. Are they good people? Do they have the right thoughts? It's like, no, I ask a much more basic question. What are the fruits of their behavior? And I always make it personal because I think everything is personal. Does his wife respect him? Do his children respect him? How are they doing? Is the country he runs thriving or is it falling apart? If your life...
Okay, see, this is why it's not grounded in dialectics at all. He's like, yeah, I care more about whether a leader's wife respects them or their children respect them or if their country is thriving. First of all, I wouldn't say either of these countries are thriving, neither Russia nor Ukraine. So on that front, it's I don't know. And secondly, I don't who gives a fuck if your wife respects you, dude? What are you saying? That's why everything falls apart.
Life expectancy is going.
So he likes Xi by that logic? Yeah, he hates Xi.
Down. If your suicide rate is going up,
that was my unironic favorite part of that interview where he was he had to sit there and talk about how sick China is. That, and also the part where Putin straight up to his face was said that he was too stupid to join the CIA, that the CIA rejected him.
Your standard of living is tanking. You're not a good leader. I don't care what you tell me. I don't care what you claim you represent.
Tucker Carlson talking about Hitler's war economy pre D-Day. Not even pre D-Day, but man, his wife seemingly respects him. His dog respects him. Seems like he's won the admiration of the German folk. Seems like the German economy is doing well in a brief period. Many are saying it's just for a brief period, but perhaps Hitler was a respected individual by Tucker Carlson's standards, 1932 to 1938.
Then I don't
What's going
care
on?
about the ideas or the systems that you say you embody. It's dogs barking to me. How's your life expectancy? How's your suicide rate? What's drug use like? Are people having children? Are people's children more likely to live in a freer, more prosperous society than you did and their grandparents?
You're just straight up fascist, bro. I swear to God.
Those are the only measures that matter to me. The rest is a lie. But anyway, the point is, we just get so obsessed with like the theater around people or people, and we miss the bigger things that are happening, and we allow ourselves to be deceived into thinking that what doesn't matter at all matters, that moral victories are all that matters. No, actually, facts on the ground victories matter more than anything. I mean, you certainly see it in this country. Black Lives Matter, for example. How many black people did that help? It hurt a lot of black people, but in the end, we should be able to measure it. You know, like how many black people have died by gunfire in the 4 years since George Floyd died? Well, the number's gone way, way up. And that was a Black Lives Matter operation, defund the police. So I think we can
see, told you. He brings you in with all this other shit, and then he hits the notes that he actually cares about. Pure fascist demagogue right there. That's what he actually gives a shit about. Okay?
say, as a factual matter, a data-based matter, Black Lives Matter didn't help black people. And if it did, tell me how. Well, these are important moral victories. I'm over them.
It's like Black Lives Matter was instantly robbed of any kind of radical revolutionary politics it might have had by first the Democratic Party. It was neutered by the Democratic Party, and it was still destroyed by the Republicans regardless. The entire goal overall was to greatly offer police accountability against all people, by the way, not just black people, regardless of what the dumbass white supremacist grifters say. And he's like, yeah, it didn't happen. It went nowhere. It's like, yeah, you're right. That's their fault. I guess him and Barack Obama are on board on that line of not liking BLM.
That's just another lie, a long litany of lies. So I try to see the rest of the world that way. But more than anything, I try to see world events through the lens of an American, because I am one. And what does this mean for us? And it's not even the war, it's the sanctions that will forever change the United States.
Like, it'd be nice if Lex here would cut in and be like, well, regardless of the actual, like, Tucker, I want to know what your position is. Do you think that their goals ultimately, because you're saying, like, regardless of the moral victory or whatever, do you think that those goals were justifiable? What do you think BLM's goals were? Because its failure is apparent, but its failure is caused by the fact that it was against the dominant white supremacist hierarchy. Anyway.
United States, our standard of living, the way our government operates, that more than any single thing in my lifetime screwed the United States.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a great job of showing all of the failures of capitalism and then arriving so close to the answer only to turn around and be like, it's actually BLM and immigrants that are causing this collapse. That's it. That's the point. Because I'm a firm believer that every single American has like some level of understanding and some level of anger towards like corporations and whatnot, right? That's why you hear these like right wingers who fucking talk about, how they hate big pharma. But instead of getting mad at big pharma, what do? They're like, oh, I'm an anti-vaxxer. Why am I an anti-vaxxer? Because corporations want me to get vaccinated. That must mean it's wrong to get vaccinated. Not realizing that, like, no, you must get vaccinated because cattle get vaccinated in the same way. Technically, it's good for you, even if it aligns with the interests of corporations. They just don't want you to fucking die on the job, or they want you to be able to recover way faster so you can get back to the fucking field of work. They're too stupid to understand that, though, that the interests converge in that front. But that resentment ultimately still exists. What they fail to recognize, though, is that, wow, way off take? What do you mean? What was off about that? I think ultimately that resentment still exists. It's very impossible. It's impossible not to be resentful. Just like it's impossible not to be resentful of the rich, especially when you're suffering. You know what I mean? Why wouldn't you be? Why wouldn't you be resentful of the wealthy when you're fucking suffering and like some random dickhead Twitch streamer is living the life of luxury that you will most likely never be able to achieve. Doors open. What the fuck? Oh, it's not. Hold on. Aren't you a multimillionaire? Yes, dumbass. I'm talking about myself. I'm talking about someone, multimillionaire. I'm talking about someone who is well off in comparison to the average person. Doors open now. Oh, sorry. Talking about why people have resentment towards people who are affluent, people who are wealthy. I understand that resentment. My point is, you're getting upset at the wrong person. You're getting upset at someone who, despite his successes, is still telling you how the structures are and why you're in the particular conditions that you're in and how you can at least make material changes in your life that'll be a little bit better for you. Okay? Why are you doing that? Because I'm accessible. Much easier to fucking come in here and yell at me than it is to, like, you know, I guess dismantle capitalist structures.
Levying those sanctions in the way that we did was crazy. And that for me, the main takeaway from my 8 days in Moscow was not Putin. He's a leader. None of them are that different, actually, in my pretty extensive experience. No, it was Moscow. That blew my mind. I was not prepared for that at all. And I thought I knew a lot about Moscow. My dad worked there on and off in the 80s and 90s because he's a U.S. government employee, and he was always coming back.
Why won't he say CIA, man? Your dad was CIA.
Moscow, it's a nightmare and all this stuff. No electricity. I got there almost exactly 2 years after sanctions, totally cut off from Western financial systems, kicked out of SWIFT, can't use US dollars, no banking, no credit cards. And that city, just factually, I'm not endorsing the system, I'm not endorsing the whole country. I didn't go to Lake Baikal. You know, I didn't go to Turkmenistan. I just went to Moscow, largest city in Europe, 13 million people. I drove all around it. And that city is way nicer, outwardly anyway, I don't live there, than any city we have by a lot. And by nicer, let me be specific. No graffiti, no homeless, no people using drugs in the street, totally tidy, no garbage on the ground. And
I do think it's kind of wild where he talks about Russia and he talks about how there's like no drugs and no poverty. I didn't see it. It's like fucking going unironically. I know that this is the Daily Show joke, but it is like going to fucking DPRK and being like, dude, no, like people are eating fucking hamburgers every day. Like the DPRK is doing significantly better, all things considered, in comparison to where it was during periods of mass famine. And their conditions are the way they are as a consequence of global sanctions and American imperialism. Having said that, however, you're only doing propaganda if you fucking, you know, you're doing left book style propaganda for DPRK. Anyway.
No forest of steel and concrete soul destroying buildings. None of the postmodern architecture that oppresses us without even our knowledge.
Like, I went to Beverly Hills. I didn't see a single homeless person. What's going on? Is gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom doing a phenomenal job in California Oblast? Seems like the streets are clean. Not a single homeless person or anywhere to be seen. No drug use, you know? Yeah, dude, that's how it works, okay? That's how it fucking works, dog.
None of that crap. It's a truly beautiful city. And that's not an endorsement of Putin. And by the way, it didn't make me love Putin. It made me hate my own leaders because I grew up in a country that had cities kind of like that were nice cities, that were safe. And we don't have that anymore. And how did that happen?
Okay, there has never been a moment in the United States history where cities have been safer than they are now. This does not mean that America is devoid of problems, but you are fucking insane for saying that. There has never been a single moment. The safest moment for living in a city is right now. And an even safer moment will be a year from now if things continue the way that they are. That is fucking delusional. Holy shit. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing Americans that our safest and richest big city is actually a war zone. Yeah, New York City's homicide rate is 4.8 per 100K. Alabama's homicide rate is 15.9 per 100K. More than 3 times that of New York City. American cities are pretty bad, bro. No, the fuck they're not. What are you talking about? American cities are bad as a consequence of no fucking the housing market being absolutely dog shit and no public transit and no decent infrastructure. But American cities are not pretty bad as a consequence of like crime running rampant. That part is just an abject lie. Small towns are total shitholes that have been sold this myth that their small town values kept them safe from big city problems. Yeah. Tucker unironically thinks Russian cities are better because they have less black people. I mean, I think maybe. Yes, they are if you compare to the most cities in the world. Yeah, but Tucker Carlson wasn't talking about that. He was comparing it to America in the past. A mythical America that was supposedly safer. There has never been a time where an American city has ever been safer throughout American history than now. The violent crime rate in comparison to the 80s is like laughably low. Oh, cities are not scary, but Zoomers have become their grandparents as far as urban fear runs. Thank you, TikTok. People think seeing a homeless person, like visible poverty, is an immediate indication of like massive amounts of crime. Okay? That's ridiculous. It is a crime against humanity, the fact that there are so many fucking homeless people due to the housing market, but it is not a crime in the way that you understand it. I can't believe you're the one who came first after being the guy who was like, I mean, you're the one who was like, oh, let's do it at 5, and no one else is here. I thought they would be here. Austin was here earlier.
You can't believe that?
I can believe it, actually. As a matter of fact, that's the most believable thing.
Thank you.
American cities are the way they are because of the change of how the U.S. thought about cities in the 1940s after World War II. We're talking about Tucker Carlson.
Oh, just a little light stuff, huh?
Just some little light commentary.
Hi, Kaya. What's up, chat? Let's talk about dick.
We can. Will's here. We are going to be doing.
Oh, baby, got a broken rib.
We have.
Love you.
We're gonna be doing the Fear and podcast early this week because Austin wants to take a vacation.
Wow, just a little lap dog.
Literally
here.
a vacation. Not even a joke.
Oh, just a little lap dog.
Will be streaming later tonight. That's why we're doing it earlier. He wanted to do it at 5. I pushed for 6.
We're not doing it earlier.
I pushed for 6. He wanted to do it at 5. Cutie was like, "Oh, I want to watch like what is it, Survivor?"
Yep.
Cutie wants to watch the season premiere of Survivor, so like she was like, "Can we do it at 6?" Dude, by the way,
oh, dude, you know what I bought for tonight or tomorrow?
What?
The Smell-O-Vision for gaming. It releases smells.
Sounds dangerous.
It's compatible with Helldivers. It's supposed to release gunpowder smell.
That sounds dangerous.
Well, I'm gonna use it. I'm
like
an
it.
early adapter.
Well, streaming is hard. Austin streamed last week. Yeah, that's true. Why didn't I think of that? He does one in the tub and needs a vacation. Yeah.
Yep.
Why are gay people always on vacation? That's a great question. Oh my God.
Oh.
GameSense AI has been announced. Sophisticated AI releases real sense alongside your gameplay, including smells of gunfire, explosions. It's going to be really funny when it bricks and you're just smelling farts. Like literally nonstop smelling farts.
That's not too bad. It'll make me nostalgic about your car.
Oh my fuck you. Fuck you. Oh yeah.
No, I'm actually excited to try the game set. I'm gonna do a YouTube video. My idea is
She's 90 pounds.
I know.
You did this to yourself.
My idea is I'm gonna get the game set, then I'm gonna get the Apple Pro Vision, then I'm gonna get the Rumble pack that you wear on your chest, and I'm gonna have the most immersive gaming experience ever.
Do you see this?
What?
Upgraded DLC scents include napalm, human exertion.
Yeah, that's that. That's that. That's that Grundle sniff.
Bro, you're about to get that dookie smell,
I'm
dude.
I'm gonna play Elden Ring and smell the fucking Scarlet Rot. Or Elden Ring. Smell that Scarlet Rot. You haven't experienced Scarlet Rot till you smell it.
Oh my Lord. Oh, chill. Now she's stepping
loves
on me
me.
too.
Hi, baby. Oh.
Exertion, not excretion. Okay, we won't do any more of the Tucker Carlson shit. Oh, here. Hasan Piker understands why you're angry. This is an article that was written. I got interviewed.
You understand why people are angry?
Yeah.
I don't.
I mean, I get it because, dude, it's the same shit as like, oh, he bought a house. It's in the same vein. It's like there's multiple reasons for it. Is this a Skull and Bones gaming stream with Will Neff? No. I've been dying to smell Melania's Scarlet Rotussi for the longest.
Oh, yeah.
Guardian wrote a piece about you and Will. Humpback sex photograph for the first time, and both whales were male.
Come on, man. That ain't nice.
We're both cutting right now. That's really fucked up that you said that.
I'm skinny as hell right now.
Yeah, Will's looking good. How was Austin?
It was
Wait,
fun.
we should save it for the pod.
I got to work out with Ronnie Coleman.
That is pretty sick.
He said lightweight, baby. He also called me really strong.
Yeah. Yeah. And then you got fucking gassed, and then you had the fucking weight clipped on the.
Yeah, that sucked.
That's what happens. That's what happens
I've
when you're.
trained my ribs for years now, so it's like iron egg technique. You know.
I feel that.
They're 50.
That's insane.
Yeah.
How? Austin
No one has suffered more for the Fear End podcast than Will Neff and his stream.
Okay, I straight up, Austin was here. Like Austin was in this house earlier when I was fucking yelling at chatters, and he quietly left, only to come back late. I don't know how that's possible.
Yeah, you know, I think I'm just gonna join Steak and Eggs.
Oh, you have a lot of thoughts on this.
Leave this pot. Oh my god. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna give you a free rant. This is free Will Neff content. Click the image.
Shit.
Click the image. No, not the one of the crow. The one of Joker's fucking
dude. He's got the nipple eye.
Neurodivergent nephew.
He's got the nipple eye.
What were they thinking? They saw all the negative feedback for Jared Leto's Joker, and they literally said, "Hold my beer."
Okay, but that's Jared Leto. Don't compare that.
The aesthetic of the Crow more. The Crow is supposed to be like goth hottie. Brandon Lee is rolling in his grave somewhere as this dude. What did they do? Where's the white face paint?
Okay.
Nipple eye. There's an eyeball nipple.
Here is one thing I will say about it. Okay.
Don't.
Skarsgård.
So what?
I mean, dude, they're very good at being like neurotic, silent.
I haven't seen a makeup job this offensive since you did lip syncs on TikTok.
That's rough. That's fucked up.
I mean, it looks like shit.
Okay, speaking of TikTok, I don't know, but I also posted another thing on TikTok I wanted to show you because the boy's starting to look good. Look, you've known me for a very long time.
Yeah, all right. Let's see.
Day 3 of being emo. Today we're deadlifting.
I finally got a fucking
405 pounds. We're about to see if the power of emo helps me actually hit this weight.
This way, it's coming. It's coming. Wait, is that shirtless Hasan in the wild? Dude, I'm sorry. Look at that fucking
That's a big back.
Look at that lat spread, dude. Look at that fucking lat spread. Dude, I'm coming. I'm coming, dude.
You won't do Camp Canute with me.
Probably not, but I will be unbearable in the summer. I'm gonna be unbearable in the summer.
Like all you things look great, dude.
That's what I mean. All things considered.
Where did your tummy go?
Yeah, I fucking dude. If I keep this trajectory, last night I was supposed to go to dinner with Myth, and I didn't because I was like, it's my deficit day. I can't go.
Bro, I have not eaten anything off my diet plan or had a drink since I left Austin the first time. So like 23 days now.
Oh, like you haven't deviated from your diet is what you're saying?
And it's been hard, bro. I've been dialed in.
Saying if you want to see some fucking big boy weight being put up.
That's some big chungus weight right there.
Yeah, if you want to see some big boy weight being put up right there, I'm just saying.
I stopped deadlifting. I just don't think it's good for you. And every bro scientist will tell me, I know you gotta grow. I just think you get hurt doing that shit.
No,
what I do is train rib cage by dropping bars on it. That's how I get big.
Hasan, long as I've been a fan, Hasan hasn't had a tummy. Okay, listen, it's because I hide it well. Okay, that's what it is.
Oh, dude, after COVID, Hasan was fat. Well,
I was so fucking fat.
After lockdown.
Yeah, no, at the peak of COVID, I got fat. It was bad.
Yeah,
I was depressed.
Big. Even my mom called me and was like, Will, you gotta talk to Hasan. He got big.
What the fuck? I'm so glad he didn't tell me.
Julie was concerned.
I'm so glad he didn't tell me that. That would have killed me.
Because she always says how handsome you look. She's like, Hasan looks handsome.
That would have killed me.
And that time she was like, Hasan looks like shit.
Will you cover this drama?
What's the drama?
No, it's M-Hud fucking around, but M-Hud finds these guys. I don't know how he does, but he has a way with guys like this where he just finds the craziest, the strangest dudes that post stuff like this.
I mean, what's strange about that?
Yeah, I mean, this is peak male physique right here.
Patty Daly, 7'8". That's my guy.
Will, what did your son do?
Oh, dude, look at my comment.
Yeah, he got arrested with Hunter Schaefer. You wish. You wish. It is actually Hunter Schaefer, by the way. It turns out.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get her on the stream.
Oh, that would be so cool.
It would be sick. And then, dude, my 10-point plan is get her on the stream.
Okay.
Become besties with her.
Yep.
And then Hideo Kojima.
Whoa, there was a different way I thought you were going with that.
Hideo Kojima.
Hideo Kojima's good, but there's someone better. Co-star on Euphoria.
Wait, what? No.
Come on.
Wait, what do you mean? Like Zendaya?
Nope.
I don't. Oh, Sydney Sweeney.
That's right.
You're so dumb. You're so dumb. Jimmy Butler is an emo cowboy in Fall Out Boy so much for Stardust video.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Emo Jimmy needs to stay around. Emo Jimmy needs to just be a staple.
Bro, he's stealing my steez. And also doing it way better. That's fucked up.
Stealing your steez.
I mean, I invented emo.
He did that at the beginning of the NBA season.
No, he knew I was gonna do it.
You're the only guy that I've seen that doesn't look better as an emo, though. You've been hurtful. I
agree with you.
Chad.
I agree with you. I look ridiculous.
Yeah.
I look so ridiculous.
Chad, I'm sorry. You can gas him up all you want. He looks better as a Chad than he does an emo.
I don't understand it, but
It
it's
doesn't
not.
work.
But it's not for me anyway.
It doesn't work.
Oh, have you seen this?
Up Helldivers 2 and just moved around a little bit. This feels like Metal Gear Solid 5. And that's a good thing. I know Metal Gear Solid 5 is a bit iffy in the Metal Gear Solid community, but it had the best gameplay that the series ever had. And so for Helldivers to even be reminiscent of that is great. I love it. I'm not
Wait, I mean, it's not a bad thing. It's a good
saying
thing.
that the games
I wish
are
they could have all
identical.
the things that
Obviously,
they
they're
had,
very
and
different types of
If
things,
you could like
but the
drop
movement
ship
itself.
things out and
Well, you do kind of do that. You drop fucking the
True.
pods, but also you're gonna have mechs and stuff. And there are mechs in Metal Gear Solid 5, so like eventually they're gonna.
Well, I'm gonna play again now that I have my smell-o-vision.
Feels Metal Gear Solid-ish.
Someone on Reddit apparently got into a game with a dev or something who was showing off future stuff.
Get in the mech, Shinji.
Dude, they have mechs in Helldivers 1, and this game is literally on the same system. Like they're gonna bring everything in Helldivers 1 into this.
Oh my god.
Okay, this means the difficulty is going to go up so much more.
Oh my glob. You're gonna kill so many teammates with that.
Okay, first of all, I'm fucking goated, son. I don't know what you're talking about. I carry. Yeah, that's
Carry
right.
your friends to the morgue.
No, I carry, dude. Not with like Carter and them though. Carter is a fucking. Well, the first day I played with Carter and Andre, they were team kill legends, but
Yeah.
they've since got. They're all like level 35. I feel like.
That's wild.
OG had Helldivers went to difficulty like 12 or 15, if I recall correctly.
What would that game smell like? I don't know. Apparently it does gunpowder and napalm smells.
Apparently Bile Titans are considered mid-tier enemies. There's also leaked pics of an automaton walker.
Oh.
Bile Titans are mid-tier enemies.
I hope they have the brain bug from Starship Troopers, the one that like sucks your brain out through a hose.
Dude, it's such a good game. The movement itself is like, it does resemble Metal Gear Solid. It totally does. I see it. Tell Will to drive home so we can dive. Fucking crack addict, dude.
Who said that?
Nandre.
I mean, Nandre, if they don't show up, then yeah. I'm gonna self-suck my way out of here.
But liberty's enemies march ever closer. Together, we must take back control of freedom.
Both are also
Sweet liberty.
Yeah, they're both anti-imperialist works.
Ooh.
What, you don't think Helldivers is
I think
anti-imperialist?
it's pro.
No. The fact that you can stealth robot missions is so cool. Yeah, we've done a little bit of that too. Bile Titans can be taken out with a few rail cannons. It's clear you haven't been spreading enough democracy, soldier. Yeah, because I fucking haven't gotten to the rail cannons because I don't play as much as everyone else. Yeah, I think Helldivers is actually apolitical.
Didn't you say that dog doesn't shed?
No, she didn't used to. This is since like she got her period and never got off of it, basically.
Oh my god.
She's pseudo pregnant. When I got a girl around me, I'm fucking her twice a day. Law, ask some of your favorites. Pussy don't control me, but it's like a high. One love to the gay people, but that juicy pussy do it for me. I done ran red lights to get that feeling. Y'all weird on here like devil's law. Bro, what the fuck's going on with this Meek Mill shit? We have to dive into this on the pod.
I think that man's on drugs.
No, it's there's like some crazy. He was accused of having gay sex with P. Diddy. Yeah.
And this is his defense.
He's like, no,
he
you
went
don't
with the
understand.
bag of sand defense.
Yeah, he's like, no, I love pussy.
Nah, I can't be gay, man. Pussy is just too scrumdiddlyumptious.
I love pussy and licking it.
Oh,
like
pussy
a
is-
lollipop.
I know that it gets wet.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I mean, I saw it myself with my own two eyes as I was eating it. Diddy Docs released rumored he has sexual relations with Usher and Meek. Yeah, that's what they're saying. They're also saying at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break. Where the fuck is Austin and them? That means it's 6 p.m. They're late for even
They're late.
6 p.m.
They're late for the late.
They're late for the late.
Yep.
That's crazy. Wait, when did they say 10 minutes traffic? We are closed. 10 minutes out. Sorry, LA traffic is stupid and gay at 5:38. He said this. He said 10 minutes out. LA traffic is stupid at 5:48. That's crazy.
Is it the last day of the month?
Yeah. I want to say I'm an expert in crisis.
Wait, is it the? It's not. The
Oh
last.
no, it's a leap year. Sorry, not the last day of the month. Tomorrow is. I wouldn't say I'm an expert in crisis management, but I think this is possibly the least effective thing to say to try and dispel rumors of having sex with an evil dolphin-toothed lunatic. Like, who's seeing this and going, "Oh, this guy loves Poon so much. There's no way."
I mean, he got me.
There's
nothing quite like that.
You believed it. You want to believe it.
That juicy pussy. It just do it for me.
It's awesome. This Meek Mill and Drake meme is hilarious. Meek Mill explaining if Diddy have sex with.
I am not gay.
Yes.
I have relationships with women.
Classic.
Sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Damn.
I am.
That guy got it so backwards. Relationships with men, sex with women.
A photo, exactly. Heterosexual gay marriage, baby. A photo of Meek Mill and Diddy in matching outfits is going viral amid rumors that Meek is named in Diddy's latest lawsuit. Smack Talk official. I'm just going to drop this super awkward photo of Diddy and Meek Mill in matching outfits, complete with shirt vests, leaning in towards each other while head palming a little person as Meek simultaneously holds a cup gingerly with one finger.
Hold you gingerly with one finger.
That's crazy, dude. This is like what did this guy do? You know what I mean? I don't think I don't think he's involved. Don't bring him into this. Why do you and Will never dress the same? Because unlike Meek Mill and P. Diddy, we have never butt fucked yet. So P. Diddy was having sex with Meek Mill and Usher. Was you sex trafficking women? The fuck wrong with you, Brody? Meek Mill cooling him cakes after all night of Bender. I asked the question because everyone is saying it happened. Is it true or not? I need vibrating panties with a remote. Lol, day on Amazon? ? Lol, you was really getting ready for Diddy? Oh no.
This is getting cooked.
Oh no. Patreon goal: anal, murder, sexual assault, and sex trafficking are 3 things, but being gay.
Wow.
Wait, they were legit having sex with underage children, but everyone was focusing on them being gay. Wait, what? That sounds literally like. Yeah, I mean, this is like.
Oh my god.
This is like a Boondocks meme, dude. What the fuck?
Not the Kevin Spacey defense.
Isn't that straight up?
But the Kevin Spacey defense.
He did not have sex with Diddy. They made love.
Oh my god.
Usher and Meek were both underage when they met Diddy, I'm pretty sure. What do you think the lawsuit is about? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I don't think you can be sued for being gay. So
what a goddamn shame.
So I guess the lawsuit's about some other
I'd
shit.
have a lawsuit against my nephew.
Yeah, Diddy's loving this because it's making everyone forget that he's an alleged rapist and trafficker and real life supervillain.
Wow, I did not expect this on my bingo card.
Dude, what the fuck? I mean, I've heard a lot of stuff about P. Diddy. What? Yes, Diddy was sex trafficking children. The court documents allege that Usher and Meek aided in it. What the fuck?
God.
Okay, I need to know more about this instead of P. Diddler. Okay, we shouldn't be making jokes like that.
This is a lot.
Yeah, I love this drink.
Where you put my bag
I like
at?
when you like this, Daddy.
Yeah, where you put my bag
Daddy,
at?
I like when you
It's right here,
scrambling
it's
and
right
scraping
here.
for shit.
No, I got
I
notes
like
and
that.
shit. You know, I'll be practicing. I got
Yeah.
Did Diddy just call the man daddy?
Yeah. Mr. Lee.
Well, I thought he was like, so here's the thing. I've heard rumblings of him being bisexual, right? But I did not realize that it was like beyond. Like I thought that it was just that. I didn't real and wait, was it P. Diddy that may or may not have killed Tupac?
What?
Wasn't he like involved or something? Oh. No, question mark? No, that's a conspiracy. 50 Cent been told us about Diddy a while again when went off on Drink Champs about the time Diddy offered him to take him shopping, but 50
So
wasn't
yo,
having
when
it.
we gonna get the chance to, to kick it, like we could just hang out, nigga. We gotta kick it.
This is okay.
He telling me we gotta kick it and shit. And he was like, yo, why don't we like go shopping or some shit? I mean, like I pay for it. And I was like, what the fuck this nigga just say? Get the fuck away from him, because I was like, this nigga, like, fucking, wait, this nigga just tell me he take me shopping.
Okay, we'll look at this. We'll dive into this a little bit more. Meek was accused of being gay and being pedophile in the same documents, but Twitter only cared about the first part.
Hello.
What the fuck? Okay, I gotta send all this shit to Marchy Poo real quick so we can fucking. All right, I guess we got some content. You know, we got some freaking content, baby.
Yep.
something to look into. No, I know the speculation about Bieber. I think it was just like him trying to hang out with Justin Bieber or some shit. I remember that from a long time ago. Anyway, all right, everybody, that'll be all for today. I am doing a half day today with only 7 hours in the tank because I'm gonna go shoot the podcast because Austin, and I cannot stress this enough, needed a vacation. That's the reason why we're doing this episode today.
By the way,
Will be.
I'm only like 10,000 followers away from 500,000. So if you haven't followed me yet,
yeah. And
I'm
also,
plugging
will
this.
be live later after the podcast is over. All right, everybody. Bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming, reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face, sat in Discord agitprop, great names take on bread, Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force, the whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne, bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction.